Welcome to Parliament TV's coverage of the State of the Nation Address Debate 2025. Igama lam ndinguThembi Nkosi Ngoma. Today is the first of the two-day debate during which political parties will have an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech last week.
And of course, we are broadcasting live from Parliament TV studio in the parliamentary precinct. The State of the Nation Address debate will be held in the Dome at the Nieuwemeester parking. The Dome is a new fixture in the parliamentary precinct and will serve as the National Assembly until the completion of Parliament's rebuilding project. Now, last week, President Cyril Ramaphosa delivered the first State of the Nation address of the 7th administration. Now, as Thembi Nkosi mentioned, today political parties will take to the podium to share their views on the speech.
And today also marks the 35th anniversary of the release of the late former President of the Republic of South Africa, Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. He was released unconditionally on 11 February 1990, after spending 27 years in prison. This release happened after the apartheid government had previously offered him conditional freedom in 1985.
That is correct, Thembi Nkosi. A momentous occasion of hope and progress in the history of South Africa, marked by the historic picture of Mr. Nelson Mandela and Mam Winnie Madikizela Mandela hand in hand outside of the Victor Verster prison. Of course, this moment was preceded by former President F.W. de Klerk's declaration, which unbanned political parties on the 2nd of February 1990. Huge crowds had gathered on the grand parade at the Cape Town City Hall as Nelson Mandela was expected to make his first public speech in 30 years from there. Thembi Nkosi, where were you on this momentous occasion?
As you had just indicated, Sebo, that there was huge crowds on the day outside the Cape Town City Hall in the Grand Parade, and I happened to be present. I was right there on the day when President Mandela addressed the nation for the first time. I remember I was about 12 years old, but I managed to make my way to the city center through the help of my big brother, of course. Yesterday, the National Assembly held an urgent special debate on a matter of national importance relating to the SANDF forces who died in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. And today we pay tribute to the following fallen heroes: Staff Sergeant William Eddie Kohler, Staff Sergeant Mulahlehi Ishmael Mulahlehi, Staff Sergeant Swatlane Theophilus Siepe, Corporal Madome Justice Malisa, Corporal Renee Nemabulani, Lance Bombardier Itumeleng MacDonald Moreo, Lance Corporal Tseke Mufat Mulapo, Lance Corporal Metse Stanley Raswiswi, Rifleman Sibatane Richard Chokwe, Rifleman Derek Maluleke, Rifleman Chidiso Andres Mabele, Rifleman Kelvin Louis Muwaki, Rifleman Mukite Joseph Mobe, and Private Peter Jacobus Stridom rather.
Now, as part of history, the joint sitting of the debate on the State of the Nation address, is scheduled to take place today, the 11th of February, and will commence at 2 p.m. During our program today, we will speak to a few chairpersons of the parliamentary committees to discuss Parliament's oversight role on government's plans for the year ahead.
And here's a look back now at the President's remarks on the recently adopted medium-term development plan and government's plan bolster the public service, after which we'll be joined by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, Mr. Jan Nodia de Villiers. Stay with us.
In the last week, we have adopted the Medium-Term Development Plan, which sets out a clear and ambitious program for the next 5 years. The actions contained in the Medium-Term Development Plan will advance our 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. Our most urgent task is to grow our economy so that we can create jobs, reduce poverty and improve the lives of South Africans. To undertake this task, we need a government that works for the people. We need a state that is capable, competent, underpinned by a professional public service. South Africans want a state that treats all people with dignity, humility, and respect. A state with leaders who are prepared to serve our people with complete dedication, and public servants who are ethical, skilled, and properly qualified. To achieve these objectives, we are strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission in the appointment of key people who direct the affairs of our state, such as Directors General, Deputy Directors General, Chief Executive Officers of SOEs and board members and other senior positions. We will introduce a graduate recruitment scheme so that we may attract the best and the brightest in the public service. A capable state must start where our people live and work. As we work to reform the public service and build the capability of the state, we will harness technology to transform the way government works. We will invest in digital public infrastructure to give South Africans access to government services anytime, anywhere through a relaunched government gov.za platform. At the heart of this transformation will be the implementation of a digital identity system. Now, these measures will in the end transform the relationship between citizens and government and create one government that is accessible to every person at a touch.
You are still watching Parliament TV's coverage of the State of the Nation Address debate, which commences this afternoon at 2 p.m. As you've heard from the previous clip, one of the areas that government plans to reform is the public service to build a capable state. To discuss this now, we are joined by Mr. Jan Nodier de Villiers, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Service and Administration. Thank you, Mr. de Villiers, for taking time off to speak to Parliament TV.
Oh, wonderful, and thank you for inviting me. It's a subject for which I feel a lot of passion, and I'm glad to be here to talk to you about it.
And as you've just heard, the President has outlined the medium-term development plan, which sets out government's plan of action for the next 5 years. Now, what role will Parliament, specifically your committee, play in ensuring that this plan is effectively implemented and that the executive is held to account?
Yes, thank you. So, I think when you talk about the public service, we must firstly remember that we're talking about the staffing, the personnel, the people that work for the state. And when we talk about the professionalization of the public service, and as the President has many times said, if we want to create that developmental state, it is essential that we have the best public servants, or officials as they are sometimes called, who work for the state. And the question to why this is really important really comes down to the people. I think it is a widely accepted fact that if you look at our unemployment rate, if you look at the desperation of so many people in our country, they need opportunities. They want opportunities for jobs. They need the economy to grow and the state to work for them to unlock those opportunities. And this is where the public service becomes absolutely critical. Because I think there can be no dispute. If someone has been born into a lower income area, but they have access to schools that work, and they have access to water that's in the taps, and electricity that works, to road infrastructure that's good. And when they get sick, a hospital that can heal them. That means that they can have the opportunity to develop their talents, and that the state has created a climate for them to have access to good health care, to running services, to everything that they need to develop themselves and elevate themselves, really empower themselves out of the position that they find themselves in. But none of that can happen. Electricity can't work. Water cannot be in the taps. Hospitals can't run if we don't have capable and professional public service humans running those services. So if we really want to achieve what we set out to do in the National Development Plan, if we really want to achieve what the Constitution wants us to achieve, to really give people their rights to health, their rights to develop themselves, then it is absolutely essential that we build a professional and merit-based public service, which means the people that work for the state must be well qualified to do their jobs. They must be appointed on merit. And secondly, they must be non-political, which means that, and the Constitution makes it quite clear, the people that work for the state, the people doing their jobs, the public servants, are not the politicians. We, the members of parliament, the councillors, the members of provincial legislators, we are politicians. We get elected into political positions where we do oversight over officials and over the workings of government. But the people that work in government, they should be professional, neutral, and selected on merit to do their jobs, not on political affiliation.
Now, as the Committee on Public Service and Administration, definitely you don't sit in boardrooms where such appointments are made.
No.
So how are you then going to ensure that the right appointments are made? What strategies or mechanisms do you have in place to ensure that those appointing authorities actually appoint the right people in the right positions?
Yes, and I think that speaks to the importance and the role of parliamentary committees and Parliament itself. At the core of it, what we do in a parliamentary committee is, firstly, we do oversight, which means we look at the processes which are being followed by the spheres of government. When I say the spheres of government, I obviously mean municipalities, so local governments, provincial governments, and the national government. But also we legislate, one of our most important functions. We create laws, and those laws need to strengthen the constitution. They need to put policies in place and specifically to this conversation, that improve the professionalization of the state, that creates this more merit-based state public service. And I think a good example of that is the Public Service Commission bill, the PSC bill, which is currently serving before our committee in Public Service and Administration in Parliament. The bill seeks to take the Public Service Commission out from under the Department of Public Service Administration, and as the Constitution actually declares it should be, make them independent. Now, independent is, for them to be independent and to act without fear and favour is very similar to the role of the Public Protector or the Auditor General. In essence, the Public Service Commission will then report directly to Parliament. They will then have the responsibility to do oversight over personnel and staffing issues inside the 3 spheres of government, if the PSC bill is adopted in its current form, which means that in any sphere of government, including state-owned entities, if an employment process was followed and it has been fundamentally unfair, the best person for the job was not appointed, the Public Service Commission can then, almost like the Auditor General or the Public Protector, go in and investigate. So it's a check and a balance. It's a new check and balance that we're creating. It's not centralizing power. It's not taking power away from the autonomy of local government or the powers of provincial governments. They still do their staffing according to their different rules and regulations, because they have different rules and regulations. But the Public Service Commission can then look at what they've done and say, listen, we want to launch an investigation on why person X was appointed to do this job. And then they can find that the person that was appointed for that job is not qualified for it and should not have been appointed in it. Or, of course, they can find that it was the correct appointment. But essentially, it's a new oversight and accountability function, which actually should have always been there. The Public Service Commission, if you read the Constitution, Section 195 and Section 196 of the Constitution, you will see that it says quite clearly that there should be a Public Service Commission for the Republic, and it sets out the responsibilities of the Public Service Commission. So what our committee is very excited about doing is actually taking the Public Service Commission in its current form and aligning it with the Constitution, because it isn't aligned with the Constitution at the moment, which means giving them the independent position of doing the oversight work, which is so vitally important.
This sounds like a great bill that you just mentioned now, and having listened to the objectives of the bill, it's quite clear that this will be giving a new direction to the life of the Public Service Commission. So how far is your committee with that process? When can we expect that bill or the report on that bill to be tabled to the National Assembly? Because it's so good that one worries that if this bill is not finalized as soonest, then it's not going to assist. But if the bill is finalized as soon as possible, then it will assist the Public Service Commission in terms of conducting its work. So when can we expect to hear the finalization of this bill and for it to be put into implementation?
Yes, and I appreciate the question a lot, because there is urgency. The bill has been dragging through Parliament for a very long time. I think it was first conceived in 2011, and for reasons which is unknown to me, because I only became the chairperson of the committee after the formation of the GNU last year. We have been passed this bill, which we then set to work on very, very urgently, because everybody in the committee agreed that, as you correctly pointed out, that it is absolutely a priority to get the PSC aligned with the Constitution and give them their autonomy, make them independent. So to answer your question, we have really moved with speed. We have processed the bill in our committee up to a fact where we now have a white paper, and in early March, I think on the 10th of March, our committee will sit and we will vote and potentially adopt the new PSC bill, after which we will send it to the National Assembly, where I hope it will be before the National Assembly just as urgently as we processed it in committee.
And we'll be monitoring those processes here at Parliament TV. Just to move forward, the President mentioned the introduction of the graduate recruitment scheme,
Yes.
you know, which is intended to attract top talent into the public service. Now, what legislative or regulatory measures will your committee be considering to ensure that this initiative is merit-based, something that you had spoken to earlier, is free from corruption and is accountable to the people?
Yes, I think it's important to say that we welcome any measure that creates empowerment, let's say, on the ground, at the root, where it should be created, where people get the opportunity to further their studies, to be empowered with knowledge, to give them the skills to be an asset to the state, and to ultimately, when you're an asset to the state, you're an asset to the people, because you're helping deliver services. So any program, whether it's run by a university, whether it's run by the state, that helps establish a group of public servants, a class of public servants who are more professional and have better skills to help us create that merit-based professional service is definitely welcomed, because it just makes sense. In terms of the program that the President has announced, my committee will engage with the Presidency to try and see what role we could potentially play in the program. And I would hope, although it is uncertain at this stage because it is a new program, that the National School of Government, which also falls under the Department of Public Service Administration, would have a significant role in this, because they have the mandate to do the empowerment of the public service and administration, and I would guess that they would be the right part of our government to do that type of empowerment and run that type of program.
Precisely so. And also, President committed in investing in digital public infrastructure, including revamping the gov.za platform and the digital identity system. So what steps will your committee be taking to scrutinize these digital platforms to ensure they are cost-effective, secure, and are truly accessible to all South Africans?
Yes, so wow, I must just say, what exciting times, what real reform. If you can just imagine, I don't think there is a single South African that has not experienced the frustration of putting in a day of leave for work, arriving at Home Affairs and standing endlessly in a queue, waiting just for something basic like an ID document or a copy of their marriage certificate or even a birth certificate. The function of Home Affairs has, for the people of South Africa, is so critical, and it is with you your whole journey. I'm so proud of what Minister Leon Schreiber and his team at Home Affairs are doing, because they effectively are stopping the queues. They are stopping the system offline message, which we have heard so many times as users of Home Affairs. And in these times, I think that we will actually set a global and an international best practice down, if we can achieve, which I honestly believe we will achieve, this vision of a South African sitting with a smartphone at home, being able to digitally apply for his ID, for his passport, get a copy of his birth certificate, his or her birth certificate, their marriage certificate. Because at the end of the day, the government is just the custodian of this information. It doesn't belong to the government, it belongs to the people. And it's the government's job to make that accessible to its citizens. And I think where my committee comes into play in all this is right at the end, where we have to do oversight over this, the personnel who needs to put this digital platform in place, and to make sure that they are selected on merit and that they are the professionals which we require to put a system like this in place. And that's where it's really important that that Home Affairs and any arm of government makes sure that the people they choose to select the software they're going to use, the systems they're going to develop, are the people best placed, the most professional, with the most merit to create those systems. Because when those systems don't work, when ultimately we have to have committee meetings to look at why it did not work, then it will always come back to who were the people that needed to implement these systems. And that's why public service and administration is at the core of service delivery. If we do not have a professional, merit-based public service, we cannot transform South Africa.
And at the core of those service delivery are the municipalities, because they are the service delivery areas that are very close to the people. And the President raised some serious concern about the lack of technical skills and resources. So what is your committee going to do in order to hold the local government accountable as well? Because it's not the first time that these issues are raised, especially in relation to the municipalities, because that's the first point where our people go when they experience service delivery challenges.
Yes. So I think the first most important thing that my committee itself will do, and I must just add, I agree with everything that you've said right now. We have massive service delivery failure at local government level. And to just highlight the fact that failures is not because of failing infrastructure. It's because the people that's supposed to maintain the infrastructure did not do their jobs. And I think if you look at it, you will find that a lot of them were politically appointed and not on merit, not neutrally or non-partisan, but because of political affiliation. And that creates the problem where roads can't be used anymore, water are not on the taps, and electricity doesn't work. Those basic services fall because the people that are supposed to maintain that infrastructure and create new infrastructure so more people can be empowered by better service delivery, the people that are supposed to do it aren't qualified to do the job. So my committee will, the first piece of important legislation that my committee will pass, which we've talked about, the Public Service Commission Bill, seeks to exactly do that. It seeks to extend the mandate of the PSC into the local government sphere, as we feel it is constitutionally justified, to give the PSC the ability to look at the appointment of senior managers, directors of departments, municipal managers, CFOs, the people that are supposed to run these local authorities but are failing at doing it, and to look at their appointment processes and say, have they been appointed correctly? Are they the right people for the job?
I know that the Public Service Commission releases reports relating to their investigations in government departments or state-owned entities. What were the latest reports that you've received from the PSC, and were there any areas of serious concern? Yes,
so at the moment we've very much looked at the professionalization of the state, and most of our reports are looking at the proactive steps being taken to create that, we call it the professionalization framework. So there's been lots of interaction between different government departments, the presidency, the finance department, and then obviously public service and administration, to look at how we will create this new professional service, because that will actually speak to the core issue of failing service delivery, and having public service officials who are not based, who have not been appointed on merit, is to make sure that our professionalization framework gets implemented through all the levels of government.
And Chair, before I let you go, I know you've been in office for almost 7 months as a chairperson of the Public Service Administration Committee. So if you can just briefly share with us, what are some of the milestones that you have achieved in the last 7 months? And as the government has now outlined the priorities for the year ahead, what can members of the public expect to see from the work of the Public Service and Administration, or what are some of the most important items that you've put on your program for consideration in this year?
Yes, thank you. And I think it's important to have to know your goals and to know what you're working towards. And in our committee, we've looked at the two main functions of any parliamentary committee, doing oversight and legislating. And we've said, on the legislation side, we will make sure that legislation before us gets processed speedily and with urgency, so that the Parliament and the National Chamber of Provinces can get on with their part of the legislative work, so that the oversight over government does not get held up by legislation which could empower better oversight being caught up in the legislative process of Parliament. So really making sure that when we do our legislative work, we do it efficiently and with urgency. But secondly, when it comes to our oversight function, what we've introduced in the committee, and what I'm very proud of, is when my committee receives any complaints from the public regarding public service personnel, we report it to the Public Service Commission, and the Public Service Commission then has a standing report back to the committee where they give us feedback on the investigations. So to give you an example, there's a hospital CEO in Gauteng which has been appointed, which we received a complaint about the appointment process, and it is not the job of the committee then to judge the facts. All we do is we give it to the Public Service Commission. We say, please investigate. They are now busy gathering the facts, and then they present us with the facts and a recommendation. If it is found that the process to appoint a person like that, in that example, was not followed, then we have the power in the committee to call the people who did that, who went through the employment process, to account before the committee, so that we can fulfill our oversight function and shine a light on where employment practices were abused and did not contribute to a merit-based professional public service and administration.
Chairperson, thank you very much for all those responses.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, that was Mr. Jan Nodier de Villiers, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, sharing some light on some of the critical issues relating to the building of a capable state. Stay with us on Parliament TV.
What is the separation of powers? Welcome to the Civics Academy Governance Series. In these videos, we explore different aspects of democratic governance and the concept of the separation of powers as one of the key features of democracy. In this video, we look at the concept of the separation of powers and why it is so important for our democracy. The separation of powers is a key feature of a democratic system of government. This system divides the state into three branches: the legislative, executive, and judicial branch, and gives each the power to fulfill different tasks. Tasks are assigned to the different branches and their institutions in such a way that each of them can check the exercise of power by the others. As a result, no single branch can become so powerful as to control the system completely. The separation of powers is important because it provides a vital system of checks and balances. It ensures that the different branches control each other. This is intended to make them accountable to each other. These are the checks. It divides power between the different branches of government. This balance aims to ensure that no individual or group of people in government is all-powerful. Power is shared and not concentrated in one branch. The main purpose of the separation of powers is therefore to prevent the abuse of power. In South Africa, the Constitution sets out the principle of the separation of powers. In Chapter 4, 5, and 8, it lays out the structure, roles, and responsibilities of the three branches of government. Chapter 4 of our Constitution establishes the legislative branch. The legislature is also known as Parliament and consists of two houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. This is where laws are debated and passed. we explain the tasks and responsibilities of the legislature in more detail in our video, What is the Legislature? The executive branch, as established by Chapter 5, includes the President, the Deputy President, and the Cabinet of Ministers. The executive formulates policies, administers and implements the laws of the legislature, and enforces the decisions of the judiciary. We explain the tasks and responsibilities of the executive in more detail in our video, What is the Executive? The third branch is the judiciary, established by Chapter 8 of the Constitution. This branch includes all courts as well as all judges and magistrates working in these courts. The judiciary interprets and applies the law. In contrast to the other two branches, which are made up of political party representatives, the judiciary has to be impartial and non-political. We explain the tasks and responsibilities of the judiciary in more detail in our video, What is the Judiciary? The design of the separation of powers differs from country to country. In some democracies, there is a clear separation not only of the functions, but also of the personnel in each branch. In such systems, an individual cannot serve in more than one of the branches of government at the same time. In South Africa, we do not have this complete separation of personnel. Here, individuals can fill positions in two branches at the same time. Members of the cabinet representing the executive are usually also members of the National Assembly or Parliament, which is part of the legislature. The legislature controls the work of the executive. This happens through oversight committees, which consist of members of parliament from different political parties. It is impossible to achieve an absolute separation. Some overlapping will happen, especially when members of the cabinet and the majority of MPs in the National Assembly are from the governing party. However, the separation between the judiciary and the other branches of government is usually very strict, as the judiciary must act independently and free from political influence. In South Africa, the judiciary has the power to pronounce upon the acts and decisions of the executive and legislative branches of government. It can decide on the constitutionality of laws passed by legislature, and it can declare invalid any exercise of power by the executive that is not authorized by law or that is in conflict with the Constitution. Summary. The existence of a formal distinction between the three powers is an important characteristic of democratic governance. The division of powers between the legislature, executive, and judiciary provides a vital system of checks and balances. This is to prevent the abuse of power by government officials. The separation of powers ensures that the three branches of government control one another and are accountable to each other. This system further limits the power of each individual branch so that state power is shared.
And thanks for staying with us on Parliament TV as we build up to the State of the Nation Address Debate 2025, which will happen over the next 2 days and conclude with the President's reply on Thursday at 2 p.m. We continue to reflect on the President's speech as it relates to Parliament's role as the legislative arm of state responsible for oversight and accountability. I'm now joined by the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Ministries in the Presidency, Mr. Frederick Badenhorst. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Of course, just a reflection on what you thought of the President's address last Thursday.
Look, I think the President is under pressure because the country is under pressure.
Yes.
And as the leader of the country, he must certainly feel the pressure that our people are feeling. So the speech in itself was exciting in the sense that we now have a new government. It's a government of partnerships,
Yes.
a government of national unity. And I think some of the aspects of his speech did reflect that. And so that gives me hope. There's always hope.
Yes.
We have to continue as a nation on building what we have, and I think some of the aspects of SONA gave us that foundation, which I think is positive.
And then with that, Chair, of course, the President outlined an ambitious infrastructure program with over 940 billion rand that is going to be allocated in the next 3 years. How will your committee exercise oversight to ensure that these funds are used efficiently and effectively on projects such as the Ntendu Bridge and the Pohali Dam to be delivered on time and within the budget that has been allocated?
Look, we have, as the Select Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure, I have a really good relationship with all the ministers that I have oversight over, because we don't just have Public Works and Infrastructure, we also look at the Minister and the Presidency,
Yes.
Monitoring, Planning, Evaluation, as well as Transport. So we have a good relationship with the Minister, and we understand the Minister is following a vision of creating a construction site in South Africa, and that excites us because that's exactly what South Africa needs. In his own words, we need to turn South Africa into a construction or a building site, and our nickname for him is Bob the Builder. So we are excited about this, and as a committee, we will do robust oversight to ensure that South Africa is indeed turned into a construction site, because that inevitably is what's going to create jobs and build our economy.
And of course, with that, we should be cognizant of the revised regulations for the public-private partnerships and how they're expected to unlock the private sector investment in infrastructure. How will then Parliament and your committee monitor these partnerships to ensure that they remain transparent and accountable to the public?
Well, we have, obviously, as the Select Committee, we have the powers to request certain entities within the department to come and account to us.
Yes.
We also have the full right to go and do oversight visits. We've recently done such a visit to Durban Port as a committee, and we can maybe talk about that under Transport. So yeah, we will continue doing that, and we will ensure that every single cent is spent the way it should be spent. That is our job, and that's why the people in the country put us in Parliament, to ensure that we make sure that we understand how the money is spent and where it's going to.
And talking about that oversight, then, what were some of the committee's discoveries during that oversight?
Yeah, it was a very interesting, as you understand, in the National Council of Provinces, we have clusters of committees.
Yes.
So we don't just have one committee to concentrate on. So often the Public Works Committee and the Committee on COCTA will do combined oversight, because the two actually does go hand in hand.
Yeah.
And so we joined the COCTA Committee on an oversight to KwaZulu-Natal recently, and we visited some of the bridges that was built. And we've also been to the Durban Port, where we had a look at what Transnet is planning for Durban Port, one of our biggest harbours, and which is punching way below its weight at the moment. So the committee did note that, and we had a few comments for the Transnet people as well, with regards to the expansion of the rail network, getting more goods off our roads onto our rail.
Yes.
Which makes it cheaper, more reliable, and quicker. And obviously, with interest, noted that they have a target that they set themselves of 10% over the next 5 years.
Okay.
Our committee's feeling was that they could increase that target a little bit with the right policies, and very importantly, with private investor investments, we should be able to increase those targets.
Now, with that, then, the President has committed to a second wave of reforms to improve the performance of Eskom. I mean, I remember people were going crazy. We had that 2 days of load shedding, and we all lost it. Now, of course, you mentioned Transnet, and talking about the other state-owned enterprises, what is the history of financial management in SOEs, and what measures will Parliament implement to strengthen governance, oversight, and accountability within these entities?
Look, I don't think it takes a chairperson of a committee in Parliament to tell the public that traditionally SOEs and the financial management of SOEs has been dismal. It has not been good. We've lost something like 500 billion rand on bailing out SOEs. And I'm saying lost because a lot of that money spent on SOEs is nowhere to be found, and the result of that investment is nowhere to be seen. So the taxpayer, I think, is footing a bill. The cost of our debt at the moment is something like 300 billion rand a year. And so I feel very strongly, as does my party, that there can be no further bailouts for any of the SOEs. We're going to have turnaround strategies in those SOEs, and they're going to have to get themselves back on the road. If they can't, the private sector is the only other option. In fact, private sector investment is going to be key to unlocking the potential of most of the SOEs at the moment anyway.
And then with that, of course, with the maladministration of these SOEs, how is the committee ensuring that there's proper consequence management, especially for officials that are part and parcel of what is going on within the SOEs?
Yeah, I've just received a writing from the Minister in the Presidency with regards to our committee's inquiry, with regards to follow-ups on the Zondo Commission. I'm busy going through that. I haven't had, with SONA on our doorstep, I haven't had time to peruse the letter fully, but I did receive a response from the Ministry, and we will discuss that in committee in due course.
Now, of course, having mentioned Eskom and mentioned those 2 days that we went crazy about, the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, which came into effect on the 1st of January, it marks a shift towards a competitive electricity market. How will then your committee oversee the implementation of this law to ensure that it truly leads to energy security and an end to load shedding, even if it's 2 days, an ultimate end to load shedding, and ensure that the future of our country's infrastructure is in safe hands?
Look, it's all about unbundling, and with the unbundling of Eskom and the 3 different sections makes our committee work a little bit easier. We just need to make sure that we understand exactly what each of the different variances are going to achieve, what the annual performance plans look like, what goals they've set out for themselves, and we need to measure them against those goals.
And then with that now, of course, the President has stated that the medium-term development plan for the 2024 to 2029 is central to achieving economic growth. And we know that infrastructure is central also in ensuring that there's proper economic growth and job creation. How will Parliament then track the implementation of this plan? And what reporting mechanisms will there be in place to hold the executive to account?
Look, first of all, we have to ensure that we know how much available state land there is, and I think that's one of the keys.
Yes.
How much available state land there is, and what percentage is occupied on that land by public infrastructure. Once you have that formula, and I actually brought some of the figures with me.
Please mention
if I may refer to them.
Yes.
We have, I'm sure you're going to cut, but you can always come back to that. Yeah. So we have the property management trading entity, which looks after the immovable asset register of public works and infrastructure, has recently reported that they've got 4.7 million hectares of land in the immovable asset register, and that's occupied by some 33.9 million square meters of floor space. So we know how much land is available, we know how much floor space is occupied. I think some of the challenges that we have in that department is what rate the user departments are paying when they pay.
Yes.
We all know there's one of my questions that we've asked in the committee in the last term was why is there so much money outstanding from user departments like, for example, correctional services and defence. I think between the two of them, they owe our department 3 billion rand in rent. So those are the type of questions our committee needs to ask, and those are the type of things that we need to delve into to find out. Follow the money, they always say.
Yes.
So we need to go and follow the money.
And of course, then on a provincial space, in the provincial space and in municipalities, we've heard of hijacked buildings and that belong to the state even. I just want to know then, what is the committee's commitment in ensuring that municipalities and the provincial legislature does something in ensuring that they get back these buildings and they use them optimally in a way that contributes to economic growth and job creation?
I think it's essential to understand the three spheres of government, and the fact that the three spheres of government are autonomous from each other, and although there is such a thing as cooperative governance,
yes.
there's also a Minister of Cooperative Governance, and so it's really important that Parliament do not get involved on a local level on anything that the Constitution doesn't allow us to get involved in. So, as far as Section 139 interventions, yes, the National Council of Provinces can go and do oversight and make recommendations, but then it's ultimately up to the Minister of COCTA and through him the local MECs in COCTA to take the necessary action. It's our job to go and see for ourselves and make recommendations.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much.
And that was the chairperson of the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Ministries in the Presidency, Mr. Rikus Badenhurst. Stay tuned, you're watching Parliament TV.
We want a nation in which there is quality health care for all. This year, we will proceed with the preparatory work for the establishment of the National Health Insurance. Now, this includes developing the first phase of a single electronic health record system, the preparatory work to establish the ministerial advisory committees on the health technologies and healthcare benefits, and an accreditation framework for health service providers. The NHI will reduce inequalities in healthcare by ensuring that everyone gets fair medical treatment. Now, the NHI will save many lives by providing a package of services that include, for example, even more especially, maternal and newborn care and services also for people living with HIV, those with TB, and those suffering from non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Our most immediate priority is to strengthen the health system and improve the quality of care. A vital part of this is the modernization, the improvement, and the maintenance of existing health facilities and the construction of new hospitals and clinics. A number of hospitals are under construction or are undergoing revitalization. Now, these include the Limpopo Central Hospital, the Siloam District Hospital in Limpopo, the Tlhabeng Regional Hospital in the Free State, the Bambisana District Hospital, Zitulele District Hospital in the Eastern Cape, and the Buphelong Psychiatric Hospital in Northwest. Rather, other projects are at various stages of design and development. Now, this includes the replacement of 3 existing new central hospitals, 5 new district hospitals, 5 community health centers, and a new psychiatric hospital. To improve patient experience, we are putting more emphasis on reducing waiting times, cleanliness, and staff attitudes in the public health facilities. We are encouraged by the great progress the country has made towards ending HIV and AIDS as a public health threat. By the end of March 2024, 96% of people living with HIV knew their status. 79% of these were on antiretroviral treatment, and 94% of these were on treatment with virally suppressed conditions. Now, to ensure that we reach the target of 95, 95, 95, which has been set by the World Health Organization, we will this year launch a massive campaign to look for an additional 1.1 million people who are not yet on treatment. We are concerned about the potential impact of the decision by the United States government to suspend some of its funding for HIV and TB programs in African countries for 90 days. Now, this funding that we get accounts for about 17% of our country's HIV spend. We have been able, over the years, to provide funding from our own resources, our own fiscus, for our HIV and TB programs. We are looking at various interventions to address the immediate needs and ensure the continuity of the essential services.
Welcome back. In his State of the Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa reinforced government's commitment to strengthening the public health systems through the NHI, improving healthcare infrastructure, and addressing major public health challenges such as HIV, TB, and non-communicable diseases. To unpack how Parliament will exercise its oversight role in ensuring the effective implementation of these plans, we are now joined by Dr. Sibongiseni Lomo, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health. The committee plays a crucial role in scrutinizing legislation, overseeing government health programs, and ensuring accountability in the health sector. Dr. Lomo, thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule and for joining us here at Parliament TV.
Thank you very much, Temkosi, and thanks to all those who are interested in this program that we are about to talk about.
Just before we get into the gist of today's interview, I just want to briefly talk to us about the recent public hearings that your committee conducted across the country on the tobacco bill.
You'll recall, Temkosi, that the sixth administration even of Parliament completed 7 provinces out of 9. So when we started in June this year, we were then informed that Northern Cape has not been done and KwaZulu-Natal. So we completed those by the end of the year last year. We then came to get a report again that 2 provinces, Free State and Western Cape, had 3 each. So just to comply and make sure there's no sort of legal issues to say, why do you do 4 public hearings in one province and we do 3? We had then to do this year, starting on the 27th of January, we visited Free State and you completed just one public hearing, and then we went to George to do a second one. So that this year we've only done 2 to complete that. All provinces now must have had 4 each throughout since the administration started in the 6th administration. Now we completed all public hearings. That is each province with 4 public hearing meetings.
So how was the turnout from the members of the public? Are there any interest shown by the members of in particular the young people, and what were some of the critical issues that they raised in relation to the bill?
It was a mixed bag of public representatives, participants who came in both the Free State and also in George. We were very impressed that there was a significant number of young people who came in and spoke very strongly in support of the bill. And then they were actually very open with us and say, but Dr. Lomo, this bill it's very much less about yourself at your age. Of course, you are running the country, and therefore it has to do with the country regulations. But this bill has a lot to do with young people, us young people. So we are very happy we are consulting and getting our views, because we still have a long way to live, and therefore if we live in an environment that has no proper regulations of tobacco, our future is really going to be extremely challenged. So we are very glad about that process. They were even going further to say, but we are surprised that some of the parents here are actually raising issues in support of the bill when they are supposed to be looking after our health and supporting us. But the other issue that was even there, because we were not engaging in terms of wanting to engage in a debate, but you hear issues to say there is going to be unemployment, there's going to be job losses. People have not done a complete analysis of how much do we lose as a country in cleaning up the mess that has actually been created by the tobacco. It's a huge impact. It's almost, yes, let me put it arithmetically. The country benefits 12 billion rand revenue on the tobacco industry. We then, as a country, use 43 billion to clean up the mess that has come up with tobacco. Now, you then judge for yourself. Do you continue actually saying, let's not divert the market and digress and do other things with this 12 billion revenue, and continue to spend far more on cleaning up the impact of tobacco? So that is where actually things are. But we're at a stage where, having completed public hearings, we'll be getting some of the people who wrote to the portfolio committee needing to come and actually raise through a presentation. That is a process that we are likely to embark on quite soon.
And we will be monitoring that process as Parliament TV. Now to get back to the business of the day. The President has reaffirmed government's commitment to the implementation of the National Health Insurance when the President delivered his speech, the State of the Nation address, and also to reduce health inequalities. Now, there are concerns that still remain relating to funding, infrastructure, and the implementation timeline. So, how is the Portfolio Committee going to ensure effective oversight to guarantee that the NHI is financially sustainable and efficiently rolled out?
You'd recall a lot of us anxiously waiting when the President kept on saying he's looking for a pen. And eventually the President found a pen, and we were all invited into Pretoria, into Union Buildings for the signing of this bill into an act. We're very excited about that. We want to actually start by saying to South Africans, to date, National Health System in the UK, which is the longest ever that was implementing the universal health coverage, is still continuously they are improving and looking into that. So we cannot be fearful of taking the first step of universal health coverage as South Africa, because this is a way to go as pronounced by the World Health Organization. The principles of national health insurance are so noble. They talk about universality. They talk about solidarity. To say, carry along those in your society who are weaker and unable to because of resources. So it actually has it actually removes a financial burden on the society. Health should not be a commodity available to me and you because we can afford. It's a commodity that must be universally accessible by all citizens. Yes, we want to be actually putting this principle to say, fly this aircraft as you keep on building it. It's not going to be perfect on one day, but you cannot start because you think there are challenges. The issues of infrastructure, very critical. We are saying to citizens, contribute to this, when the time comes, contribute to this NHI fund, because around where you are, there will be a clinic that has met a standard based on the Office of the Health Standard Compliance. But that is another issue, by the way, that was put in to say, let's get people to qualify, let's get facilities to qualify to provide these services by actually having an Office of the Health Standard Compliance that will go right through the country, and they are doing that, to actually accredit institutions. Now, I would want to contribute into the fund with the comfort that around where I live, yes, the primary care focus of National Health Insurance, I will find a clinic that is good enough to service me, and if that clinic will then to actually send me to a higher center. So the issues of infrastructure improvement is the key in terms of this, so that you could give comfort to citizens right out there. There's issues that are affecting the infrastructure build, whether it is to do with these mafias that come in and disrupt buildings, are things that we really would want the support of the police and those who are in the security cluster to focus and support. The timelines is critical. You cannot, like there are certain provinces to date, even before we are at this day, we are struggling to have a focus on the hospital being built starting 2024, and it gets completed 10 years later. Now that can't be. It should really have clear timelines, and people must also be able to be appointed because they can afford to deliver that type of a quality of service. Those are things that we are going to, as a portfolio committee, be following, to say, Department of Health, these are things that are key and fundamental. These are things which we have called themselves the non-negotiables. And the non-negotiables in the Department of Health, I call them the enablers of the NHI. If you meet, and actually it's not us, it's the Department of Health that has said, let us create these enablers, which is the financial management, the strong one, let's got infrastructure, let's have electronic health records, keeping, and all those things that they've put together is like in the Presidential Health Compact. Some of them are actually things that we call non-negotiables, the cleanliness, the attitude of staff. You improve on those things, then you give hope to the South Africans that you are really on the good path towards NHI.
I'm glad you mentioned the infrastructure development, because President has also committed to building and refurbishing some of the hospital. Amongst them, I can list the Limpopo Central Hospital and the Siloam District Hospital in Limpopo, the Dihlabeng Regional Hospital in Free State, the Bambisana District Hospital and Zitulele District Hospital in the Eastern Cape, and the Buphelong Psychiatric Hospital in Northwest. And you've mentioned that a hospital would be built, but or refurbished without timelines or time frames. How is your committee going to ensure that there is strict oversight and monitoring of the implementation of these refurbishments that are taking place at these hospitals, and that the refurbishments are done within the required time frame, so that it does not delay the implementation of the NHI, as you have emphasized the importance of infrastructure in terms of implementing NHI?
We're very excited that the President took his time to mention this hospital specifically that will be built, that we are now, because that is also part of what we need to follow and monitor. Just next week, we are going to have a meeting with the Department of Health. They will be outlining to us how they've performed in their first quarter and second quarter of they'll be bringing that report to us. You'll recall they bring a plan to us to say, we plan with this budget allocated to us, we plan to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we want to look into that plan and therefore compare with what they would report as their first and second quarter. The same will happen once these hospitals have been started. I'm aware, because I've visited the Polokwane Central Hospital. I've seen it already. Earthworks has really been done. They're already now above sort of the slabs in terms of construction. I have not managed to see this one. The committee will then take its own time to visit and monitor, not just receive reports, but physically visiting these ones. Like I have visited the Polokwane one and see the progress, the Tulele and all those in the Eastern Cape. So our people can then, because that is the hope they have. Once the President has announced, it's almost policy. We should not then be disappointing the President, because the President is not going to run around the whole country looking and checking. We as a committee must say, with this budget allocated to build these hospitals, how are we doing? The Department of Health, we would have to go and monitor and make sure that the oversight is very strong. But that is going to be strengthening the same pillar, say, infrastructure for NHI is an enabler for us to move on much more swiftly and better with the NHI.
And one of the components of the NHI implementation, which we had spoken to earlier, is the single electronic health record system, which seeks to improve the efficiency and streamline health care access. How will your committee ensure that this digital transformation is successfully implemented, protects patient data, and is accessible to all South Africans, in particular those who are in the rural areas?
Let me give an example. There's one hospital in the country, called Albert Luthuli Hospital, which has got a central electronic data system keeping. One of the things that that hospital you cannot cheat is that you cannot come into that hospital to say, this is this and that happened to me, and therefore Department of Health pay. So I have been able to even to look into the medical legal claims that there's significantly none generated by Inkosi Albert Luthuli, unless the person came in there with already a compromise as a transfer from somewhere. They can actually look into their data. So one of the things that we are pushing the department to say, making the data electronic is actually going to be a positive impact to yourselves, because you will then be limiting and reducing this litigation that you have, where you cannot have records, because the court says, Dr. Mtwaledi, where are the records you have, clinical notes, to counter this, what this person is saying? If you don't have, then pay. So that is one aspect which is going to be beneficial. So we monitor that. Last time we discussed with the Department of Health, they said they are close to 50% done with all the primary healthcare facilities, clinics. And there are hospitals that they also want to start with. And we're actually happy with what they are saying. They will start in hospitals, but maybe focusing on these areas where there's mothers who are delivering babies, and also surgical discipline, but is where you really usually get these problems, so that they could, while you are actually protecting and getting the data of patients, but you are also able to keep records for yourself, so that in the event you are being litigated, you have something to show. So that is what we monitor. But that is the way to go in the world. It's going to be very much of great assistance to them. But even the electronic data system is also helpful, because you see a patient in a far-flung rural area as you are coming in there. Doctors and healthcare professionals treating patients in the far-flung, they can use the electronic data system to send images and notes to doctors in the other advanced areas. I mean, no matter how rich you can be as a country, you can never have all specialists available in the rural areas. But get a benefit of the cardiologists and the specialists to support you in the rural areas by electronically sending data and getting advices, and treat patients in the far-flung, most deep rural, with the support of the specialist care that you could always receive. So this is the way to go to improve and actually advance in terms of patient care in our country.
And now, beyond the single electronic health record and infrastructure that we've spoken about, there's long waiting queues, there's poor hygiene, there's negative staff attitude, which remain persistent issues in the public health facilities. What specific interventions or policy recommendations is the committee pushing to improve patient care, enhance efficiency, and restore public trust in the healthcare system?
We know that these things are possible. They are human controlled. In my other life as an MEC of another province, we had patients who would come and be seen by a doctor on Friday, and they were given a script to go to the pharmacy. And the pharmacy will say, come back on Monday to collect medication, because today we are still dispensing for patients who were here yesterday. Now, it was puzzling. Why such a long waiting time? Why do we have to be seen by a doctor because you are sick today, but only get medication 3 days later? We changed the system. We had to go into there and make sure that in that hospital now, the waiting times for patients in the pharmacy is 20 minutes. So patients come in there, and because certain things had to be reconfigured. So it just needs a political leadership, strongly so, in these areas where these issues are there. But this is part of what we call, not us, the Department of Health has said they've got 18 non-negotiables. The attitude of staff, the cleanliness, the safety and security of patients and staff. What you see, patients and the staff being actually molested and killed while they are in ambulances. And we therefore say, Department, we have made commitments to these non-negotiables. These non-negotiables are the pillars of a functioning health system. They are here to strengthen our health systems, to monitor, follow up, make sure in all, not just one province, not one clinic, all hospitals follow this. So it's not that there's no plan, the plan is there. But this plan needs the commitment and the motivation of all of us to make sure that these plans, as they are actually agreed upon, are implemented, they are followed up, and their work is being done. So some of these issues, Tembosi, would not be things that are so expensive, they need so much money. It needs just a commitment to go to that hospital to say, these windows that are dispensing pharmacy work, medication, which we found in one hospital, all of them must be opened in the morning, and patients must, rather than what we found in one hospital, only one window is opened at the one time, and the rest of the other windows were closed. People were playing casino behind. Nobody's there to tell them this is wrong. So we have to have management who walk about and make sure that they see these things. So you don't need an extra number of pharmacists. You just need to have pharmacists who come to a clinic and commit into a hospital and commit that they will work. And when they are getting paid month end, it is because they have really delivered a service. So sometimes interventions are not monetary values. It's commitment, respect, and empathy for our citizens.
And I think, I hope that those who are watching us are actually listening to what we are saying now, especially from the health sector management, because it's very important to have the correct attitude of staff members. As you rightfully put it, it's not that there's no capacity, the people are there, but there's only one window that is dispensing. But to move to the next point, the President has expressed a concern over the United States suspending some of its HIV and TB program funding for 90 days. And that accounts for about 17% of South Africa's HIV response team. So given the scale of our HIV and AIDS epidemic, how will the committee work with the Department of Health to ensure the mitigation of the impact of the funding gap and also ensure uninterrupted services for those that are in need?
Yeah, we had a meeting last week with the minister following these announcements to say, Minister, Deputy Minister, your department, come and brief us as a portfolio committee. How do you plan to navigate through this? Do you want us as a portfolio committee to support you to raise this matter in Parliament, and therefore maybe in these coming few weeks be able to motivate for an increased funding? What is the status? So the minister was able to really share this whole package with us to say there are 52 districts in the country. Of those, 27 are high burdened on HIV and TB. That is where PEPFAR is supporting us. We regret this announcement and the way things have happened, but of that, we have about 15,000 citizens who are working. Most of them are South Africans who are working, delivering this service into those. Some of them are working within our clinics, and some of them is standalone facilities to support this program. You heard from the President that we have done significantly very well in terms of meeting what we're trying to meet our targets. We just have 1.2 million South Africans that we want to put on treatment. We have about 5.8 million already on treatment. We want to accelerate this process. As this 95, we are not yet there. We are 94, 76, I think, and 91. So we need to actually reach out to these targets. So this might have a dent in terms of you and me who have been employed within this funding. But the minister's commitment was to say they will probably not find any South African who will not then be getting the medication when they are supposed. But the medication, by the way, comes from the fiscus that the country contributes. The country still gives us 74% of the contribution that goes to the treatment of HIV and TB is still made up from our fiscus of the country. So it's a matter of maybe reconfiguring and accelerating that a bit more. But for those that are on treatment, we want to say to the minister, we're glad with what he said, that none of those patients will be disadvantaged in terms of getting treatment. Yes, there may be a bit of a delay in accelerating this 1.2 million that we want to put on board, because we have to readjust in terms of at least for those that we have started on treatment, none of them would be disadvantaged in terms of carrying on with their medication being seen and all that. So that is what we got from the minister, as we discussed last week, and we really want to monitor and make sure that at least that is a stage. The benefits of starting treatment and staying on treatment are far more than not even to stop the treatment and therefore come back and get resistance. And we know that for TB, and therefore we would wish that those who already been started on treatment, please stay on treatment. Make sure for TB it's 6 months, sometimes 9 or even more, but for HIV it's lifelong. And we now know in this country there are people who were almost on their deathbed. They are back to work because they took the intervention of the treatment. There are mothers who were HIV positive and fell pregnant and gave birth to HIV positive babies. To date, some of those mothers, because they took treatment and they came early to our clinic when they are pregnant, are giving birth to HIV negative babies. That's what we want to see in the country. So yes, we can't change the status of mom, but we can make sure that the babies born out of that mother are actually free of HIV. Because we want to, 2030 is around the corner, an HIV-free generation. We are hoping, but we may have challenges to get there. So with these issues that are coming in from the US government, maybe sometimes they wake up call to say, maybe sometimes we must get on our own and make more and move and hope that whoever comes to support you, well and good they do, but be powerful and be strong enough to move without that type of support sometimes.
This is just one of those sensitive topics, especially for abantu bakuthi. Kuba abantu banekhala bazi bakwenzeka ntoni ngomphi umyalezo wethembo nonikeza kubantu bakuthi especially malunga nale nto yale funding yokhathishwa kwa United States ophi umyalezo wehope onobanikeza nabantu bakuthi njengohlalo wekomiti yakwa health.
Nkosi, sibe nomhlangano nongqongqoshe uMtswalethi Sitedlule no deputy minister neteam yakhe yonke ngoba lento ibisixakile nathi sixakekile ngathi so ithini lento akazoxoxa nathi sibona ukuthi unayo iplan na mhlambe thina samalungu eParliament ufuna simlekelele siphakamisele indaba eParliament kuziswe ezinye imali zimlekelele noma kwenzekani na uyaxoxa ke uyasixoxela ukuthi kulezi ifunda ezu52 la ecountryn zu27 ebesinoxhaso oluqhamuka kule mali yase-America. Into engasenzeke kunabantu abasebenzayo abala ku-15,000 abangase babe senkingeni ukuthi uma le mali inqamuka unomphela bangacasheka bagcina bengasasebenzi. Kodwa le mali ayizosikhinyabeze kuthengeni imithi ye-TB nemithi ye-AIDS ngoba vele bithengwa ngemali engango-74% ekhumayo imali kagovernment. So into engaseyenzeke ukuthi sithi bonke abantu ekhaya bonke abantu ade beqhubeka bedla amaphilisi eTB HIV engxoxweni zethu sibe no minister Sitedlule abazoma labo bantu izoba khona imali yokwathenga leyo mithi baqhubeka ingasi bekhona mhlawumbe ingxaki la besafuna ukubaqala ngoba njengoba dlala inkulumo kamongameli kunesigidi nabantu abawu200,000 more esafisa ukubafaka nabo bathola imishanguzo labo bantu esikabaqalisi singabona mhlambe lento ngingathi uxeka ekutheni sibaqalise ngokusheshsha kodwa labo bonke abadla amaphilisi HIV abadla bonke amaphilisi eTB abaqhubeke bazowalanda ngoba awazoma lawo maphilisi uhulumeni uzoqhubeka wathenge siyayifisa yenzeke le nto ngoba kulemthelela emihle kubantu abathe badla amaphilisi banalezifo kukhona omama akade bekhulelwe benegciwane babelethe ingane ezinegciwane manje beqalisile omama sesithi abeze ba-clinic noma benegciwane sekukhona omama ababelethe ingane ezingathintekanga nge-HIV ekuyinto enhle kabi ke leyo sifuna ukuthi sigqugquzele sibakhuthaze beze bayilanda imithi yabo.
Hlalo siyabulela kakhulu ngokuthi uthathe ixesha lakho to talk to us at Parliament TV. We really appreciate it.
Siyabonga kakhulu Thembo, sibonge nabo bonke ekhaya abathe balalela lolu hlelo lwethu.
Well, that's all we have time for right now. And thank you, Chairperson, for joining us for this important discussion on Parliament's role in ensuring quality health care for all South Africans. We wish you, the committee, and all the best with your work and all the best with the debate this afternoon. Our coverage of the debate on the State of the Nation address continues. And over the next 2 days, members of Parliament will have the opportunity to interrogate the government's healthcare commitments, amongst other issues that affect the lives of all citizens. Thank you once again, Dr. Ndomo, and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health for joining us on Parliament TV, and we'll be right back.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament will be held on Thursday, 6 February, followed by 2 days of debate on 11 and 12 February, concluding with a reply by the President on 13 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as SONA, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
We also want a nation in which everyone is safe. The police continue to work with other law enforcement agencies to dismantle organized crime syndicates and combat financial and violent crimes. The South African police has partnered with the metropolitan municipalities and continues to work with communities to fight crime in the priority provinces where crime is particularly high. Now we are intensifying Operation Shanela. Shanela has been successful in arresting suspects, recovering firearms, and seizing stolen vehicles. And we must continue to tackle the scourge of gun violence that has continued to plague our society for decades. I have asked the Minister and the National Commissioner of Police to prioritize reducing gun-related crime and violence. Now, this includes preventing the diversion of firearms into the illicit market and recovering illegal firearms in circulation. We know from international evidence and our own experience that this is the most effective way to reduce overall violent crime. The detective service, which is crucial to solving cases, will expand by 4,000 personnel through the internal recruitment processes. And we are working on adopting surveillance, analytics, and smart policing solutions for modern law enforcement. We have seen the value of technology in fighting crime, and a number of countries that have opted to utilizing technology have made great progress. And by utilizing artificial intelligence in its fraud risk detection and verification work, SARS has prevented the leakage of over 95 billion rand in impermissible refunds. It has recovered 20 billion in revenue and dismantled an illicit tobacco and gold scheme.
You're still watching Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408 and on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. Of course, that was the President highlighting a few things and a few commitments in terms of crime. Of course, he did mention that and reiterated government's desire for a nation in which everyone is safe. In line with that, the President also highlighted that police continue to work with other law enforcement agencies to dismantle crime and organized crime and ensure that they combat financial and violent crimes. He reported that the SAPS is working together with the metropolitan municipalities and in communities to fight crime and in priority provinces where crime is particularly high. Now, I am joined in studio by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Mr. Ian Cameron, to unpack some of the commitments that the President made and, of course, the work of the committee. Thank you so much for making the time. Just briefly, your thoughts on what the President had to say last week, Thursday.
So, I mean, in terms of the crime picture, obviously I agree that we want a South Africa where everyone is safe.
Yes.
I personally think he overstretched some of the commitments that he made, and we'll go into that now in detail. And the reason just simply being is we're still not seeing the results of the previous SONAs and the commitments made there regarding crime. We hear comments being made about how many billions have been recovered and that the police are working tirelessly to dismantle organized crime syndicates, but they're not. And I'm very honest about it and open about it.
Of course.
We're not winning the fight at the moment, and I'm concerned that we're already, trying to work with AI to dismantle or to combat crime. When we're not getting the basics right in the first place.
And of course, now you just mentioned that the President has promised this in his previous SONAs in the previous administration. Is the committee then looking at specific timelines this time to measure the goals associated with these commitments?
Well, we're going to go back to basics first. So one of the things that became a resolution of Parliament at the end of 2024 was that there would be a skills audit for all the senior management in the South African Police Service. And the Speaker obviously then wrote to the Minister of Police, and they've got a certain amount of time to give feedback on that audit. Now, I think we'd be shocked to see the amount of incompetent people in senior positions in the South African Police Service. And there are people that are also very competent, but unfortunately there's been this slow creeping in of incompetent or politically connected individuals that have ultimately numbed or broken the capacity of the police. So before I start measuring SONA outcomes, I need to fix the system. And therefore, we'll rather be zooming in on things like appointment procedures, promotion procedures. Easy example, they appointed a brigadier of 28 years old in crime intelligence at the end of last year. My goodness, what does that do to the morale of a cop that has earned his position or his rank for 30, 35 years, and someone comes in from the outside and becomes a brigadier for a position that there are many competent people within the South African Police Service to fill that position. Recently learned that certain provincial commissioners don't have security clearance. Up until recently, our Deputy National Commissioner, some of them didn't have security clearance, and I believe still don't have security clearance. If we don't get those basics right, there's no use in talking about AI and dismantling of syndicates. We need to clean up the top structure.
And of course, now talking about AI and then having highlighted the competency within the police force, then what are some of the concerns then that the committee has, especially with smart policing, using AI, using technology to combat crime?
Yeah, so again, I'm going to be very direct about it. I honestly believe that there's certain parts of the South African Police Service, whether it's specialized in terms of the Hawks and even elsewhere, where I honestly do believe it was deliberately ambushed or betrayed and positioned in a way that they would not be able to properly investigate certain kinds of corruption, certain types of crime. And therefore, we need to clean up there in order for that capacity to improve. If we look at crime intelligence as a policing environment at the moment, it really does not see any real success. Crime intelligence should be there to infiltrate certain crime bodies or organizations or syndicates. They've got a significant role to play to then analyze that information and give accurate information to whoever needs to investigate and take that matter further. That's not happening. We're not seeing any form of result with that. All the chaos regarding Secret Service funds and so on and so forth. So again, we can't use AI if we don't have the right person in the position. And the interesting thing is, over the last few weeks, we've seen a lot of disinformation going around about, the minister, and then about me, and then about the national commissioner, and so on. And from where I sit, I can care less who you're affiliated with politically when you're in the police. You need to be competent to do the job.
Of course.
And crime intelligence is a very good example where our entire division has been politically manipulated for so many years that now ultimately South Africans on ground level are bearing the brunt of the damage that was done, because while they're fighting for political association or affiliation, ordinary South Africans are getting hurt because of crime.
Now, Chair, of course, there have been reports about mass murders, and those have demanded the strengthening of police and its intelligence. I mean, in areas such as Lusikisiki, for example. How is the committee then ensuring that crime prevention continues, that it's sustainable, and not just you have a horde of crime prevention at the time when something is happening, and then right after it's been solved, almost like resources are pulled out and then crime continues? How's the committee committing itself to ensure that policing is sustainable and it continues?
Yes, I liked what you called it earlier. You spoke about smart policing. And that model that has been used, like the Lusikisiki model, is not sustainable. And it happens so often because something happens. It's like now, currently in Nyanga, there are challenges with regards to taxi violence. Then they send a whole lot of extra or additional uniform members. Situation stabilizes, they move away, and everything just continues unabated again. The only way to resolve that, apart from competent leadership, which is clearly lacking at the moment, we need to make sure that we have specialized capacity to deal with certain matters. And then on top of that, that integrated approach, you and I recently spoke about extortion, and it's the same thing, and Lusikisiki is actually a good example for that too. If we don't have, for example, the MPA and the police working towards the same target, then it's being counterproductive. The police try and fill the court roll, and the MPA tries to empty it. So just in terms of something that basic, we're being counterproductive. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if we don't have a specialized approach to really dismantle those syndicates, those extortion syndicates, if it's something like a mass shooting where it possibly is extortion related, if we don't approach that in a specialized way, we're not going to win. At the moment, we have this kind of mindset of, I like to call it transactional policing. We think once we've performed the arrest, we've resolved the problem. And we don't. We need to go and look at the problem as a whole, identify who the kingpins are, they need to be removed, and then we'll dismantle the rest. And even then, you need to go and determine what was the root cause and how do we stop that from happening again in the future.
Now, stepping away from that and focusing on gender-based violence, and of course the President mentioned it in his speech and made some commitments in that regard. Has the committee then received any reports in terms of any training that the police force is receiving, especially when it comes to dealing with cases of rape and GBV?
So, not much yet. Something that is very positive from the police minister's side is the idea of deploying social workers at police stations. I was encouraged over the last few weeks. I did a lot of unannounced visits to police stations and different units, and it was good to see that in the majority of cases, there were facilities where victims could be interviewed and worked with in a safe space. What the President said about victim-friendly services at all police stations is simply not the truth. That is not what South Africans experience, and I don't think the President is lying. I believe that management of SAPS gave the Minister and the President the wrong information. It's that simple. So it's simply not the truth. I think that over time, if the social work example by the Minister does realize, it will make a significant impact because police officers aren't trained to be social workers. It's unrealistic that police are now expected to patrol spaza shops. They have to patrol mine shafts. I mean, where do you draw the line? The police can't solve all the problems in South Africa. Social development needs to start stepping in and also fulfilling their mandate, because the police currently, it feels like they get the blame for everything that's wrong.
Of course. And I know that committees are planning to go on oversight visits very soon. What are some of the oversight visits that the Committee on Police has, and what is it that the committee will be looking out for?
So a big focus for us is obviously extortion. You know, we've been mandated by Parliament to zoom in on extortion.
Yes.
So obviously that will play a significant role. The Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal are two provinces that have been earmarked for specifically regarding extortion-related oversight. There'll be several dialogues as part of that. We have to do it in a way where community members aren't exposed to any risk if they do speak out, so we'll handle it accordingly. And then there'll be an increase in unannounced oversight too. And it's not a catching out exercise. The way that I speak with cops on the ground is to say that I'm not here to indicate what you've done wrong. I want to see what I can do to help the police officer have better surroundings to work in order for service delivery to improve. So we go look at little things, promotions. I mean, it's ridiculous that I've met so many sergeants over the last few weeks that have been in the same rank for over 20 years. How do you improve the morale of that police officer if something that simple cannot be done? Or detectives. I mean, we've got a massive shortage of close to 10,000 detectives in the country. And there's no incentive to be a detective because you're better paid and better looked after when you wear a uniform and not as a detective. Where historically, it used to be an incentive to become a detective. People looked forward to the day that they get noticed and that they say, would you like to become a detective? You know, it was almost a promotion.
Yes.
And unfortunately now it's the opposite.
Chair, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And of course, that was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Mr. Ian Cameron, providing insight on his thoughts on the President's State of the Nation address, the commitments, and together with the committee's mandate of holding the executive to account. Stay tuned. You're watching Parliament TV.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20. Bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policy-making, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Mhlekazi wami, into funeka siyithethe ebantwini. Umnumzana uRamaphosa isona yesten eyenza lena. kumnandi ukuza apha abantu banxibe kakuhle wonke umuntu athethe ngayo isona kodwa umbuzo ufuneka sizibuze wona ukuba ikwimpilo zabantu phaa ezilalini phaa nezilokishini abantu bangathathi ntweni ingaba usukela ngo-2018 umhlekazi wangena elawulweni. What has been the difference? Because we find that as a country we get to be excitable about small things, about little things. This is the 10th SONA has been presenting. But if you look at unemployment, poverty, crime, they ever been increasing. So for us as a party, we are not excited, we are not moved because the people of the country are condemned to lawlessness, to crime, to load shedding as we speak. So there's nothing to celebrate, there's nothing to take home about this particular SONA.
You're still tuned into Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408 and all Parliament platforms at Parliament of RSA on social media. Of course, we welcome back if you've just joined us, and this is the build-up show ahead of today's debate on the State of the Nation address. We've just had insightful conversations with the chairpersons of key parliamentary committees discussing government priorities outlined by the presidents last week.
Absolutely, Tsepo, and we've spoken to Mr. Jan Nodier de Villiers, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. We've also spoken to Mr. Frederick Barenhorst, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Infrastructure and Ministries in the Presidency. We've also spoken to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health, Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo. And just now, Tsepo spoke to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Mr. Ian Cameron, and each of them gave us a deeper understanding of the government's commitment in their various areas of responsibility, and more importantly, how Parliament intends to hold the executive to account. And Tsepo, we've just heard now Mr. Vuyo Zungula from the African Transformation Movement at the break, just also indicating there that this is not the first of the President's State of the Nation address, although it might be the first for the 7th administration under the Government of National Unity, sounding not happy at all with the presentation of the State of the Nation address. And as the debates are going on today, we're just going to wait to hear what he has to say in response to the President's State of the Nation address. And one of the key takeaways from our interview with Mr. John Nodier de Villiers was the emphasis on public sector professionalism and ethical governance. And the President outlined plans to strengthen the role of the Public Service Commission in appointing senior officials like Director Generals and CEOs of state-owned enterprises.
And of course, that speaks directly to Parliament's oversight role. The Portfolio Committee on Public Administration will need to monitor these appointments closely to ensure they truly reflect competence and integrity, especially given past governance failures in some key departments.
And what he had to outline also, Tsepa, was that I think he was just trying to be clear that Parliament's role is that of oversight, as they do not make these appointments, is that of making oversight. And if Parliament picks up any irregularities or, and then they would then refer those matters to the Public Service Commission, which will then investigate and then provide reports to Parliament. And let's not forget also the graduate recruitment scheme aimed at attracting young talent into the public service. A capable state needs new energy and expertise, and this initiative could be a game changer if implemented effectively.
And of course, I think throughout the discussions and even the reflections that we had last week, Thursday, there was a mix of reaction. Some members really thought that, look, the President's speech highlighted everything that needed to be highlighted, especially in terms of implementation. But some, just like Mr. Vuyo Zungula, felt like it was just a regurgitation of all the other SONA speeches. I've just had a conversation with Mr. Ian Cameron, who's the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, and he felt that these are all the things that the President has committed to before. What has he done now? What has been implemented? And what checkbox can we tick off that, yes, of course, this was done, and that is of concern to most members.
And I think that also leaves us with a lot of work as Parliament TV. As one of the one that can keep them oversight over even the portfolio committees of Parliament, to say, you were before us on this day and time, and these are some of the commitments that you made in order to hold the executive to account as per the government priorities are outlined by the president. So we're keeping watch to see whether all the commitments that were made in the State of the Nation address, that there will be proper oversight over from Parliament portfolio committees.
And a very insightful conversation with the chairperson of the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure. It was all about economic growth, infrastructure development, and SOE reforms. Now, the government is unlocking 100 billion rand in infrastructure financing and has committed over 940 billion in public spending on critical projects over the next 3 years.
That's right, and that discussion also touched on the revitalization of Eskom, Transnet, and other SOEs. And the biggest question remains, can these state-owned enterprises be repositioned to provide world-class services whilst ensuring efficiency and financial sustainability? Parliament will play a crucial role in ensuring that the reforms aren't just talk, but action, and I think it's safe to say that we'll see that role starting from the end of this month. There's a number of Parliament committees will be embarking on oversight visits to monitor the implementation of some of the projects that had been outlined by the President in the State of the Nation address of 2025 and also in previous State of the Nation addresses.
And in some of the conversations that we've had with the chairpersons, they've highlighted the importance of collaborating with the private sector, and of course private sector partnerships in energy, rail and ports don't compromise public ownership of critical infrastructure. Now, the Select Committee will need to carefully balance investment and public interest. Thembinkosi, it's a great conversation to have, and I'm intrigued by the fact that these are conversations that are happening online as well with ordinary South Africans that that live in these communities. And of course, this means that the stage has been set, and everybody will be able to judge whether the government is going to be able to implement the plans and strategies that the President outlined last week, Thursday.
And of course, we also have Parliament committees, as I've earlier alluded to keep oversight over the government. And one of the most pressing issues discussed was the healthcare, especially the rollout of the National Health Insurance. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health made it very clear that Parliament will closely monitor the NHI's implementation, ensuring proper funding, accountability, and quality healthcare delivery. And Seppo, yes, the President has outlined the building of new hospitals and the refurbishment that are going to be done to a number of hospitals. And I spoke about that with Dr. Lomo, and he said that as the Portfolio Committee on Health, they will have to ensure proper oversight on the refurbishment and the building of those new health facilities in order to ensure that South Africans receive proper healthcare services.
And of course, the potential funding shortfall for HIV and TB programs due to the United States' temporary suspension of funding. With the US covering 17% of South Africa's HIV response, the government must find alternative solutions to ensure continuity in treatment and prevention efforts.
Yes, and Parliament will have the opportunity to scrutinize budget allocations that the Minister of Finance will be presenting to Parliament on the 19th of February, and members will be able to then assess if the budget can sustain these critical health services and support any shortfall from the lack of funding. And of course, the Parliament TV will bring the sitting of next week, where the Minister will then table the budget for the financial year on Wednesday, the 19th of February.
And of course, the budget will be critical in the implementation of plans that were outlined in the address. And from what we've heard from the chairpersons, it is clear that Parliament's oversight role will be vital in ensuring that the commitments made in the State of the Nation address translate into real change for South Africans. Of course, this is a build-up to the debate of the State of the Nation address, which is scheduled to take place right now at 2 p.m.
And as we have mentioned, the State of the Nation address is government's opportunity to outline its programs for the coming year. Today's debate gives members of Parliament and the legislative sector collectively an opportunity to respond to the plan that is outlined, and undoubtedly today's debate will be quite robust. Let us have a look back at the President's remarks from last week and some reactions from political parties that were captured directly after the speech. Stay tuned.
We can take our seats. Order, honorable members. Mr. President, His Excellency Honorable Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Honorable Mashatile, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Togo Titiza, Honorable Members of Parliament, I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our guests in the gallery, which includes the former President, Mr. Zuma. Order, honorable members, order. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Can we please take our seats?
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Honorable members, I have received a copy of the President's address delivered at the joint sitting on the 6th of February 2025. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. I now call upon the Chief Whip of the ANC, Honorable Ntuli.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, President, Deputy President of the Republic, Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members. It is surely a great pleasure and a privilege to stand before this joint sitting of Parliament convened to debate the State of the Nation address delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa almost 7 days ago. On behalf of our movement, the African National Congress, I wish to convey my gratitude to President Ramaphosa for delivering a focused and directed State of the Nation address. Before engaging on the substance of the State of the Nation address, I wish to convey and to join my colleagues and honorable members of the National Assembly who participated in the debate yesterday to convey my heartfelt condolences to the families, the relatives, friends, and comrades of our departed soldiers. In this context, I would like to say our country is immensely proud of the heroic contribution our current and late members of the South African National Defence Force have displayed over the past 3 decades. On the same vein, we also send our prayers to those who sustained injuries during the engagement in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Madam Speaker, 2 days ago, as the chair of the NCOP has indicated, a great tragedy befell on the people of the Republic of Namibia, the SADC region, and the African continent in general, following the departure of the outstanding leader of our people, President Sam Nujoma. On this fateful day, the outgoing president of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency President Nangola, communicated the departure of President Nujoma and said, among other things, and I quote, "Our founding father lived a long and a consequential life, during which he exceptionally served the people of his beloved country. Our founding father heroically marshaled the Namibian people during the darkest hours of our liberation struggle until the attainment of freedom and independence." He went on to say he provided a maximum leadership to the nation and spared no effort to motivate each and every Namibian to build a country that will stand tall among the nations of the world. I must also, Madam Speaker, also quote the statement issued by our leader and the former President of the Republic of South Africa, President Thabo Mbeki, when he said, in his remarks, when he said, Sam Nujoma was the last living member of the remarkable generation of the African leaders. In the ranks of Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Oliver Tambo and Nelson Mandela of South Africa, Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Samora Machel of Mozambique, and of course, Andimba Toivo of Namibia. President Nujoma fought tirelessly for freedom, justice, and the inalienable right for African nations to determine their own destiny. Madam Speaker, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his first State of the Nation address, following the formation of the Government of National Unity, I couldn't help but so in my mind racing to the day in which this House debated his opening address to Parliament following the historic May 2024 national and provincial elections. On that day, some among us, particularly from the opposition parties of our Parliament, declared that it was just a matter of time before this government collapses. Some even went as far as predicting that within the 6 months there would be no government. Happily, we have lived to see this day and therefore can state without any equivocation that such a prediction was nothing but a wish being the father to the thought. Madam Speaker, this year we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the seminal document of our people, the Freedom Charter, by the Congress of the People. The evolution of our struggle over decades since the adoption of the Freedom Charter presented to the world and humanity in general the kind of South Africa we want, for which our forebears were prepared to die. We, the representatives of our people, as constituted in our sitting today by all spheres of our government, have an obligation to pursue all these objectives which remain central to the kind of society we seek to build. Last year, we celebrated the 30 years of our freedom. In terms of measuring the progress we have made towards the creation of a non-racial, non-sexist, equitable and prosperous society to which we remain committed, we made an observation that indeed we have a long way to go to eradicate the legacy of colonialism and apartheid. Given the important challenges we continue to face, the ANC steadfastly believes that these leadership echelons gathered here and representing all spheres of our government must continue to be driven by a sense of urgency in everything we do, responding to the plights of our people and black people in general, who continue to enjoy the hardships of the apartheid colonialism. It is in this context that, Comrade President, the masses of our people celebrated when, among other things, you signed into law the Bella Act, the NHI Act, as well as the Expropriation Act. These masses respected the fact that the continuing process of social and national emancipation to which we are subjected remains a contested terrain, where those who benefited from the exclusion will be hostile to any step taken towards redressing the imbalances of the past. Perhaps, and with the highest level of humility, let me also join to reiterate the point you made during the State of the Nation address, Comrade President, that in our quest to change the living conditions of our people, we will not be bullied. Madam Speaker, the National Liberation Movement understood then and even now that the process of social transformation is a complex undertaking, which at times will be marked by major contradictions between those who represent who represent change and those who seek to defend the status quo. The ANC manifesto, which constitutes a binding contract between the African National Congress and the people of South Africa, outlines 6 priorities. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to see that the State of the Nation address delivered by President Ramaphosa has effectively taken on board these and therefore now placed them as priorities of the democratic state. This Parliament will ensure that both the President and his government are accountable to the implementation of these priorities. Of greatest significance in this regard is the fact that the ANC, as the principal lead of the National Democratic Revolution, has an absolute and a binding obligation to defend the correctness of the policies, the policy perspective against our detractors, both domestically as well as internationally. Madam Speaker, almost 8 years ago in 2017, commenting on President Donald Trump's elections, one Dr. Shongwe in KwaZulu-Natal pointed to what he defined as a culture of narcissism. The African National Congress fully supports your decision, Comrade President, to have a delegation that will visit not only Washington but other capitals of the world to seek to persuade them into correctness of the position and the perspective of the African National Congress. And perhaps to qualify this point, let me quote what the President of the ANC, Nkosi Albert Luthuli, said, that if the Charter is examined, it will be seen that freedom means the opening of the opportunities to all South Africans to live full and abundant lives in terms of the country, the community, and individuals. Thank you very much.
The next speaker on the speakers list is the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Hlophe.
Thank you very much. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, thank you very much. We promised the nation that we will deliver our speech today as an opposition party, and we're about to do just that. We greet the leadership. We greet the leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe and the leadership and the members of the Progressive Caucus present here in Parliament. In all honesty, there is no need to dignify. In all honesty, there is no need to dignify the false and empty promises of President of the so-called Government of National Unity, because throughout his presidency, he has made many commitments and promises which were never fulfilled and will never be fulfilled. Allow us to greet and pay homage to the President of Umkhonto weSizwe, our Commander General, President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, uNxamalala. During his tenure as President,
Honorable Hlophe, can you please take your seat? Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, can you please take in charge of the House?
Can you be on your feet?
The Speaker is been drowning here.
Honorable Member, can you be on your feet? And on what point of order are you raising on? On what rule are you raising on?
Chair, the Speaker has been drowned, please.
Please take your seat, Honorable Member. Your order is not sustained. However, Honorable Member, I understand that there is echo in this House. Please, if we could try our level best to remain silent and allow the speakers to deliver their messages. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Hlophe.
Thank you very much. During his tenure as President and Head of State, President Zuma never told lies. He never claimed easy victories. President Zuma prioritized the work on the ground and delivered the services to our people. We take this opportunity as Umkhonto weSizwe.
Honorable Hlophe, Can you please take your seat? Honorable members, can we please allow the speaker on the podium to debate? Order, honorable members, can you please allow the speaker? Over to you, Honorable Club.
Thank you. We take this opportunity as Umkhonto weSizwe to state without any fear of doubt or contradictions by all measures and standards, President Jacob Zuma is the most successful president and head of state that South Africa has ever had. We are stating this fact not out of emotions or excitement, but through verified statistical data, which we will summarize in our input today. President Zuma's 9 years as head of state and president of our country was not just 9 wasted years, but was 9 years of progress defined by increasing life expectancy, access to education, and massive infrastructural programs. When President Zuma assumed office in 2009, South Africa's life expectancy was at 50 years, and throughout his leadership of South Africa as head of state, the life expectancy rose to more than 65 years, and that is a fact. Furthermore, there is no doubt that the rising life expectancy under President Zuma happened due to clear government interventions which included heightened provision of antiretroviral drugs to those infected with HIV and AIDS. The number of HIV and AIDS-related deaths decreased drastically under President Jacob Zuma, and that is a fact. President Jacob Zuma invested in education and is the only president since 1994 to build new universities in provinces that never had universities before. The University of Mpumalanga and Solplaatje University in the Northern Cape happened due to the leadership of President Zuma, and that is the legacy of 9 years of progress we are talking about. In relation to infrastructure, President Zuma is #1 when it comes to driving expenditure of education, health care, roads and transport and basic services of infrastructure than any other president in South Africa. It is a fact President Zuma built more hospitals, more roads, and more schools than any other head of state and president in South Africa. That is a fact. It was under President Zuma's presidency that the social protection net was expanded to reduce the devastating levels of poverty and suffering of our people. President Zuma increased the age categories of social grants recipients because he understood that people don't get richer when they get older. As the head of state and the president of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma openly advocated the expropriation of land without compensation. He was failed. President Zuma was failed by a reactionary and collaborationist parliamentary caucus which frustrated a solid and sound agreement amongst progressive parties to amend Section 25 of the Constitution. In response to Fees Must Fall movement, President Jacob Zuma introduced fee-free education at higher education level. This was frustrated, however, and reversed by the administration that took over after his removal from office. We can throw statistical data on all areas of human development and progress, and we will all come to the same conclusion that the vision held by President Zuma far exceeded the narrow political obsession and persecution which the establishment subjected him to. Because he foresaw and politically knew and understood that South Africa's development and growth path cannot and should not depend on the imperialist and neo-colonial West, President Zuma built far-reaching and sustainable partnerships with countries that have no colonial and neo-colonial aspirations over South Africa and the African continent. It was President Zuma who got South Africa admitted. Yes, it was President Zuma who got South Africa admitted into BRICS. That is Brazil, Russia, China, and South Africa in 2010. And many other countries have since then applied for membership of BRICS. Madam Chair, BRICS amounts to 31% of the global gross domestic product, 41% of the global population, and a significant voice in regional and global political economic affairs. The recent bullying tactics of the United States of America are a clarion call that South Africa should deepen the economic relationships with BRICS plus countries started by President Zuma. We now have in progress BRICS family. We have now, under the BRICS family, we have the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the United UAE, Islamic Republic of Iran, we have Argentina, we have Egypt, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who can be sustainable and dependable trading partners and not bullying of tankers of goods and services produced and made in South Africa. Those are dependable partners. While we expect President Desmond Trump, while we expect President Donald Trump to end the imperialist war of NATO in Russia and to dissociate from the neo-colonial and dishonest so-called green energy, from the so-called green energy transactions imposed on the developing world, we do not agree with him and his promotion of white supremacists who claim they are facing genocide in South Africa. While there is no genocide and there is no threat of genocide in South Africa, let's make that clear. There are, however, legitimate cries of historically and presently oppressed and excluded black majority who demand the return of the land and the wealth to the ownership and control of the people as a whole, and not the privileged few beneficiaries of apartheid and colonialism. That is our demand. Under the leadership of President Zuma, South Africa has since made significant strides in engaging with BRICS partners in an effort to challenge the dominance of the Western countries. Notably, the BRICS bloc has shown interest in creating alternative financial mechanisms, including a potential BRICS currency and multilateral payment systems. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, we have an obligation as South Africa to defend our sovereignty and territorial integrity, and in doing so, we should appreciate that our sovereignty as a nation should necessarily include the protection and sovereignty and the territorial integrity of all African countries. As we stated in the matter of urgent debate yesterday, South Africa should never surrender the Democratic Republic of Congo to the rebels because these rebels are funded by foreign role players, including the foreign governments and businesses which use rebels as conduits and militia to loot our natural endowments and wealth. If we run away and surrender DRC to the rebels, they will gain confidence and cause destabilization in the whole of East Africa, and then proceed to Southern Africa like they have already started in Mozambique. We cannot and should never surrender the Democratic Republic of Congo to these dogs. We cannot and should never surrender even 1 inch of Africa's land and wealth to these dogs. We have an elected government in the DRC, and those who seek political power should gain it through democratic means and with the support of the people and not through the barrel of the gun. Honorable Chairperson, the year 2030 is 5 years from now. 5 years from now, and according to the National Development Plan, which claim is the GNU strategic objective, by the year 2030, you should have achieved the following. 1, NDP Vision 2030 of the so-called GNU says that by year 2030, South Africa should have 6% unemployment rate. And currently unemployment rate at an expanded definition to include discouraged work seekers. It is sitting at the moment at 40% of the population. These are people who have the ability to work but cannot find the jobs. 2, the National Democratic Vision of 2030 of the so-called GNU says that by year 2030, South Africa should have no one living under the poverty line. And currently, more than 40% of South Africans are living under the poverty line. Thirdly, this is part of the vision of the GNU, that by 2030, the so-called Government of National Unity says that by 2030, South Africa should have reduced the highest levels of inequality, yet our country remains the most unequal society in the world. South Africa remains the most unequal society in the world. We now know that the objectives and goals of the National Democratic Vision 2030 will not be achieved because this so-called Government of National Unity is directionless and does not have a common vision or does not have a vision at all.
Honorable Shope, can you please take your seat? Honorable Mhauli.
Mhlauli. Thank you. This is Mhauli. I rise, Madam Chair, on Rule 68, which speaks to relevance and repetition. The speaker on the floor is not debating SONA, which is completely irrelevant to what the topic of discussion today is. Thank you.
Honorable members, once again, I want to make this appeal. Can you please avoid drowning the speakers or attempting to make a dialogue when the speaker is on the floor? Can we please be orderly? Honorable Mohaule, your point of order is not sustainable. Can we allow Honorable Shope to continue?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We now know that the objectives and goals of the NTP Vision 2030 will not be achieved because the so-called Government of National Unity is directionless and does not have a common vision or does not have a vision at all. Honorable Chairperson, The South African Reserve Bank, through the Prudential Authority, is in the process of closing down Ithala Bank, which is the only bank in South Africa started by and controlled by black people and has been at the center of serving our people. There are available solutions within the state, including through massive investment by the Public Investments Corporation to rescue and keep Ithala Bank fully operational and give it a banking license in terms of the Act. But the DA-ANC alliance government is allowing Ithala to be closed down in order to create space for the white-owned banks, in particular First National Bank. The Prudential Authority of the South African Reserve Bank continue to ignore the many bank violations of Capitec Bank, swept under the carpet the very fact that there is banking conglomeration in RMB, FNB, Discovery, and Green Road banks which are owned by the same people, yet it rushes to close down Ithala Bank. We want to assure the people of KwaZulu-Natal that when we take over the province of KwaZulu-Natal in particular, we will revive and strengthen Ithala Bank and restore it to its former glory and full operation. Meaningful economic participation by our people is not part of the NDP 2030 vision of the so-called GNU. Any self-respecting human being knows that South Africa will not achieve even half of the objectives and goals set in the NDP of the GNU because this GNU is full of self-contradictions and conflicts which will disrupt a clear development path to prosperity. The so-called GNU is nothing but a grand coalition of former liberators and historical but present oppressors. And the former liberators have joined the oppressors in the continued oppression of our people. While they travel in luxurious cars, the majority of the population's reality is one of catastrophic public transport that is akin to walking barefooted. This contradiction is starker in the light of the following. There is a widening fiscal gap in this country between the rich and the poor. It is now projected to exceed 5% of the GDP. B, there is a growing national debt expected to surpass 80% of the GDP by year 2026. A cause for concern. There is rising inflation and increased cost of living, forcing millions into deeper poverty as poor households are faced with disproportionate 11.3% increase in their food basket, pushing them deeper into poverty. South Africa remains the most unequal country in the world, with a Gini coefficient of 0.63. The inequality gap between the rich and the poor is growing wider every day. In 2024 alone, over 139,000 more people fell into the extreme poverty. Yet, despite previous commitments, the government has failed to introduce a basic income grant. The Social Relief of Distress, SRD grant, which provides critical relief to 8 million South Africans, remains uncertain and is likely to be ended in March this year. Informal settlements continue to grow, while state-funded housing projects still due to budget constraints that exist only on paper. Meanwhile, the rail system, a potential lifeline for working-class South Africans, remains broken, forcing reliance on expensive and unsafe alternatives. Government's failure to spend allocated funds is not just mismanagement. It is an active betrayal of our people. Over 90% of the municipalities are financially unsustainable and unable to meet their service delivery obligations. Water shortages and sewer spills have become a daily reality in many, many communities. Load shedding, now called load reduction, continues to cripple small businesses and the households of the poor, making economic recovery impossible. We as Umkhonto weSizwe are fully aware that instead of giving land to our people, the current government is cooperating with the white capitalist establishment to take away the land and natural resources of our people. Our Commander General, President Zuma, has had several engagements with Amakhosi from Richards Bay areas in Umhlathuze municipality in King Cetshwayo district of the KZN province. We are fully aware that the authorities, including the highest office in South Africa and the highest office in South African Police Service, have been threatening and intimidating Amakhosi from the area, intimidating them to accept a deal which will pillage and loot the natural resources and endowments of our people in the area. We take this opportunity to send a strong warning to the Richards Bay minerals owned by BHP Billiton and Rio Tinto that we as Umkhonto weSizwe, representing the majority of the people in Umhlathuze municipality, majority in King Cetshwayo district, and certainly a decisive majority of the people of KwaZulu-Natal province, we will not allow Rio Tinto and BHP Billiton to pillage and loot our natural resources. We will not allow that. In the next few weeks, we as members of Umkhonto weSizwe and the KZN members of the provincial legislature will be visiting Umhlathuze municipality in King Cetshwayo district of KwaZulu-Natal province to solidify our program and campaign against Rio Tinto and BHP Billiton. We will do that. We as Umkhonto weSizwe, we stand here on behalf of the people of South Africa, traditional and religious leaders, the unemployed millions of our people, the underpaid and exploited workers, the black professionals who suffer racist treatment in the workplace, the farm workers, and all the people who need a better future for our country, and state that Umkhonto weSizwe is the real alternative to current so-called government of national unity, which is nothing but an alliance between the DA and the African National Congress. The so-called government of national unity has exposed...
Honourable member, your time is up. Please take your seat.
No, how about... Okay.
Honourable members, please take your seat. I'm now calling the Minister of Agriculture, Honourable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, House Chairperson, Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. President, honourable members. South Africa is in a crisis. For 10 years, our population has grown faster than our economy, making us poorer. We have the highest unemployment rate on earth, and that has now been the case for decades. Violent crime still destroys the lives and livelihoods of our people at a terrible rate. 70 of our fellow countrymen and women are murdered every single day. Our education outcomes continue to steal our children's futures, and positive progress is slow. 8 months ago, the Democratic Alliance entered the Government of National Unity for 2 reasons. First, to prevent the MK from getting their hands back on the levers of power, where they would be able to loot another 4.9 trillion rand of our GDP and plunge our country into another 9 wasted years, where it wouldn't be the school children, it wouldn't be the poor that benefit, it would have been the same old elite that ate out of the trough of the public purse and have led our country to where it sits today. But we also joined the Government of National Unity. We joined the Government of National Unity so that we could play our part in helping to turn South Africa around, to turn the tide.
Honorable Steenhuisen, please take your seat. Honorable members, for the last time, once again, I'm pleading with you, don't drown the speaker on the floor. Over to you, Honorable Steenhuisen.
We joined the Government of National Unity to turn our country around so we can finally turn our back on the looting, the corruption and maladministration that typified the 9 wasted years under President Jacob Zuma. But we also joined to be part of the growth and jobs agenda and to make sure that we confront the crises that face us. The truth is, we've persisted for far too long with policies that fail South Africa. State monopolies being bailed out over and over again. Excessive regulation that makes it harder for businesses to grow. Empowerment policies that benefited the few and not the many. And a tariff regime that pushes up prices with no benefit, even to the companies that those tariffs are meant to protect. And underpinning that, a thorough-growing lack of accountability, where those responsible can sit in the gallery of Parliament watching our proceedings instead of behind bars where they belong. Worse still, in the face of this crisis, we've yet to respond with the urgency and determination to make a clean break from the past and to set forth boldly on a new path of success. And now, having made ourselves weak over those 9 wasted years, we confront a new threat: US tariff barriers, potential threat of AGOA, and possibly even sanctions by a regime driven by an administration that will put America's interests ahead of ours. And make no mistake about that. And so what do? When a country faces a crisis, it needs to unite and navigate the threat. And that is what we must do now. And the GNU must practice what it preaches. And that is why, in a variety of portfolios, we've taken a decision to focus like a laser beam on growth and jobs. And that was what the President set out in the SONA. I was in Ceres yesterday to mark the first shipment of South African apples to Thailand in 16 years. Just one example of how this government is opening up new markets for our agricultural products. Solly Malatsi's ministers on a mission to get fast, reliable broadband into the hands of millions of people in rural areas. Dr. Schreiber opening South Africa to skills and to tourists. Minister McPherson fast-forwarding infrastructure projects. Honourable Minister Garube focusing on long-term education excellence through a strategic reorientation. And Minister George ensuring regulations to enable sustainable growth. We need to approach our trading partners now and seek to
Honourable
lower...
Steenhuisen, please take your seat. Honourable Member.
Will John Steenhuisen take a question?
Honourable Steenhuisen, can you take a question?
No, I wasted 9 years listening to this stuff in the House
He doesn't
under
want
his
to
previous
take a
leader.
question. Please sit down, member. You can proceed, Honourable Steenhuisen.
We must turbocharge Operation Vulindlela. We must take up the World Bank's offer of a government-wide regulatory review. We must bring down the costs of living for our consumers. We must allow equity alternatives to ownership requirements in every sector. And we must make the bold decisions that are required to get our country moving forward. But there's one more thing we must do. There's one more thing we must do. And that is remember that South Africa cannot succeed unless everybody in South Africa succeeds, and I mean everybody, no exceptions. And that means we must redress the wrongs of the past, but we must do so in a way that grows employment and grows our economy. It makes no sense, for instance, that 30 years of transformation has occurred alongside a 50% increase in unemployment. We cannot redress the past by compromising the present or sacrificing the future. We must ensure that we respect cultural and language rights, which exist precisely because South Africa is a diverse and divided country. And we must ensure that every single South African feels safe in their homes and at their place of work. And that includes our farmers and farm workers. The dismantling of the rural safety units was a catastrophic mistake, and it opened the door to a collapse of rural policing and the targeting of our farmers and farm workers of all races by violent criminals and syndicates. Just this weekend, I was in Tabanchu, in Vicksburg, and other parts of the Free State, with commercial farmers and small-scale black farmers, to listen to their heartbreaking stories about how they fear for their families' lives, and they are preyed upon almost monthly by syndicates of stock thieves who destroy their opportunity to grow their businesses. Cases get opened but are never investigated. They know who is responsible but cannot secure arrests or convictions. This situation cannot go unaddressed. And as a result, in my capacity as Minister of Agriculture, I'm announcing that we're going to work with the sector to design a comprehensive plan to combat farm murders, stock theft, and improve rural safety. I look forward to collaborating with the Minister of Police and the entire Justice and Security cluster to bring an end to the scourge once and for all. Madam Speaker, we live in times of both great hope but also great fear. It is time for us as leaders, the people of this House, to lead by example. We should seek to unite, not to divide. We should seek to build, Mr. President, not to break. We should choose to reflect the best of ourselves and banish the worst. Madam Speaker, we must recognize the moment that we find ourselves in for what it is, a moment of great danger for the people of South Africa. For if they fall prey to the historic revisionism that we've just heard from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition, they could lull themselves into some complacency that somehow things were better when those policies and persons were in charge. Nobody took more advantage of the people of South Africa than the leader of Umkhonto we Sizwe, even using their money to build his own house while people lived in poverty. And we must reject the revisionism, because had we had that 4.9 trillion rand that was stolen under Mr. Zuma, we would have schools that were working, clinics that were functioning, police and nurses on the streets, and South Africa would be a better place. But never you mind, Mr. President. It's up to us now to pick up the baton and to take this country forward. But it means that we need to do whatever we can to turn the economy around. The time for a break with failed policies is now. The time for a new approach
Honourable Minister,
is now.
your time is up.
Now is the
You
time.
can take your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Please take your seats. I'm now calling the next speaker, Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. We want to make it very clear that we should not be confused with a generation of cowards who can be bullied by imperial forces and power-hungry individuals intoxicated by the wealth of apartheid. The United States of America has bullied nations before and imposed senseless and arbitrary sanctions and threatened wars. But we are a different generation. We are a generation of economic freedom fighters and will not be bullied, Mr. President. We agree with you, President, that we should not be bullied. We stand on the shoulders of the giants who confronted the establishment with their very lives, and we are willing to follow in their footsteps. We are not cowards, and they must not try us. Chair, President Cyril Ramaphosa stood before a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday last week, addressing South Africans and the world to deliver his 8th State of the Nation address. Yet he spoke as if it were his first ever SONA. There was no sense of accountability, no meaningful reporting, and no acknowledgement of the economic crisis facing our people. The President did not tell us what happened to the National Development Plan. He did not say whether it is still the guiding policy of South Africa, nor did he acknowledge that the country has been governed without any clear, practical, and guiding policy. Today, we have the medium-term development plan, but its direction and impact remain unclear, just another failed NDP. In reality, the neoliberal right-wing coalition has no credible economic plan. There is no clear strategy to create jobs while more than 12 million people remain unemployed. The economy is stagnant, and these are undeniable facts. We are facing a crisis as a nation. The crisis of high food prices, the crisis of unaffordable transport costs, the crisis of soaring petrol prices, the crisis of gender-based violence and femicide, and the collapse of the National Gender-Based Violence Command Center without an explanation. The crisis of water shortage in Mzinyati, Skukuni, and many other parts of Gauteng. It's a serious crisis. The crisis of inadequate housing in Alexander, Umlazi, and Kailicha. The crisis of collapsed municipalities that lack the capacity to deliver basic services. These are the crises the President inherited when he was elected President of the Republic of South Africa on 15 February 2018. In 2018, you said you will focus on rebuilding, yet things only got worse for our people. In 2019, you said to Mamina, the nation sent you, but to this day, we don't know what you went and did after you were too much. It was in 2019 when you stood before South Africa after asking us to send you, and you promised the nation speed trains and a smart city. You asked us to imagine a country where bullet trains pass through Johannesburg as they travel from here to Musina, and they stop in Buffalo City on their way from eThekwini back here in Cape Town. You said to us, the time has arrived to build a new smart city founded on the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. We sent you to fulfill these dreams of yours. And 6 years later, you have not returned with a speed train or a smart city, and your term of office is slowly nearing an end. You said 2020 will be the year of tackling state capture and ensuring accountability. Yet not a single person has been arrested despite the 1 billion spent on the Zondo Commission report. In 2021, you declared it the year of recovery. Yet South Africa's economy deteriorated further, with economic growth falling below 1%, except for the brief rebound following the reopening of the COVID-19, which collapsed almost immediately. In 2022, you claimed you will address governance failures, yet corruption became one of the biggest issues under your leadership. And that corruption has found its way now into the judiciary. We never had crisis of corruption in the judiciary. It only started with you when you sealed the CR17 documents in court. We listened to you in 2023 when you called on the nation to work together, yet it was your own political party, the former liberation movement, that continued to deploy incompetent comrades to municipalities, boards of state-owned enterprises, provincial departments, and national government. And when you tried to tell us the story of Tintswalo in 2024, we told you right there and then that you were talking about a Tintswalo who does not exist. The real Tintswalo was born in a shack, raped at the age of 6, dropped out of school before reaching grade 7, and was murdered while looking for a job. That's the Tintswalo we know. And now, this year, you tell us that you will not be bullied. We agree with you that we must not be bullied, but you fail to tell us what you are going to do about it. It is not enough to simply say you will not be bullied. You must tell us what action you will take. When you respond on Thursday, we expect you to provide real, detailed response to Donald Trump. But we know that the 940 billion infrastructure plan is yet another empty promise. We know that 375 billion allocated to SOEs, which still do not have a clear reindustrialization strategy, is a waste of money. We know that the corporate approach and strategy for Transnet, the unbundling of Eskom, and the so-called modernization of ports and airports are all just privatization in disguise. President, we know that blended finance will become another looting scheme when students here at CPUT are sleeping outside at this very moment due to lack of housing. But as economic freedom fighters, we have adopted the theme of the year of picket lines. We are going back to the streets, we are reclaiming our identity, and we want to reunite with our people. We'll go to the streets to demand water for our people, to demand the speedy allocation of housing, to demand the eradication of pit toilets, and to fight for service delivery. We are taking our picket lines to the National Treasury and the Reserve Bank to demand nationalization and the transformation of the economy. We will picket outside correctional facilities to demand an end to overcrowding and syndicates within prison that control crime in the outside world. And we will demand the expulsion of private companies such as G4S, which has links to Israel and runs a prison in Mangaung. We continue to stand with the people of Palestine who remain under siege. We agree as the National Assembly that the Israeli embassy must be closed. Yet their flag continues to fly in our country, while Palestinians are threatened with mass deportation to foreign lands. We support the government's case in the International Court of Justice, and we must remain resolute in the face of sanctions and sponsored attacks. And importantly, we must oppose the colonization of Gaza by the USA. Justice and freedom for Palestine one day the people of Palestine will know the true meaning of freedom. Mr. President, we are not being attacked by Trump administration because you did anything wrong. They are attacking us because of our stand on Israel. They are attacking us because of the action the government has taken to ICJ. And we are saying to you, do not be misled by people who are saying you are under siege because of expropriation, which is meaningless act. That act does not say anything, and they all understand that language. They are using it to fight our case against Israel. And when you say they cannot bully us, you must start by removing the Israeli embassy to show them that will not be bullied. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order. Honorable the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises. Order, honorable members. Honorable members of the EFF, can you please take your seats? Order, honorable members. Order. We do appreciate that members, for whatever reason, they would like to applaud their speakers, their leaders. However, we need to be considerate when a speaker has been called on the podium, so that in future we do not find ourselves having to raise points of order when others do the same. I really appeal that we desist from doing so henceforth. Minister.
Honorable Speaker, last week His Excellency President Ramaphosa stressed that our most urgent task is to grow the economy above 3% so that we can build a dynamic and thriving economy that creates opportunities for the historically marginalized and generates new jobs. The National Democratic Society that we envision must be founded on a dynamic and inclusive economy that reflects the country's natural endowments and the innovation of its people. It must harness cutting-edge technology, labor-absorbing industrial development, a thriving small businesses and cooperative sector, and efficient production and management systems to promote national prosperity. This requires unlocking the full potential of all citizens, dismantling racial and gender-based barriers to ownership, and ensuring equitable access to economic opportunities. Mr. President, I would like to say up front that the issues of economic transformation in a comprehensive sense should be at the heart of the national dialogue, which government will convene soon. There is no way we can achieve the national consensus with an economy that excludes the majority. The social contract that we want to craft should contribute towards reconstructing our economy to achieve more growth, jobs, and inclusion. This is more urgent for communities in the township and rural areas, especially for youth and women. Our G20 theme of fostering solidarity, equality, and sustainable development is in line with our goals of achieving inclusive and sustainable development. It also reflects our deepest values to promote international cooperation, interdependence, and collaboration, something we need desperately in the times we live in. We have cultivated these values domestically in how we govern, how we forge consensus with varied stakeholders, and how we work together to meet difficult socio-economic challenges. With our leadership at the G20, the future looks most promising, honorable members. I would like to remind all of us of the Freedom Charter, which envisioned a country of brothers and sisters, black and white, living in a world where they all thrive economically and live in peace. Honorable Speaker, the President outlined 5 main ways to get to our 3% growth challenges that we have set for the nation through the SONA. There are several ways to get significantly more people economically active. Through the industrial policy that is being finalized by Minister Dau, we will enhance our efforts to support employment-intensive industrialization, public employment initiatives, especially those with pathways to upskilling and sustainable livelihoods. We are placing MSMEs at the center. We draw valuable lessons from the experience of other developing countries across the world. We welcome the announcement that over the next 3 years, this administration will spend 940 billion rands on infrastructure projects. We eagerly await the finalization of the regulations under the Public Procurement Act that will drive transformation, foster the emergence of new players in our economy, and enable effective participation of small enterprises. To ensure increased access to funding, the President announced the Innovation Fund and the Transformation Fund, which is worth 20 billion rands a year over the next 5 years. These funds will act as a catalyst to attract other funds and disperse more funding support to MSMEs. In the 6th administration, we dispersed over 4.1 billion on business development support, over 9.4 billion rands on financial support. The National Empowerment Fund has dispersed over 10 billion rands. To support innovation, we have dispersed over 1 billion rands through the Department of Science and Innovation. We are convinced that working with DTIC through the Transformation Fund, we will double these efforts in the coming financial year. Our partnership with the JSE is reaping results, with 15 high-potential CEDA-supported MSMEs that have increased their revenue by 22% and an additional 122 million rands that they pocketed. We continue to provide a range of instruments on wholesale finance, direct loans, blended finance, working capital and grants to various categories of the MSMEs and cooperatives. Some of those that we offer, we do so in partnership with financial institutions like the banks, where our credit guarantee and supplier guarantee products are working very well, leveraging R6.25 in financing for every rand that we guarantee. Our efforts on digitalizing systems at CIFA will accelerate turnaround times and improve accountability to applicants. Our Township and Rural Enterprise Program applications will now be processed within 7 days, and the purchase order financing in 4 days. Through the small enterprise ecosystem, we have agreed on a stretch target of creating 1 million MSMEs by 2030, new MSMEs, and this will give us a total of 3.7 million jobs that our country so needs. We're currently undertaking industry engagements across various sectors to better understand trade and market demand pathways. Accordingly, we have engaged the automotive, wine and fishing industries, while in the coming weeks we'll be extending these engagements to the agricultural sector, the build industry, energy, petroleum and oil, sport and arts industries, amongst others. We have accordingly looked at the skills gaps within the MSME ecosystem, and to this end, we will be engaging the deans of commerce across the country to ensure that their curriculum respond effectively. This will give a clearer indication of the sectors and industries where there is most potential for MSME growth. Honorable members, our people in the rural and townships have been complaining about being excluded in their economy. We are finalizing the township economy and rural development plan, which will be presented to Cabinet, and in it will be ensuring that we build infrastructure for businesses in the townships. For us, land redistribution is the fundamental pillar of this transformation that we're talking about. Sustainable land reform must be supported by policies that equip small-scale and emerging farmers with the resources and skills needed for success. Economic transformation also requires a competitive and efficient market, free from the monopolistic constraints of colonial capitalism. For these goals to be achieved, the state must play a strategic role, including through directing resources towards boosting the township and rural economies. It is in line with this argument that we support the signed Land Expropriation Act and the Transformation Fund that the President has announced. Honorable Chair, we will ensure that we defend the gains of our freedom and democracy that works for the majority of South Africans, and therefore deliver on the aspirations of the Freedom Charter as detailed in our strategy and tactics. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Shabisa.
His Excellency, the President, honorable members and honorable Speaker, the IFP entered the 2024 elections on a mission to rebuild South Africa. We knew that 2024 will be the most crucial elections since the dawn of democracy. We entered the 2024 elections determined to put South Africa first and to bring integrity back to government. And at the heart of this vision is the government that works for its people. The GNU must therefore be applauded, for it is committed to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state comprising of ethical, skilled, and properly qualified public servants. Honorable President, I agree with you. Municipalities must work. Basic services must be delivered and delivered efficiently. At the heart of the crisis is the resources constraint of many municipalities. The current funding model for local government is unsustainable and perpetuates inequality between the rich and the poor. The new funding model is a must, one that considers each municipality's unique needs and challenges and provide a more equitable distribution of resources. Honorable President, you called for an updated white paper on local government. COGTA is already leading the reform of the 1998 white paper. Indeed, the White Paper Political Oversight Committee is already meeting next week. This presents an opportunity to rethink the funding model for municipalities. In March 2026, we will table in Cabinet an updated white paper on local government that will be responsive to the real challenges and propose solutions to make the local government work. Honorable President, the GNU will ensure that the commitments you made to the nation do not become empty promises, but a lived reality. We are encouraged that during SONA, you acknowledge the constructive and important role that traditional leaders can play in improving services to our people. For decades, the IFP has been proclaiming the critical role of traditional leaders in promoting development and stability in our communities. Hey, there's something which is disturbing here.
I'm sorry, can the service officers just check what's disturbing the minister?
Yeah, and I've removed it, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for assisting.
We know the importance of partnering with traditional leaders to deliver services and promote development. Therefore, Honorable President, the traditional leaders must be properly supported and capacitated. The focus on new infrastructure development is also welcome, but it must be accompanied by maintaining and upgrading the existing infrastructure. To rebuild South Africa, we need to rebuild our education system, rebuild our healthcare system, and rebuild our economy. The IFP fully supports the principle of universal access to healthcare. Our concern, Honorable President, is the feasibility and affordability of the NHI in its current form. The government, therefore, must prioritize strengthening the existing public healthcare system, which is plagued by inefficiencies and shortages of equipment and medical personnel. The IFP proposes a more incremental approach to implementing the NHI, prioritizing strengthening the existing healthcare system and piloting new models of care. We also emphasize the need for greater transparency and accountability in managing NHI funds to to arrest corruption and ensure that resources are properly used. We welcome the government's commitment to creating jobs and stimulating economic growth. We look forward to the implementation of the medium-term development plan, particularly in relation to the 3 strategic priorities of driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty, and tackling the high cost of living. Honorable Speaker, the unfolding drama and the international diplomatic fallout around the Expropriation Act is deeply concerning. We condemn those who spread misinformation and work against our collective national interest to rebuild South Africa. Together with the nation, Honorable Speaker, I honor our fallen soldiers who bravely fought for peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Their selfless sacrifice will never be forgotten. The IFP supports initiatives to restore peace across the continent, knowing that peace and stability are essential for economic development, social justice, and human dignity. Abrupt withdrawal will not be in the interest of the continent. South Africa's presidency of the G20 is a significant milestone for Africa. As a nation, we must showcase our talents, abilities, and potential to unlock the economic opportunities that will enable us to address pressing domestic challenges. Let me reiterate the IFP's resolute support of the GNU and the GPUs and their vision of healing wounds of the past while working for a brighter future for all of us. Honorable President, on behalf of the IFP, I want to applaud and urge your continued support, together with the Minister of Finance, to the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable A.T. Ntuli, in the fight against the liquidation of Ithala Bank. Ithala Bank remains the legacy of the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi and the economic backbone and pride of the African people, individuals, and business people. On 24 February will be a day of great march in KwaZulu-Natal, as we will take the fight to the street to fight against the liquidation of Ithala Bank. Honorable President, the IFP will be counted amongst the nation builders, not the breakers, the doers, not just the dreamers, the workers, not just the armchair critics. We stand ready to rebuild South Africa. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I would now like to call upon the Honorable Premier of the Northwest.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, members of the National Assembly, and permanent members to the NCOP, Bagaetsho dumelang. Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to pass my sincere condolences to the family of Lance Bombardier Itumeleng McDonald Moreo of the Bate village in Mahikeng, who is amongst the 14 members of the South African National Defence Force who were killed in the Eastern DRC. We join the cries of many of our people in the country and the rest of the continent to demand that the African Union not relent in the 2063 commitment to silence the guns on our beloved continent. Honorable members, as we mark the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the Freedom Charter, we need to remind ourselves of the objectives we set ourselves in the National Development Plan. We said we want to build a more prosperous country that is progressively eradicating poverty and inequality over time. We also said we want to eliminate the effects of apartheid and colonial discrimination that has scarred our society in order to lay the basis for greater social cohesion, unity, and opportunity. Honorable President, the Northwest is arguably the richest province in South Africa, yet has the highest unemployment rate in the country. Experts and academics, they call it a paradox of the plenty. Therefore, something drastic needs to be done to turn the tide against this socio-economic conundrum. Honorable President, we welcome the process to review of the white paper on local government. The Northwest Executive Council is the first to be consulted and will be submitting our proposals in due course. It is our wish that this process, President, not to be rushed, but to allow for a broad and extensive relook into our governance model and design. This will enable us to learn from the mistakes of local government since its inception. The Northwest Province supports the position adopted by SALGA that the funding model of local government be prioritized and run parallel with the white paper review process. We are also of the view, President, that a broader conversation is needed to include overall public sector funding review, which includes equitable funding to provinces. A holistic funding review process should, in our view, include an in-depth scrutiny of the division of revenue model to determine whether its current form is it assisting poor provinces to address the socio-economic needs of the people. The Northwest is of the firm view that the current equitable share allocation model should be centered on addressing developmental challenges confronting provinces based on their needs and developmental agenda and not the population. This should be done, President, however, without compromising the unitary nature of our fiscal framework. Honorable Speaker, we are, however, hard at work to improve the functionality and the service delivery performance of our local municipalities through the local government turnaround strategy. We are collaborating, Madam Speaker, with the National Treasury through mandatory interventions to assist municipalities with financial recovery plans, governance, and skills audit. There is progress, Madam Speaker, but still a lot has to be done. During the State of Local Government in the North Province, we agreed that as we do our analysis, we still have to improve the manner in which we are doing our intervention. Honorable Speaker, we have increased the tempo in the province of what is called Accelerated Service Delivery Program. We call it Tuntsale Road, now reloaded. We are prioritizing our rural communities. This has given us a chance, Madam Speaker, to strengthen and solidify our relations with our traditional leaders by prioritizing water, sanitation, and road infrastructure projects in those rural communities. Close to 150 million rand has been set aside to implement water and sanitation projects in villages like Budibe, Ramosadi, Signal Hill, Dinokana and Lobate, among others. We put also aside 485 million rand committed to do a construction of a pipeline from Bloemhof Dam to Mamusa local municipality. This project is due to be completed in June this year and will alleviate water provisioning challenges in the Swaziland and the surrounding areas. In November last year, we handed over 96 million rand bulk water and reticulation plant at Rika Karatlile, near Stella in the Naledi local municipalities. Several projects of similar kind are being implemented in various parts of the province. Honorable Speaker, the Northwest is on the move. We have laid the foundation for most of the ambitious plans for the future of the province. We have recently completed the Provincial Growth and Developmental Strategy, and it will be implemented in full swing in the 25-26 financial year. The strategy is beginning to yield results in that in December last year, we opened a newly refurbished 200 million gold processing plant in Orkney in the city of Matosani local municipality. This forms part of a 2 billion investment by the China Africa Precious Metals, which created about 4,000 jobs in that municipality. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, we recently met the newly appointed Group Chief Executive Officer of Harmony Gold, Mr. Bayer Snell, and his group executive on the sideline of Africa Mining Industry. The mining company has invested over 7 billion rand at its operation in the city of Matosani local municipality, preserving over 6,000 jobs and extending the lifespan of a mine by more than 15 years. Several more investment projects are in the pipeline, following our investment conferences we held last year, including our visit to China in the province of Henan and South Korea. Madam Speaker, agriculture remains an important sector in helping the province to drive its developmental agenda. We have set aside 36 million rand to support the red meat production program targeted at over 7,000 beneficiaries in the province. We will be working with Agri Northwest to support us in terms of mentorship programs to assist in particular emerging African farmers. Honorable President, in the past 2 weeks, I handed over 2 newly built houses to a 70-year-old Sarah Khahudi as one of the beneficiaries in Mamusa local municipality. This forms part of our 3,000 housing units plan for the financial year, with a total of 2,000 units delivered to beneficiaries in the third quarter. Madam Speaker, we also constructed 4 strategic roads projects.
Honorable Premier, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much. We are done.
I noted that there are a lot of members who have made a pass into the local government sphere, and as he was speaking about the local government strategy on both sides of the House, I saw people nodding or listening carefully. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Nyalo ngitawucela lilunga lelihloniphekile make Mathope atokhuluma nathi kulendlu lunga lelihloniphekile. Ningamphazamisi kakhulu nina bekunene uyaqala nje ukukhuluma kulendlu. Ngeje naye ke anganisukeli ukude ningamcali. Niphathane kahle nje nonke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, honorable members and fellow South Africans. I would like to convey my condolences to the families of the 14 fallen heroes in the DRC. Sithi Phephi, alihlanga lingahlanga. I want to thank the President for the well-constructed SONA speech. Mr. President, millions of South Africans eagerly watch. Now there's a great expectation on the delivery of your address. One of the promises is the 200 billion awarded to the Transformation Fund to support small and predominantly black businesses. It is my heartfelt wish that the black-owned businesses include colored and Indian South Africans as well, because history have learned that these groups were marginalized and had very little or no sharing in benefiting from funds such as these. Mr. President, thank you for sharing that 60% of South Africans are getting social or government support. However, it is concerning that because this is an indication that unemployment is high and proper job creation opportunities for all South Africans are in high demand irrespective of their race. Honorable President, it really is encouraging to hear that government prioritized 940 billion for infrastructure development, of which 375 billion will be awarded to state-owned enterprises for upgrading of their infrastructure. Can we please guard against corruption to prevent another state capture saga? Head of State, I am very glad to hear that PRASA will extend its network. But can you please address those who manage our public transport not to neglect our assets and left it in ruins? It is an eyesore to drive every day past the Cape Town station and to see so many train compartments in ruin. Mr. President, we will keep you to account on the promises you bring. We will keep you to account on the promise you bring rail, roads, and ports to international standards. Mr. President, you mentioned that you want South Africa to be a global leader in commercial cultivation of hemp and cannabis. Can I ask that of the land you intend to expropriate, that you consider using this land to accommodate these commodities and upskill unemployed youth and women to proudly manage these projects? Tlhokomela setjhaba sa heso, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I clearly heard you say that we will not be bullied. And we all know that you were...
Honorable Member, your time is up. Ungqongqoshe we-Correctional Services siyacela ze ngaphambili umnumzana uGroenewald.
Geachte Speaker, die slagspreuk van die Vryheidsfront Plus verlede jaar was kom ons herstel en bou. Let us restore and rebuild South Africa. The preamble of the Constitution determines that we respect those who worked to build and develop our country. And we believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. The ANC's Freedom Charter goes even further, saying, belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Now, Honourable Speaker, I want to put it very clearly that the Afrikaner is part of that diversity. And we want to build South Africa. En laat ons met mekaar eerlik wees. President Trump het die kollig geplaas op die Afrikaner in Suid-Afrika. Ek sê vir hom dankie, want ons is deel van Suid-Afrika. En ja, as daar mense is wat die land wil verlaat, dis hulle vrye keuse. Die Vryheidsfront Plus sal nie voorskriftelik wees nie. Maar agbare president, ek is hier om te bly. We are here to restore and rebuild. And if we want to solve the problems of South Africa, we must also look into the inconvenient truth of what is happening in South Africa. And part of that is land reform. In my limited time, I will focus on that. And it brings me to the Expropriation Act. And I want to put it very clearly that it is not true that expropriation without compensation will solve the land issue. What are the facts? If you go and look at the annual reports of the department, and if you look at the restitution, there were about 80,000 claims in terms of the restitution to address the unjust of the 1913 Land Acts. Of those claimants, 94%, and it's in the annual report, didn't want the land, they wanted the compensation. If we go to land redistribution, it is in the annual reports that 80% of the projects were failures. So to say that expropriation without compensation will solve the land issue and land reform is just not true. But what is happening in South Africa? And if I give you these examples of what is happening, we must remember one thing, that with social media, everything you put, whether it's on X or Facebook or whatever platform, it is for the world to see. And I want to refer specifically to the illegal, can I say, the invasion and occupation of land. Olivenhoutbosch was one example, where people just illegally invade the land. I want to give you another example. There is a farmer farming near Wepener, and there came a farmer with his cattle. He cut the fences, and he is occupying that land. He went to the police.
Order, Honorable Groenewald, can you take your seat? Honorable members, we can converse without drowning the speaker. We can hurtle again without drowning the speaker or using our hands to make our statements. I would really appeal that we allow the speaker to present his statement. Honorable Groenewald, you can proceed.
He went to the police asking protection, but they refused. As we speak now, there is illegal land occupation at Stilfontein. There's a court order instructing the police to prevent it, but they do nothing. And that's the problem. If the police does not act, they're part of the executive. And then it can be said, but you are complicit to this illegal land evasion and occupation. Therefore, Honorable President, if we talk and we say we want to solve the problems, these issues must be addressed. The Afrikaner always contributed, whether you like it or not. They were part of those we say we respect, who worked to build and develop our country. We can only succeed to ensure that we are successful if we address our problems and we look each other in the eye and put the inconvenient truth on the table. We must ensure that we make South Africa so prosperous that people don't want to leave South Africa to go to other countries. But then, ons moet dan vir mekaar sê, erken die regte van die Afrikaner. Ons wil hard werk om 'n toekoms te skep vir onsself, vir ons kinders en die toekoms
your time is up.
vir almal in Suid-Afrika. I thank you.
Honorable Chauke.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker and members of this august House and fellow South Africans. Today we are gathered here as we debate on the state of the nation that was presented by our President, Comrade Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. We reflect on the history and the participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the dispensation of our democracy. We look at how we seek to achieve economic inclusion and transformation. We seek to achieve an equitable and more just society for all. As we observe 70 years of the Freedom Charter, it says, the people shall share in the wealth of their country. The wealth cannot be equally distributed and shared without the empowerment of the most marginalized. There are policies, legislations that seek to empower young people, persons with disabilities, and women, but yet systematic barriers still persist. Now, President, in your presidential speech, you indicated that you would then be strategically deploying various representatives and officials across the globe, representing South Africa for best practices, and also to find investment that will then be injected into South Africa. We're saying, as part of those deployments, Siti Tumatina, do not forget persons with disabilities. Do not forget women in these deployments. Do not forget young people who are the future of this country. Now we look and observe the legislations and policies that we have adopted in this very House that seek to empower the most vulnerable and the most marginalized. We've got the triple BEE, and yet there are still systematic disparities that persist. We want to ensure that those who are previously disadvantaged and were marginalized from participating in the economy of this country are included, integrated, and are able to effectively contribute towards the development and the growth of the economy. We've got the Public Procurement Act that seeks to ensure that persons with disabilities, women, youth have a fair opportunity to become part of the procurement system, ecosystem, but yet systematic barriers persist. President and fellow members, it is important for us to ensure that these legislations just do not exist in paper and in writing, but they must realize their full potential. We must ensure that when we speak about the Equity Act that seeks to ensure that women, youth, persons with disabilities previously disadvantaged and excluded must have employment. There must be adequate treatment. This must be realized, but through adequate funding. Policies can no longer be developed without adequate funding that is set aside to ensure the successful implementation of these policies. If we do not do this, we fear and we will face failure going forward. And we will continue with the same cycle. Now, President, we know that South Africa is recognized and known for developing the most progressive and inclusive policies and legislative frameworks. And our biggest challenge, and we all are aware of it, South Africans and members of this august House, is the implementation of the lack of funding around it. It is our time now, as South Africa, we have claimed political power. We are liberated. Now we seek economic liberation and empowerment for all South Africans. It can no longer be that you've got people with disabilities who are reliant on the social grant. It cannot be that we've got young people, young graduates, who are unable to find employment. The public sector, along with the private sector, needs to play an integral and impartial role in ensuring that young people, persons with disabilities, women are able to participate and have equal access. It cannot be that we are not fast-tracking the implementation of the BIG, Basic Income Grant, that seeks to leverage those who are previously disadvantaged households. It cannot be that we are delaying with the implementation of the Bill on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that seeks to enforce the laws that protect and promote the lives of persons with disabilities. We've got the Gender-Based Violence Commission that seeks empowerment funding and support. It must be very clear that gender-based violence will not only be solved through commissions, through council, but would require each and every single citizen to fully participate in this effort. But government, private sector, we all have a role. Now, fellow members of this House, I repeat again, the important role that is played by the private sector. We can no longer let the private sector get away with murder. We can no longer let the private sector not participate in the contribution of this economy and ensuring opportunities for the most vulnerable. We must ensure that even us at a government level, we are meeting the requirements, there is consequence management and accountability. Transparency for us to regain the trust of our people, to restore the dignity of our South African people. We must ensure that we are relevant and we are leading on the global stage. We must ensure that we stand in solidarity in ensuring that we are able to trade with our African brothers and sisters. We cannot do it alone, but in solidarity, it is possible. Economic empowerment is not just a luxury. It's a basic necessity and a human right. Every single South African deserves and shall be economically liberated and empowered. And this can only be done through reinforcing our policies, our legislation, and having an adequate oversight over those.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Trollip.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable President, it's time for South Africans to be South African and to honour and respect the preamble of the Constitution and the Constitution itself. This is no time for ethnic and cultural individuality, no time for racial polarisation or talk of secession. We cannot afford a race war, and we cannot allow those who foment this here and abroad to incite us. You said we won't be bullied. Thereafter, President Trump issued an ill-informed executive order, fueled by divisive narratives designed to fracture us. This should have reminded us all that we do not live in splendid global isolation. The backpedaling in the face of Trump's executive order and the looming threat of AGOA's revocation has been remarkable. It reminds me of the popular acronym FAFO. Be careful of what you wish for. The truth is, for years we've been bullied. Our BRICS partners dictate who may and may not visit our country, such as the Dalai Lama, and who we can and cannot engage with, such as the Taiwanese government. You have chosen friends that are pariah nations, that are neither democratic nor uphold human rights, nations at war with their own people through repressive regimes. Conversely, we treat democratic nations, our major trading partners, with disdain and insult. Let it be known that the racist rhetoric so freely bandied about in this Parliament and on party rally stages by the likes of the ANC, the EFF and MKP has grave consequences for us as a nation. Your ANC sins are catching up with you. You have prostituted yourselves to the highest bidders who grease your party wheels with no regard for the consequences. The New World Order sees which side you have picked, and now the chickens are coming home to roost. Javier Milei was unambiguous about this at Davos. Mr. President, your lip service to fighting corruption while promoting and protecting cadres who have failed at local government level, who've been implicated and convicted of egregious corruption and tender fraud, undermines our international reputation. This severely limits our ability to attract foreign direct investment to grow our anemic economy. We have a new generation, a new government, in words, not in deed. There's an interesting article about the changing of the guard in the United States entitled Overrides. It focuses on the dismantling of an entrenched and manifestly corrupt order. It is clear that there's been no override or dismantling of our entrenched corrupt order, as your SONA speech was as delusional, out of touch and fanciful as ever. Mr. President, you displayed dystopian disconnection, and I'm not surprised because your ministers do it every day. Minister Mantashe said, Sizabakupa, when we asked him, when are you going to deal with the Lily Mine victims? It's now been 9 years. We hear that Vantage is going to open the mine, not a word about the Lily Mine victims. Your police minister informs you that every police station has a victim-friendly service center. They don't. Just ask every single GBV victim who has to go to a police center to report a rape what it feels like. Your Minister of Home Affairs claims to be eradicating backlogs, yet his department cannot resolve a case I've referred to him of 2 South Africans awaiting passports abroad for more than a year. It's easier for illegal immigrants to infiltrate Home Affairs and bribe their way to obtaining documents that give them access to South African Social Security and other citizenship privileges that our citizens don't have. No, sir, the situation is actually dystopian. Apart from watching some GNU parties clapping like seals during your address and listening to their valiant attempts at endorsing your commentary, the rest of the country is not convinced.
Order, honorable members. Let's allow Honorable Modise to make his presentation.
Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, His Excellency, President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, honorable members, people of South Africa, Sanbonani. Chairperson of the session, I have said this before, and I hope I'm going to say it for the last time here today, that if you take a clown and you put it in the kingdom, the clown does not become the king, but the kingdom becomes a clown, or a rather circus. What we have been subjected to for the past 24 minutes by the Honorable Judge Hlophe is below par. They should have given it to Member Mkitama. He will have done something with that debate. Now I understand why Judge Hlophe will have said, because clearly there's nothing there. Chairperson, as a way of introduction, let me first pass my greetings and my respect to the following women who had a profound impact on my political life. Unfortunately, all of them have since passed away. I'm referring to Teresa Ramashamula, Bavelile Hlongwa, Thembi Mnguni, Khumo Ndlovu, Sandra Baloyi, Lindila Sindwa, Elizabeth Letanta, Alina Rantsolase, Tlo Mujela, Phumla Stokwe, Nonozi Mdlalose, and Thuli Nkabinde Khawe. The African National Congress welcomes and supports the State of the Nation address as tabled last week. We particularly welcome the elevation of water and sanitation sector as a key pillar of service delivery and economic development for the ANC-led GNU. Commitments to the Freedom Charter and the Constitution have driven the ANC government's effort to ensure universal access to safe, clean and drinking water and proper sanitation services. Over the couple of years, we have seen the ANC continued commitment manifesting itself in infrastructure. In his maiden State of the Nation address in 2018, President Ramaphosa announced the establishment of the Infrastructure Fund, which was subsequently established in August of 2020 to drive the infrastructure development across the country. As you have mentioned, the President, 23 billion has been secured to date for 7 large water infrastructure projects through the Infrastructure Fund. The financial support is critical for ensuring long-term sustainability of this project. Madam Chair, Bishop Ramila of St. Paul African Anglican Church in Moletsane, Soweto, and a CEO of DDK Merchandising in Rosebank shared with me his views on the SONA, and amongst many things he said, I quote, President Ramaphosa delivered a more detailed than usual State of the Nation address, tackling some of the most pressing challenges. His speech focused on the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and equality, emphasizing that low economic growth remains a significant barrier to the meaningful change, close quote. The government, under the leadership of the ANC, has made significant strides in accessing and resolving water challenges in our country. Amongst the key recent developments is the Giyani Water Project in Limpopo, where the Department of Water and Sanitation has managed to complete the first phase of the project, which is compromised the regulation of water to 24 villages in the Mopani District Municipality, improving the lives of thousands of the citizens. In Hammanskraal, Gauteng, Woiwo is here to agree, the Department of Water and Sanitation, working with the Magalies Water and Tshwane Metro Municipality, have restored the water supply, and today, residents of Hammanskraal have safe drinking water in their taps. This is after the successful completion of phase 1 of the Hammanskraal Water Project. We agree with President Ramaphosa that the water sector needs to be reformed to ensure reliable, sustainable water provision in the country. In this regard, the ANC-led government has prioritized fixing the functionality of water service authorities to deliver on their mandate and provide proper funding for water infrastructure maintenance. The African National Congress supports the Ministry of Water and Sanitation's plan to encourage water boards to take a more active role. This means they will have to provide technical support to local government and manage water projects, ensuring that water service authorities can deliver water and sanitation service effectively. Furthermore, the African National Congress welcomes the President Ramaphosa's announcement committing his government to work with municipalities to establish a professionally managed, well-financed, modern, and fit-for-purpose local government system that is capable of delivering its mandate, among others, the provision of safe, clean drinking water and proper sanitation services. Chairperson, Ms. Lindiwe Kanyai, founder of On Shelf and Beyond, a black-owned female company, says on the State of the Nation, and I quote, I was truly encouraged by President Ramaphosa's speech and his reaffirmation of government commitment to economic transformation. We are ready to collaborate with government to help shape and execute solutions that will transform their lives and uplift our communities, close quote. The water and sanitation sector is ready to play its part in addressing the lack of technical skills within most of the water service authorities. For instance, Rainwater is currently expanding the scope of the Rainwater Academy, which was established in 2012, to now develop technical skills much needed to address South African water challenges. Chairperson, the ANC-led GNU is committed to ensuring much needed attention and increased investment in sanitation, not only in ending sewer spillages, but most importantly, in protecting the dignity of vulnerable in our society. Already, the Department of Water and Sanitation has issued for public comment proposed amendments to the National Water Act and the National Water Services Act, where it said that the bucket system should be outlawed and that there should be no municipality to ever provide the bucket system as a temporary measure, even in informal settlements. Provisions are already existing to increase the investment in sanitation through the Green Fund by the Department of Environmental Affairs as administered by the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Chairperson, as I conclude, please allow me to express my gratitude to the ANC-led government commitment to resolving the issue of inadequate water financing, which has currently hindered the provision of water and sanitation services to communities. President Ramaphosa has asserted during the State of the Nation that his government is committed to developing innovative ways of funding infrastructure. Among the innovative ways, the ANC has proposed ring-fencing of traditional funding, the use of traditional grants, blended finance, private sector partnership, and encouraging departments and local municipalities to access blue and green bonds. If this is a coincidence, Chairperson, then it's a very bad coincidence, because this chap is known to have played a key role in collapsing of Vendor Building Society, otherwise known as VBS. And in August of 2024, He then moved to KwaZulu-Natal, and suddenly Italy is experiencing problems. I don't know if this is a coincidence. As the African National Congress, we are convinced that all above measures will enhance the national government support for water authorities, and by implementing innovative financing mechanism to address water challenges, we can ensure access to an efficient provision for water and sanitation. Therefore, we call on all municipalities, water boards and communities to work together in advancing security in the country. As President Ramaphosa has said, we as South Africa need to work together to confront our country's challenges and build a nation that works for all its people. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The whips of all parties have consulted among each other and agreed that we will now take a break, comfort break for 30 minutes. The reason for that is that we don't have enough ablution facilities, and that is why we're giving 30 minutes to all of you. The bells will be rung at 4:30 to allow all of us to come back. The House is adjourned. Sorry, the business of the day is suspended for a while, not adjourned. So you are not going home.
uvele nje Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, please be seated. Honourable members, we will now proceed with the debate. Please take your seats, and could we have order? I now invite the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Reflecting on the impact of what I prefer to call the populist ultra-nationalist policies of the United States of America during President Trump's first term in office, The Economist magazine posed a fundamental question in April 2017 as to whether China was challenging the US for global leadership. They put it as follows. I quote, "The two countries are looking in opposite directions. America away from shouldering global responsibilities, China towards it. And they are reappraising their positions in different ways. Here, like the China administration, the Trump administration is dashing from one policy to the next, sometimes contradicting itself and willing to box any rival it sees, whether perceived or real, I might add. China, tortoise-like, is extending its head cautiously beyond its carapace, taking slow and painstaking steps towards global leadership," end quote. This statement, as you know, President, is as true today as it was when made 7 years ago. Honorable President, President Trump's recent executive actions, predicated as they are on misinformation and unfounded rumors, require us to assess our position in the world, to deepen political and trade relationships with countries who endeavor to shoulder more global responsibilities. To this end, we should reorient our trade priorities towards BRICS countries, who constitute approximately 50% of the global population, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. We should also use the upcoming G20 summit to advance Africa's interests in global trade and the development of an equitable global order. In this regard, President, I appeal to you to conduct sober and holistic appraisals of our involvement in the DRC and other continental obligations. While talking about the DRC, I must hasten to add that I found the warmongering that took place in the debate here yesterday deeply repulsive. It is easy for politicians to irresponsibly call for war from the comfort of their fancy offices in Parliament, when in fact the consequences of war are too ghastly to contemplate. Borrowing again the metaphor of a tortoise, President, we should continue, despite pressure from the US, to extend our heads cautiously beyond our carapace, taking slow and considered steps in support of the struggle of the people of Palestine in their effort to disentangle themselves from a comprehensive web of oppressive entanglements. Honorable President, as you indicated in your speech, the empowerment of women, youth, and people with disabilities is of paramount importance. It is therefore unpardonable that 30 years into our democracy, coming from one of these groups, vulnerable groups, serves as a fixed impediment to individual success. In fact, for many of these vulnerable groups, rising above one station is an enterprise for only those most courageous and ambitious. The commendable opening of new ports in other provinces, together with the focus of the Secretariat of the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement on guided trade initiatives for businesses of women, youth, and people with disabilities, should help us to create access to markets for businesses of the marginalized groups. In addition, the proposed change in the funding model for municipalities presents an opportunity for rural municipalities which currently have no revenue-raising capacity to use increased budget allocation to resuscitate their failing economies and to support businesses of marginalized groups. However, President, strict measures should be taken to ensure that the restructuring of the funding model for municipalities does not end up in an exercise where we rob Peter to pay Paul. President, while we accept the importance of social
Honourable
grants,
Kwankwa, your time has expired.
Diabulel, I thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Boshoff.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. President, members of the House. We meet today in the wake of the President's State of the Nation address, an occasion intended to offer direction and hope. Yet how can we speak of hope when the President again proposes a questionable policy that undermines economic growth, discourages investment, and exacerbates already high levels of unemployment? Minister Tar's unilateral announcement of the 100 billion transformational fund is not just a bad policy, it is significant concern for democratic processes, an attack on our economy, and a direct threat to fairness, accountability, and the rule of law. This fund was never approved by Cabinet. It was never debated within the GNU. It was never subjected to the due processes that govern major financial policy decisions. Instead, it was unilaterally declared as though the ANC still governs alone. Let me make it abundantly clear, they do not. This government is a GNU and not an ANC dictatorship. The days of steamrolling over South Africa's economy and institutions for the benefit of a few elected elite are over. Years of poor economic policies, crippling corruption, and rampant crime has resulted in a stagnating economy and gradually, over the last 3 decades, took the voters away 20% of their support. And despite this, the ANC went ahead and pushed through NHI, Bella Bill, and the EWC under guise of caring. But in effect, all 3 acts do nothing for the economic growth or creating jobs, and each of them limits individual freedom. Speaking to you, sir, read the headlines, ANC. Your policies are not working, and that's why the voters are rejecting you. The ANC did not give us the GNU. The voters did. They rejected ANC policy. They rejected race-based legislation. I must, however, stress the need for transformation is not up for a debate. It is a necessity. This means the means by which we achieve it.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. I recognise the Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. My apologies for doing that to our member, but the member is being drowned out from here where we sit. Can you please ask that the members afford the necessary respect to her? Thank you.
Honourable Members, we have made the request earlier this afternoon as well. Please keep down the comments and the heckling so that everyone, even at the back, can hear the Speaker. Honourable Boshoff, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. However, the means by which we achieve it must be legally sound, economically viable, and transparent. This fund, in its current form, fails on all 3 counts. We have seen this exact playbook before, at Eskom, at Prasa, in PPE scandals, and the billions looted during the state.
Honourable Boshoff, please take your seats. Honourable Dugmore. Please try another microphone.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to ask if the honourable member is prepared to take a question and explain, is she in Zilla's caucus or in John Steenhuisen's caucus? Will she take that question?
Honourable Boshoff, are you prepared to take a question?
Do not entertain silly questions.
Please
South
proceed.
African businesses are already struggling due to unreliable power supply and unreliable water supply, a failing infrastructure, a punishing tax regime and policy uncertainty, which is driving investors away. And this fund will only worsen it. The National Empowerment Fund, which is expected to administer this fund, has faced ongoing scrutiny for governance inefficiencies and financial mismanagement. Without strong oversight mechanisms in place, 100 billion in public and private sector contributions could easily become a bottomless pit, failing to deliver meaningful economic transformation while again enriching a select few. We advocate for transparent governance that ensures all public funds are managed through National Treasury and not the questionable NEF. The DA has exposed the full extent of this disaster. My colleague Toby Chance has done hard work in Parliament to reveal the fund's lack of consultation, financial irregularities and unconstitutional design. Agbare President, daar is klinkbare bewyse dat ekonomiese beleide wat rasgebaseerde kriteria nastreef, daar gestel is om net die elite bevoordeel en moet onmiddellik geskraap word en vervang word met meriete gebaseerde behoeftegedrewe bemagtiging. Finish en klaar. Across every sector, from small business owners to major corporations and foreign investors, there is widespread rejection to this plan. En die publiek, agbare president, hulle sien reg deur julle. Na jare van korrupsie, van staatskaping tot plundering van die COVID-hulp, weet Suid-Afrikaners presies wat gebeur as die ANC hulle hande op die 100 miljard gaan kry. Dit gaan nie na transformasie lei nie. Dit gaan in die sakke van die gekoppeldes verbind is. Ons sal dit nie toelaat dat transformasie as 'n verskoning vir plundering gebruik word nie. Honourable members, there is an alternative to this slush fund. The Democratic Alliance's Economic Justice Policy. Go and read it. This offers a transformation model that is transparent, accountable, and driven by economic growth. This policy speaks to enterprise-driven transformation, empowering small and medium businesses through incentives and investment-friendly policies, skills development, and not forced racial quotas. The reason for a GNU is to find the best policies from each member party and implement them well. In conclusion, Honourable President, if you believe in fairness, accountability, and economic growth, I say this: reconsider this brewing mistake. Fight for real transformation and economic growth for all South Africans, not only the politically connected few. Scupper this impending disaster of a fund and listen to South Africans. Jobs and growth are what they need, not repackaged policy failures. We are committed to ensuring that this policy does not proceed in its current form. I thank you.
Honourable the Minister of Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, Honourable President, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable members, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to partake in this important debate following a historic and a groundbreaking State of the Nation address. Honourable President, today's debate coincides with the 35 years release of Madiba from prison. President, you provided, like a statesman, a true statesman, a formalistic, succinct speech befitting of who you are. It's a pity that some had very little of it. We accept even that the ANC gains of governance are now personalized today. In some of the years, they belong to one person alone. Honourable Boshoff, transformation cannot only be determined by you. We will determine it jointly, and the Transformation Fund will go on. If there's nothing that you hate and hate more, it's transformation, and you don't want to see it. Honorable Trump, wherever he sits, has invited you to come and be with him. Go, that's the country that does not need transformation. We need transformation. Honorable Trolley, delusional is you. The president is not delusional. You remain out of the XNSA, out of the GNU, because your friends put you into a minshot, bakushiyulele upemile. Honorable Groenewald, I was born in Petal, the only farming town. The only thing we do in Petal until today is farming. It went to an extent of killing people and putting them underground. The reason why farmers survived before CASP and are still surviving today, it is because of the funds that they were getting annual. Black people and black farmers are successful. Maybe what you should be suggesting is we need to give them more money annually for all those institutional programs to succeed. They are not failures. Honorable Malima, you read part of what President Cyril Ramaphosa said. Let me remind you one thing he said, for example, in the 2024 SONA. He said he will introduce the finance-linked individual subsidy program, which was knownly FLIPS at the time. Today we call it First Home Finances. And as we speak, families between 3,500 and 22,000, 5,082 of them are first-time homeowners assisted by the government of Cyril Ramaphosa after they've been neglected by commercial banks. In the year 2024-25, Honorable President, we are intending to upgrade that program and touch the lives of black people to 140,000. We are partnering with all the Phison Connects Corporation. We are now taking this area to rural areas, this program rather. And we would like to thank the National House of Traditional Leaders, eThekwini eNanda, and the local municipalities, Umlamuli, are already giving us traditional land where we'll finance our black people in rural areas to be first-time homeowners. You spoke about a distribution of land here. We are participating in student accommodation here in the city of Cape Town. Our kids were doing yesterday. But we have already approved 2 settlements of ensuring that student accommodation happens, one in Pela and one in Palo. About 927. Now let me remind you, Democratic Alliance. You only build when there's a constitutional court outcome. I will give you the statistics of how correctly and goodly are you failing to provide human safety. Bendilindel.
Honourable member at the podium, please take your seat.
Deputy
Honourable
Speaker,
member.
this person is speaking like she's in a coffee shop. We're not in a coffee shop here. Please.
Honourable
Whatever
member.
she drank, she can't bring it here.
Honourable
I can
member.
smell it from here. Please.
Honourable member.
We're not in a
please
shopee
withdraw
here.
that.
Please, man.
Honourable member at the podium, please proceed.
Honorable Pambo, try better. Usemfana omncane kakhulu. Practice politics uzawuza next year. They will give you the stage next year. Not now. Awuna podium, uyingane encane. So listen to me as I deal with how the Democratic Alliance is failing to demarcate land. The Bronwell Court outcome at the Constitutional Court just 2 weeks ago show who you are. Forced evictions, taking people out of the community settlements in town, throwing them to 30 kilometers away. Is that the first court outcome? No. The commando outcome, housing, also Constitutional Court. Hambani ganise a transformation fund to the Constitutional Court, nizawustall. Because constitution can only be determined by you. As I'm about to conclude, I would like to ground off how you do not spent. In 2023 and 2024, Western Cape is Nambamsila. We took back 250 million, which you couldn't spend, and you should have built houses at Danon every December. In our housing development grant, as we speak, you are at 41%, you are likely to lose over 300 million. Go and house people correctly. In the informal settlement grant, you are at 20%. Again, you are going to send money back. Where are the provinces? Limpopo, 64%, KZN, 86%. A national refund where you took back 222 million still screams at you. There's no time to waste. South African wants us to fundamentally change, and we will never be dictated by those who think change can only be determined by them. Yes, I had a coffee shop because Ramaphosa had no finance scheme then. So apply and go depend.
I now invite the Honourable Zibi. Order, members. Order, members. Honourable members, I have already called the next speaker. Order. Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to talk about domestic issues, given the importance of the issues we have to deal with domestically. But we are living in strange times. The U.S. Embassy in South Africa has issued a statement that they are closely monitoring land and farm seizures in South Africa and remain committed to fair and just resolutions. This is obviously untrue. It's a lie, as are many statements the second Trump administration makes about other countries and agencies of the U.S. government itself, such as USAID. These untruths have led to decisions affecting 17% of our HIV/AIDS funding and 15,000 jobs in the related sector. So these are not for casual observation, but deadly serious for us and other developing nations. This is an administration that engages in acts of bullying, such as the use of tariffs and other punishments our international partners like Canada, Mexico, and China have had to endure just in the last 2 weeks alone. We are not exempt from this new dystopian world. The U.S. is one of our largest trading partners, and so this affects the state of our nation in the immediate future. In 2024, we exported 157 billion rand in goods and services to the U.S., while importing just over 120 billion. Mineral product and chemical imports from the U.S. into South Africa amounted to 35 billion, while we exported over 20 billion rand of the same. Exports of vehicles, aircraft, and the like amounted to 35 billion. There are tens of thousands of jobs involved and many more livelihoods. We are joined at the hip, but this deep relationship is about to undergo serious strain, with potentially devastating consequences for South Africa's economy and jobs. Mr. President, we must not be caught napping. It is only a matter of time before we are removed from the AGOA arrangement, and God knows what other consequence. Now is the time to build export and foreign exchange earning streams and to guard jealously trade and other relationships we already have elsewhere in the world. We must act with urgency and speed while being calm and considered in how we respond to a clearly irrational administration across the Atlantic. After all, it is this new government, rather than the American people in general, that want to break apart an enduring relationship built over the decades. Mr. President, we must also consider what is going on in this proper context. There is a concerted effort to undermine democracy, democratic accountability, and an inclusive, equitable world. Social media platforms are being used by that former South African and others to undermine democracy internationally by spreading dangerous misinformation. The truth and accuracy of information are fundamental blocks of democracy, and they are being taken apart daily here in the US and elsewhere. These tech companies no longer do any fact-checking, with dangerous consequences. National consensus on key policy matters is not possible when millions exist in an imaginary universe, such as they are creating. We must use statute and regulation to force them to do fact-checking here or stay out of our country. I am sorry that these previously unimportant matters are coming to the fore on an occasion like this, but complacency is too expensive. What we see unfolding in the US is proof of that. We must act now to protect our economic interest, internal stability, and democracy in general. I also wish to say to those who want to use the opportunity presented by a racist right-wing government in the US to create further problems for us here in South Africa, these are people who do not care about you. They only care about their domestic agenda. We must focus on fixing our own country and building the society we all deserve. I thank you.
Honourable the Minister of Home Affairs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, digital transformation provides our country with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leapfrog into the future. While countries like Brazil, India, and Estonia have long embraced digitalization to overcome their problems, South Africa has continued to use manual, paper-based systems dating from the previous century and allowed digital platforms that do exist to decay. The Democratic Alliance therefore welcomes the President's embrace of digital transformation in his State of the Nation address. But this must include urgent regulatory reform to the monopoly held by the state information technology, which suffocates technological innovation. If this can be achieved, then the President's announcement indeed creates an opportunity for our country to not only leapfrog into the digital age, but also to harness digital transformation to achieve the apex priority of the Government of National Unity, which is to grow the economy and create jobs. This is our opportunity to re-engineer government itself, where the paperwork, the queues, and the fraud is replaced by secure online systems available at a touch, as the President aptly put it. At the heart of achieving all of this sits Home Affairs. The key to digitalizing government is the creation of a user-friendly digital identity system that is biometrically secured against fraud. Honourable members, just think about the possibilities. A secure digital ID for every person can eliminate fraudulent payments of social grants and NSFAS funding, make identity theft a thing of the past, create a secure digital wallet for IDs, passports, driver's licenses, educational certificates, and other official documents, and enhance the power of the South African passport. Madam Deputy Speaker, these changes will not happen overnight, but we are working flat out to enable all of this through our vision to deliver Home Affairs at home. In terms of this vision, and in addition to building the first components for digital ID, over the next 12 months, the Department of Home Affairs, the Border Management Authority, and Government Printing Works will collectively pursue the following priority reforms. Firstly, and for the first time, we will introduce the option to have IDs and passports securely delivered to the doorsteps of our clients in the same way that banks already deliver debit and credit cards. Secondly, we will engage with banks and retailers to dramatically expand the successful pilot project that delivers Home Affairs services in some bank branches. This project works, but has been limited to only 30 branches for the past decade. I now want to expand it to hundreds or even 1,000 bank branches to enhance access and inclusion and ensure that South Africans in both urban and rural areas can visit their local bank branch to get a new ID or passport. Thirdly, also as part of expanding access and inclusion, we are working to ensure that every person who is legally entitled to a smart ID is able to get one by fixing the IT block that currently still forces naturalized citizens and permanent residents to use the less secure green ID books. And finally, as the President announced, we want to introduce an electronic travel authorization system to begin automating the visa process through machine learning and AI. At the heart of these reforms is a mindset shift that recognizes that data is the currency of the future and that it is the individual that owns their own data. After all, it is your ID, your passport, and your child's birth certificate. This means that the job of government is not to act as a centralized gatekeeper. Instead, just like the job of a bank is to secure your savings while still granting you access to your own money, Home Affairs is the custodian of data, and our job is to ensure decentralized, secure, and efficient access for our clients to their own data. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge that South Africans are tired of empty promises. That is why I conclude my remarks today with an announcement that shows how Home Affairs under the GNU is indeed turning words into action. Bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., our brand new digital portal for the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme will go live. Through this portal, vetted tour operators will immediately be able to submit group visa applications to bring many more tourists from India and China to visit beautiful South Africa. This process has been digitalized from beginning to end, and tourists will no longer fill out a single form or stand in a single queue. To illustrate the scale of the change, before TTOS was created, there were only 2 South African missions in China and only 2 missions in India to cater to the needs of the 2.8 billion people living in those 2 countries, many of whom want to come to South Africa as tourists. Going forward, tour operators will submit an online group application and receive the outcome of their application digitally within just 3 days. Importantly, this new system was built in-house by harnessing the talent of the young people on Home Affairs' own software development team. I hope that in with a matter of weeks, Minister Patricia de Lille and I will be able to welcome the first airplane full of tourists who would otherwise not have come to spend their money in South Africa. This is Home Affairs demonstrating the power of digital transformation to create jobs. Our commitment is to delivering dignity for all, both by giving people access to services and by driving job creation through visa reform, because nothing on earth delivers dignity like a job. Thank you.
Honourable the Premier of Mpumalanga.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thanks for your time. Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Tokodi Diza, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, it is an honor for me to participate in this very important SONA debate. Greetings to the President, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, Deputy President, Honourable Mashatile, and all members of both the National Assembly and the NCOP. I speak on behalf of the approximately 4 million children who are raised by their grandparents in South Africa. Most of them qualify for child support grants, of which Mpumalanga has 1,210,000. These children receive free basic health care. They are enrolled in 1,487 no-fee schools. 1 million learners in Mpumalanga benefit from the National School Nutrition Program. 73,723 learners are ferried to 353 schools daily through the Scholar Transport Program. It doesn't end there, Madam Speaker. This government then pays the tertiary education through NSFAS. We thank you, Honourable President, and your government for coming up with all these initiatives that aim to better the lives of our children in South Africa. You promise, Comrade President, to enact the Bella Act, Expropriation Act, and NHI, and you have done it. We have no doubt that the basic income grant will be implemented. Madam Speaker, we concur with His Excellency President Ramaphosa's most urgent task to grow our economy so that we can create jobs, reduce poverty, and improve the lives of all South Africans. In Mpumalanga, we have since funded 238 youth-owned enterprises at the tune of 258 million through the Premier's Youth Development Fund, an initiative aimed at empowering the youth, women, and disabled people. The province planned to launch the Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market by April 2025. We are engaging with international partners, including Oman and China, to build trading relations and explore markets for agricultural products. On operationalization, 156 jobs will be created on the market floor. A total of 150,000 subsistence farmers and small-scale farmers will have access to trade their products. We are also expecting to create an additional 105,000 jobs at the farm level. A total of 1,600 SMEs, 4 per ward, will be supported to start their own businesses that will trade their products with the market. We aim to increase the tourism industry's contribution to our GDP from 5.8% to 8%. The province plans to increase public and private infrastructure investment through key tourism infrastructure programs like the development of cable car in Maripskop Mountain, Here's a View Waves, the Babaton Makonja World Heritage Site, and many others. The introduction of this new product in the market will increase our market value from 21.6% to over 25% and become the lead province on international arrivals. 23.2% of Mpumalanga's GDP comes from mining, in the main coal mining. Mpumalanga depends heavily on coal as a source of economic value, employment, and energy. Coal is critical in our strategy to drive both economic growth and development in our province. And to achieve our economic growth target of 3%, as announced by the President in his SONA, we support just energy transitions, and there are several projects that are implemented in the province, like the Seriti investment on Mbila Emoyeni wind farm, energy which will create 600 new permanent jobs. But we also support a research on carbon capture, which is being explored in its viability towards mitigating carbon emissions in the region. We invite mining companies that stand to benefit from this research to assist in funding this initiative in the spirit of DDM in Mpumalanga. Kubunyal Tulu, Madam Speaker. Infrastructure development is linked to human development and job creation. We have a date with the President to come and open the state-of-the-art Middelburg Hospital. We are constructing Maplaneng Hospital, Rob Ferreira Radiation Oncology Center, which will enable the province to completely treat cancer patients than relying on Gauteng. The province is making strides towards the successful implementation of the NHI. 287 out of 292 clinics have achieved ideal clinic status, meeting national healthcare standard. 160 clinics meet all required health regulation and are fully certified by the Office of Health Standard and Compliance. Madam Speaker and Chairperson, we are the third best province in the country whose learners have entered grade 10 and completed grade 12 in record time. We have now completed the building of 7 boarding schools which enroll 6,438 learners from farm schools in our 3 district municipalities. We have finalized the planning of the school for the deaf, and the building will commence in the next financial year. Our goal is to have at least 75% of our road network attaining minimum classification of good by 2031. Former President Thabo Mbeki once said, "Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience. Our strength as a people is not tested during the best of times. We support you, Mr. President, and appreciate your commitment to our nation. We have confidence in your leadership, President CR, particularly when you stated that South Africa is committed to ending poverty, malnutrition, and hunger in line with our National Development Plan. Under your guidance, we believe that our generation can be the one to eradicate poverty. President, you are a trusted and a reliable ally that one can go into war with. As a former member of this House, Dr. Ndlozi finally agrees with the view that ANC deploys competent leaders with integrity, like you, my President. It is good that a scholar can confirm that we have the best interests of the people of South Africa. Ngiyabonga.
Honourable Maimane. Honourable members, order please. Honourable members, order. Honourable Maimane, just a minute. Honourable members, please take your seats.
You are singing for supper.
Honourable members. Please proceed, Honourable Maimane.
Madam Deputy Speaker, President and Deputy President, honourable members of this House, Bagaetsu Dumelang. Mr. President, I think today marks 35 years since the release of President Nelson Mandela, an emblem that reminds all of us of hope, courage, and justice. It is these features that we must remind ourselves of in times such as this one as we confront massive geopolitical threats. Mr. President, your injunction for us not to be bullied is an important one. I want to urge, Mr. President, there are times such as this one we must remind ourselves to remain united as a nation. When others at this moment, when another murder takes place both in the farm and in the streets, we must remain united. When others say to all of us that the demand for justice, as espoused in our Constitution, is put on the table, we must remain united. When ultimately, Mr. President, there are those who seek narrow interests and find voices from elsewhere, we must remain united. And ultimately, Mr. President, when the hopes of one become the fears of another race, Mr. President, let us build one South Africa, for we must remain united. Ultimately, Mr. President, I listened with great caution to your speech. It was filled with much promise, But Mr. President, I think we need to use Thursday as an opportunity to move from state of the nation to state of performance. There's a biblical injunction that says this, that a house built on sand cannot stand. Our foundations are in trouble, Mr. President. In all reality, when you look at the MTSF that was tabled, 25% indicates the achievements of the last MTSF. Here, Mr. President, we can't pass at 30%. We need a better performance on the next MTSF. Mr. President, our economy has been growing at 1% and social spending now consumes 60%. I want to urge that our debt is at 5.2 trillion rand, 74% of GDP. If we are going to show that we are serious, our foundations in building must remain strong. Mr. President, you highlight education as a success. I don't disagree with you on the path of the class of 2024. But I also want to remind you, Mr. President, that were we to pass our young people at 50%, 29% of matriculants were passed matric mathematics at 50%, only 30% passed physical science at 50% or more. This is an indicator of the fact that we are going to run short of the skills of the future. So, Mr. President, here's where I want to offer serious partnership. On the first instance, if you really want to see growth, let's cut waste. Let's ensure that we have the cabinet. And if we want 4,000 more police detectives, I say reduce the cabinet and fund the police. On the second instance, let's improve our transport infrastructure. On the third, if we are serious about fighting corruption, Mr. President, the SIU and the NPA are performing at 48% capacity. Let us bring this up to 100% and remove the corrupt elements from either cabinet and also at local government. Lastly, Mr. President, where there are institutions that are not performing, let us merge them so that we create SOEs that can deliver for all South Africans. If this is the year of anything, it must be a year of action. And Mr. President, I implore you, if we are going to be serious, let us build and let us build one South Africa together. I thank you very much.
Honourable members, the next speaker on the list is the Honourable Zungula, but I do not see him. Honourable Zungula.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mandikubulise Mongameli, ndibulise Progressive Caucus, ndinibulise nonke malunga leParlamente. It is clear that unemployment, poverty are deliberately engineered to ensure majority of the people live from hand to mouth. Because when the majority of the citizens live from hand to mouth, their immediate occupation is getting their next meal and not fight for the commanding heights of the economy to be owned by the people. The Labour Department enforcing labour laws on all companies, whether it is in the hospitality, construction, farming industries, would significantly reduce unemployment. The PIC must fund manufacturing-driven initiatives. There can never be economic growth and job creation in a consumerism-driven economy. There are factories all around the country, Mr. President. They are lying idle. There are people who are eager to work, and there's a market for the goods. Why are we importing goods that we can produce in South Africa? Mr. President, our communities cannot be defined by alcohol and drug abuse. We have young kids drinking their future away because they've got nothing to do. There must be a heavy investment in sports and arts infrastructure in the townships and villages. We cannot accept that a black child is more likely to be exposed to drugs and alcohol than schools and sports facilities in the townships. The alcohol culture is stealing our future, and the government must act. Enyobeni and countless incidents of alcohol underage drinking are great examples of this. The government must take unpopular decisions and save the future of this country rather than being popular in a country with no future. There must be harsh penalties on anything that kills our children, who are the future of the country. It is an embarrassment that our kids died of food poisoning, yet foreign spaza shop owners were just requested to register. Mr. President, the spazas selling expired and fake foods will not, the spazas selling fake and expired foods will not be solved by registration. The solution lies in strict enforcement of immigration laws and mass employment of environmental health practitioners. Lastly, all progressives, we need to unite. We are unable to change the material conditions of the people because of our inability to unite. We may have ambitions for ourselves and our parties, but now is the time to center our politics on the interests of the black child. The Boers and the British united in 1902 to oppress the natives and created laws that up until this day benefit them. No matter how much they hated each other and how many people died in the Anglo-Boer War, they found it in them to unite so they can create a better life for their people. In these 30 years of democracy, it is evident we cannot undo the over 400 years of colonization and oppression without us uniting. Let us unite to expropriate the land our ancestors were forcefully removed from. The majority must own the mineral wealth, and we must transform the economy to ensure the majority, the African majority, enjoy a good quality of life. Generations after us must remember us as a generation that put the interests of the black child ahead of our own. Masimanyane mzi onsundu, siguqule impilo zabantu, singaphathwa ngondlebe zikhanya ilanga. Eli lizwe lolokhokho bethu, lelabantu abamnyama. Thank you.
The Honourable the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Presiding officers, President and Deputy President, honorable members of this House. Nearly 5 years ago, on the 15th of October 2020, Mr. President, you stood in front of this House and presented to Parliament the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan as a response to sluggish economic growth impacted by deadly COVID-19. At that time, you characterized, Mr. President, infrastructure development as a flywheel on which our country should rebuild its economy due to its multiplier effect. Subsequently, Infrastructure South Africa was established under Minister De Lille and Dr. Ramaphosa. Since then, ISA has been championing infrastructure delivery as a single point of entry for infrastructure planning, management, and delivery. This was followed by the establishment of Infrastructure Fund as an added instrument to provide blended finance. Under the sixth administration, 268 individual projects were gazetted. 82 of these projects are already under construction with an approximate value of 437 billion. The latest 12 projects that are ready for implementation that the President referred to in the SONA were packaged and included in the construction book that we launched in March 2024 under the sixth administration. Factually, this demystified the myth that things are happening only now because there are new parties in government. Never mind that these parties boarded a train already rolling and delivering tangible results. Like Honorable Steenhuisen, They all speak as if everything is new. They are not in the habit of giving credit where it is due. It is not in their nature to acknowledge work done by others simply because they are obsessed to claim easy victories out of desperation to woo South African votes.
Speaker.
Honourable member at the podium, please take your seat. Honourable member, Honourable Adams.
Yes,
Please
Speaker,
proceed.
thank you. I was just inquiring if the Deputy Minister is referring to the apples that went to Thailand. Thank you.
Honourable member, that is not a point of order and it is not allowed. Honourable members, please also do not make spurious points. It will be ruled out of order. Honourable Deputy Minister, please proceed.
They do not give accolades where it is due, not because of anything but hypocrisy and disrespect of the process of knowledge development. They do not value knowledge development. They have no appreciation that plagiarism is frowned upon among knowledge community and scholars. Anyway.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members on both sides of the House. Honourable members. Honourable Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Honourable members on both sides, we will sit until you now decide that the Honourable Deputy Minister has an audience that he can speak to and that he is not drowned out. You have been warned a number of times. So please settle down and keep any of your comments at a pace and at a tempo and at a volume that does not disrupt the speaker on both sides. Honourable Deputy Minister, please proceed.
They do not.
Honourable members, please act orderly. Please allow the Deputy Minister to speak. We have allowed all the speakers to speak without interruption. Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Anyway, plagiarism and data integrity are not taught at a basic education level, yet
Honourable members, honourable members,
yet they are.
Honourable Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Honourable members, and I'm speaking specifically to the members of the EFF and the members of the ANC. Your behaviour is unacceptable. And honourable members, I can, however, also ask you to leave should it be necessary, but it is not at this point. I do trust. Honourable members, honourable members, can we please proceed with the necessary decorum of this House? Because at this point, there is no decorum on your side. Honourable Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Honourable Speaker.
Order, Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member, please state the point and the rule on which you are rising.
You can't single out the EFF because the whole House is clapping except the DA. So you can't say it's the EFF that is being disruptive. Everyone is welcoming the comments of the Minister.
Member, please
it's only the
seat.
DA that is not clapping.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. You were making such a noise that you did not hear what I say. I said the members of the EFF and members of the ANC. but you didn't hear it because you are too loud. Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Our country and the world have been bombarded with a propaganda and deliberate misinformation about Expropriation Act recently assented to by the President. The Act empowers the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to expropriate land and assets only in the public interest. We have in our country the Office of Valuer General, but on the implementation of the Act, one, we need to ensure that the expropriation, the one who owns the property is engaged, there are negotiations. Secondly, there is a valuer who assesses the property. All of these four guarantees ensure the security of tenure and property rights in South Africa. The misinformation about land grab and all other falsehoods are rather unfortunate. Worse, when a minister publicly says the act will not be implemented when he is still in the office. Many ministers take an oath of office, committing that they will obey and uphold all the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic, that they will uphold their offices conscientiously. Therefore, such a response is not only unfortunate, but bear the need for self-development. I must say, there are many ministers who would have not been comfortable with other acts, but upon taking the office, they implement them. Well, we are seeing what was perfectly described by the late Tumsan Makaye some time ago. Shombela said, when racism is combined with ignorance, they produce arrogance. Expropriation is not only implemented in South Africa, it is implemented throughout the world. In the United States, they call it eminent domain. In Singapore and India, they call it land acquisition. In New Zealand, Ireland, and UK, they call it compulsory purchase. In Russia, Canada, and Brazil, they call it expropriation. The main issue here is that the ANC cares more than anyone in this House. We want to achieve land reform while ensuring investor confidence to grow the economy and create jobs. Honorable Chair, least said about the debate of Honorable Dr. Hlophe, the better. We were left confused whether it was a debate on SONA or praise singing. But he perfectly demonstrated that their organization is nothing but only hell-bent on personality card, and it's an entity solely owned by one person whom they pray on daily basis as their semi-god. As a developmental state, our approach on infrastructure development covers all areas. As we talk today, we have delivered 40 Welisizwe bridges in 6 provinces. Before the end of the month of March, we will hand over 6 completed bridges in Northwest alone. This government is a government of all people of South Africa. Let us unite to address all social ills. Former President Mbeki, addressing the South African National Editors Forum, said, as I quote, "Report Africa to Africans and report Africa as South Africans." Let us report South Africa to ourselves and the world, but report South Africa as South African. I thank you.
Honourable the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. His Excellency President Ramaphosa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, presiding officers, honorable members. This year we celebrate 70 years since black people were forcefully removed from their homes in Sophia town to be resettled in Meadowlands, Soweto, where I was born. It also marks 30 years since the inaction of the Constitutional Court, whose current building at Constitutional Hill was partly constructed using bricks from the demolished awaiting trial wing of the former number 4 prison. Honorable members, this is a stark reminder, especially of those who now have selective amnesia, that the South Africa we live in today, its challenges were born out of apartheid regime's forceful displacement, deliberate impoverishment and oppression of black people in particular. Honorable members, it is important for us to acknowledge that having to deal with the future, we've got to acknowledge the past. Since the dawn of democracy, South Africans have been striving to live together in harmony despite our deeply past, painful past and wide economic disparities. What brings us together is a genuine belief that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity, and that only sustainable, centripetal force for our unity is creation of the condition for the wealth of this country to be shared amongst all its people. We should not allow forces of destruction, internally or externally, to instigate racial divisions and distract us from building a united, democratic, and prosperous country. That's why we will urge the AfriForum, like they did previously, to taking selfies when they went to US, to get the first flight out and sort out the mess that they've created. Honorable members, left unattended, corruption deprives South Africa of resources which are meant for their development and well-being. It is therefore our patriotic duty to increase the efforts in ridding the country of all corrupt practices so that we can create a truly ethical and capable developmental state. It requires us to fight corruption by working together, ensuring that we eliminate corrupt practices that necessitates and that kills our institutions and their capacity. We have seen in the state capture, in the era of state capture, where institutions that were meant to fight corruption, individuals who were meant to fight corruption, turning into becoming enablers of corruption. To strengthen this institution and avoid the recurrence of state capture, the department will lead efforts on the review of the anti-corruption architecture. This review will be meant to eradicate duplication of mandates, will ensure that resource allocation are optimized, but will ensure that also we build, as we committed, a world-class digital forensic lab so that when NPA send cases to court are not withdrawn, but they are prosecuted and successfully so. Honorable Maimani, to close the gap in terms of capacity within NPA, I can confirm that January this year, we have developed and approved guidelines for Section 38 appointments for prosecutors. Through these guidelines, the appointments will be effective, efficient, and more importantly, will avoid subjectivity, and the turnaround time of these appointments will be quicker so that we can have men and foot on the ground to be able to conclude the cases. As part of building and rebuilding efforts of our institutions, all employees within the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and all the institutions that fall under it will be subjected and will undergo lifestyle audits as per the directive of the President. The first phase will include all categorized as SMS in the department, state attorneys' offices, prosecutors, investigators, the officials in the sheriff's offices, and the master's office. We will then go further to subject all employees who will deal with appointments of liquidators and administer the guardian fund to full vetting irrespective of their position, like those in supply chain we are doing. This is to ensure, honorable members, that those who lead the fight against corruption and malfeasance in our society are not themselves implicated in wrongdoing that compromises and weakens institutions in which they discharge their responsibilities. Our fight against corruption has already started to yield results. Through its effective investigation, speedy litigation, and recovery processes, the SIU saved the South African government almost 8 billion in 2023 and 24. The amounts that have been recovered again in terms of prevention that they've been able to do is 2.28 billion in actual cash. Prevention actually in terms of state losses, where they've been able to stop contracts that were illegally done and not properly done, it's to the value of 2.13 billion. So this is setting aside contracts that are not properly awarded. Honorable members, we will further ensure that SIU is capacitated, and I have written to all ministers, premiers, and mayors who owe SIU money to be able to pay this money that is outstanding, so that SIU can have the resources to be able to conclude their investigation within time. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been an outcry in the country about the framework for protection of whistleblowers. A benchmark exercise was conducted on best practices on whistleblower protection, and we have been found wanting when we compare to the world. In response to this, the department is finalizing a whistleblower protection framework that addresses the current weakness. We will come to the House to present a whistleblower protection bill that will ensure that whistleblowers are protected as the important part of ensuring that we can fight corruption in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight against gender-based violence and femicide remains critical. We have to continue our work to ensure that women and people with disability and children feel protected within our society. It is within this call that we have called for the release of the National Register of Sexual Offenders to be made public. We will do this in phased approach. There has been those who are saying that we must continue to put it secret, and we believe that this is important for us to release to the public. This is to protect children who are in schools, to protect children who are in ECD, to ensure that those, as per the Children's Act, that are exposed to children and are not found wanting. We will do this responsibly and ensure that we do not violate the laws. We will amend the clause that is talking to confidentiality in this regard. We are increasing our work around Tutuzela care centers to be able to empower women, but also those who work to be able to ensure that we can be able to see successful conviction. We are currently sitting at 72.5% with NPA being able to get successful convictions. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to raise the following: that if we do not work together to ensure that we build a better country, we will not have the future to talk about. It is the responsibility of all of us to be able to stand and do what is best in fighting GBVF, in fighting corruption in our country. Let me conclude by quoting the Emperor Selassie of Ethiopia.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call on the Honourable Minister of Basic Education.
Chairperson, millions of children in South Africa, for millions of children in South Africa, education is the bridge between poverty and opportunity. It is the ticket out of their current circumstances into a better future. And that is why the chronic underfunding in this sector has had devastating effects, not just to the education sector, but to the future of South Africa's greatest assets, its young people. Prolonged underfunding due to poor policy decision-making over the years has undermined the delivery of frontline services. Currently, we are unable to meet the demand for the teachers that we need. Classes are overcrowded. Kwilali nakwindawo ezisemaphandleni kusekho izikolo ezingekho semgangathweni ezibangela ubungozi ebantwaneni bokufunda. And in many cities, parents are struggling to find places for their children in schools. And all of these realities, members, make it difficult for quality learning and teaching to take place. And it is for this reason that we need to move with urgency to turn the situation around. Our reforms must be clear, they must be swift, and indeed, Minister of Finance, they must be funded. In just 7 months, the Department of Basic Education has worked tirelessly to address long-standing challenges that our schooling system is facing. We've started to reorientate the system towards improving quality early learning. Research has shown that investment in early child learning will yield powerful dividends later in life and indeed for our economic prospects. This is key to ensuring that our children have strong learning foundations that will unlock opportunities for them to excel in school and to participate in our economy. And so to achieve this, we are focusing on the following: expanding ECD access for children, ensuring that the Funza Lushaka bursary scheme prioritizes students pursuing foundation phase teaching, reviewing the post-provisioning norms to reduce large class sizes and improve learning outcomes in the foundation phase, updating the national catalogue of learning and teaching material to improve curriculum delivery, and protecting teaching and learning time. Chair, the quality of teaching and learning cannot take place in a learning environment that lack dignity and are unsafe. And that is why we remain resolute in eradicating all pit toilets that were identified in 2018 by March 2025. And while this is proving to be incredibly challenging, it is a moral imperative that we dare not give up on. Ngapha koko kukhona izikolo eziyi-1,000 ebezingena toilets ezifumene ukubonelelwa zakhelwa. To improve accountability at a provincial level for the rollout of school infrastructure, we will review the regulations that speak to the norms and standards of public school infrastructure. Governments must be held accountable by their citizens and the recipients of their services. And South Africans must know that in us, they have a responsible and a responsive government. To improve safety of school infrastructure, with the help of a corporate partner, Vodacom, we've launched the Safe Schools application, a digital platform that empowers communities to report issues of unsafe toilets and monitor school infrastructure in real time. And to combat crime in schools, we are fast-tracking the vetting of educators against the National Register for Sex Offenders. And that's why we welcome making this public, Minister of Constitutional Development. Chairperson, the Bella Act implementation continues. As indicated by the President in the SONA, we are busy finalizing regulations that will go out for public comment and input. Ultimately, these guidelines and regulations must be implemented in a manner that protects the learner, that protects the teacher, and that protects our schools. I will not tolerate the politicization of this act in a way that affects our children and distracts them from teaching and learning. As part of efforts to improve quality outcomes in the education sector, we are convening the National Education and Training Council. This advisory body members will be composed of experts from across the education sector that will provide guidance for us on how we strengthen the funding model for public schools, how do we improve literacy and numeracy across phases, how do we integrate early child learning into the schooling system, and how do we review the pass rate requirements across all phases, including at a matric level. Mr. President, the DA has taken its role in the government of national unity very seriously. We remain committed ensuring that learners have access to quality teachers, safe school environments, and that they have the necessary resources they need to succeed. If this GNU moves with the required urgency and conviction, it will mean greater stability, economic growth, and opportunity for all South Africans. While some opposition parties in this House would rather see the country collapse under the weight of populism and economic ruin, we stand firm ukusebenzela abantu beli. Kaloku mongameli sithunyiwe eburhulumenteni ngabantu ebebephelelwe lithemba. Asinoze ke sizobadanisa ngoku.
Honourable Minister, your
The future
time
of
has
South
expired.
Africa, the future
Thank
of
you.
South Africa depends on the education we provide today.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now call the Deputy Minister of Social Development. I don't see the... Okay, I see the Deputy Minister coming. Thank you.
Honourable House Chair, I remember that when His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa gave us a national address in the City Hall, I gave him 10 out of 10. And I also said that behind every president, there's a First Lady. In this SONA address, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, you did much better. I also want to refer to the class of 24, and we all stood up and gave the class of 24 a standing ovation. President, the reason I say you are doing better is because the class of 2025 will be even better. You know, President, that social beneficiaries will have the biggest slice of the budget to eradicate food poverty in the midterm development plan and also highlighted in your SONA address. A whopping 200 billion rand plus. President, we must be ready to cheer the class of 2025. There will be 800,000 learners writing the grade 12 examination. 600,000 are social grant beneficiaries. 81% of the class of 2025 will make up those who are successful. 300,000 of social grant beneficiaries will automatically qualify for NSFAS bursaries, nearly 50%. This indicates that the investment government is making in the lives of the poor and vulnerable children is yielding positive impacts in breaking intergenerational poverty. In the midterm development plan, provision is made for best practice in terms of the Bella Act to give grade R learners world-class foundational education. The plan also provides for government to look after children for the first 1,000 days of their lives. We also address the needs of unborn babies in teenagers. So we turned around the stunting catastrophe we have in South Africa. It cannot be that 20% of children are doomed to be stunted. We celebrated New Year's Day and 27% of those children were stunted. House Chair, please don't rule me out of order, but 27% of honourable members in this House are also stunted according to the statistics. We cannot have a situation where 20% of the population of South Africa are stunted. Addressing the challenges of poverty and inequality is implementing a robust and focused pro-poor policy. One of the SONA promises is to reduce the high cost of living. Government social welfare beneficiaries buy 200 billion of groceries from Shoprite, Pick n Pay, Woolworths and Spar. They need to put back some of their profits into social development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker to the podium will be the Honourable Adams.
Chairperson, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Madam Speaker, colleagues, the Progressive Caucus. Mr. President, there are two things I took from your speech. The one was that all of South Africa should mourn the loss of our boys in the DRC. It is a sad moment for this country. But it was countered, Mr. President, by the fact that we can send our boys to go and guard the minerals in another country, but we can't deal with the Zama-Zamas at home. The second thing, Mr. President, and I want to laud you for this, was congratulations for telling Donald Trump to sit down, because this is South Africa. This is not a colony of the USA. Well done, Mr. President. I want to commend you, Mr. President, for your stance on the Palestinian issue in defiance of those people who you call your GNU partners. But I want to ask you a question, Mr. President. In September of 2024, was David Barnea the head of Israeli Mossad in this country? And did you meet with him? The country needs to know. I want to say to you, Mr. President, I want to address our Honorable Minister of Agriculture, who comes up here and he speaks all type of dribble. He should go home and listen to his recording. Because he speaks of 9 wasted years. Let me give you a man of color's perspective. Under Jacob Zuma, if you had HIV, it was 9 sweet years because he saved lives. Under Jacob Zuma, if you were a construction worker like I, there was lots of work and lots of growth. It was a good time to be a construction worker. Under Jacob Zuma, a bread cost my mother 10 rand. Today it costs 21. I note, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, that you took the credit for sending apples to Thailand. Tell us the truth. Whose work was it really? Because I just heard the Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works come on the stage and say things about the GNU that makes me want to welcome the EFF in the crossover to become government. I think it's necessary. I think it is time. I want to say to you, Mr. President, you can correct your mistake. There is time, because I heard a man stand here wanting to engage the Minister of Police about cattle theft. But my boys are dying 10 at a time on the Cape Flats per day. He does not speak to SAPS about that. A white man's sheep is more important than colored lives to Honorable John Steenhuisen. He has the temerity to come and stand here and talk to us about education. But his government cut our schools by 2,400 teachers and took care to protect white public schools from the losses. Mr. President, you need to encourage the minister that it is okay to be stupid. It is okay to be a hypocrite. It is okay to be a racist, but to be a combination of the three, that is not okay. Not even here. I want to say, Mr. President, there are like-minded people sitting on the left. Lean to the left. The answers are on the left. Mr. President, these people will never see eye to eye with us because they are not like us. There are many white people willing to make contributions. Good white people, skilled white people, like Cameron Dugmore. Why the DA insists on giving us that, we will never know. But understand, Mr. President, they cannot feel our pain because they are not like us. They cannot speak to our hunger because they are not like us. We want our land back. Helen Zille is fighting land expropriation. She's fighting land expropriation on the grounds that it is a crime against humanity. We were evicted. We were evicted, President. Are we not human?
Thank you,
Are they
Honourable
admitting
Member.
that they don't see us as human? Thank you.
Thank you. The next Honourable Member is Honourable Peter. Honourable Peter.
Manbulise, ndicela ukhuselwa chairperson. Ndicela ukhuselwa chairperson.
Order, Honourable Members. Allow the member on the platform to speak. Thank you.
Disrupted by the time. Mandibulise sihlalo wendlu ndibulise kumongameli njengo-number 1 kweli lizwe. Ndibulise kubantu boMzantsi Afrika, ndicela indlebe bandimamele ukuba ndizawuthini ndiyi-UDM. Mongameli ohloniphekileyo weli lizwe, sime kulo mzi namhlanje sisizwe esithokombise intloko. Sijonge ezantsi mongameli. Izikhalo zabemi beli lizwe zisitsho mbombozone mongameli. Abemi bejonge enkalweni igazi labantakwethu liphala lamhla nezolo. Asiluvanga ukhuseleko lwabo kwintetha yakho mongameli. Noxa nje izolo ubume phambi kwabemi beli lizwe, uthatha isifungo, uvuma ngomlomo wakho usithi, mna mongameli weli lizwe ndiyakubakhusela abemi beli lizwe. Ndiyakuba sisicaka sabo ndibakhonze. Incwadi yezikumkani zesibini, isahluko sesibini, umqolo ngowe-19, ufundeka ngolu hlobo mongameli. Mhle lo mzi, kodwa amanzi awo amuncu, nomhlaba lo awunikisi nto. Ubuhle bethu apha mongameli asilolutho eluntwini olusivoteleyo, ngoba bayafa namhlanje, akho nto ithethayo ngaloo nto. Si-UDM ke mongameli, sihlinika nabantu bezwe, sikubongoza mongameli. Sisithi njengoko kunje, kuyini na ukuba kube nje? Sesantoni na isijwili esiphezu kwentloko zethu? Ngobani na aba ubakhuseleyo xa ingengabo abemi beli lizwe? Sihlaba ikhwelo ke mongameli, nqanda bayaphela abantu kodwa amehlo ejongile. Si-UDM siyalichasa uphulo kwanophucula oomasipala nenkqubo entsha abazawusebenza ngayo. Kwaneziseko ke mongameli, sinethemba lawuzisa inguqu. Siyaphinda si-UDM siyayichasa mongameli ngokupheleleyo urhulumente xa ezibandakanya kwi-NHI. Kodwa mongameli, sifuna uyazi ukuba le NHI izawuqhutywa njani, ngoba izibhedlele zethu zime maxongo neekliniki zethu azinamayeza mongameli. Yiloo ngxaki sisithi siyayixhasa wena i-NHI kodwa sinesijwili. Mongameli, sicela kwananjalo urhulumente ukuba akhawulezise nokwandlala imicelimngeni ejongene nezibhedlele zethu. Okwesibini, President, sihlalo wendlu, eli lizwe lisebugqwayibeni. I-UDM ixhalabile ngakumbi ngemeko karhulumente ukuba kaziba uzawukwazi na ukuzifezekisa izithembiso ngezigidigidi aye wazikhankanya kwintetha yesizwe edlulileyo, kuba ezoqoqosho zingentle. Umzekelo mongameli, ukhankanye i-100 billion. Usithi mongameli, le 100 billion iyawunceda abemi beli lizwe. Sinomdla ke mongameli ukuba le 100 billion ikwazi ukungena kwezoqoqosho ukuze nalamafama amnyama angajongele ntweni kwangurhulumente wakho akwazi ukuxhamla. Nabantu basezilalini abakwazi ukulima, imihlaba ilele, iinkosi azinamandla, azikwazi ukwenza nto mongameli. Si-order nemilimili le saphoba silima apha eSouth Africa. Siyathemba ke mongameli, xa sizixhasa ezi zindululo, asisixhasi kuba siyi-GNU, sizixhasa kuba sifuna uMzantsi Afrika uprospe, ubheke phambili. Asikhwango apha mongameli sizogxeka umongameli ngaphezulu ke into yokuba ilizwe lethu liyatshabalala, iziseko zethu ziyatshabalala. Phakama ke mongameli, usimele. Nkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member to the podium is the Honourable Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
House Chairperson, President and Deputy President, the PAC of Azania welcomes the State of the Nation address. President, you made an undertaking that the government will invest in digital public infrastructure to give South Africans access to government services. You further stated that this will transform the relationship between citizens and government. To this effect, the Department of Land Reform has embarked on the digital transformation of the DIG registry process that will improve security of tenure, increase access to registry services, and improve service efficiencies. The phase of electronic lodgement of deeds through the electronic deeds registry system will go online from 1st April 2025. Once all phases of EDRS are fully completed, we envisage to link the system with other stakeholder systems such as SARS, financial sector, municipalities, Department of Justice, and Master's Office. On spatial planning, in addressing spatial planning, the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development has been working with traditional leaders and communities and have achieved notable milestone in finalizing area plans for the following areas: City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality in Gauteng, Ngutu Local Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, Joe Morolong Local Municipality in Northern Cape, and Maluti Pofong Local Municipality in Free State. This will ensure transparency, accountability, and alignment with the priorities of National Spatial Development Framework and assist in driving coordinated action towards spatial justice. On rural infrastructure, Mr. President, rural development has not received the due attention in the past. Rural infrastructure development remains a significant contributor to social inclusion through connecting remote areas to the rest of the country. In partnership with the Ntabangulu Municipality, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the department is assisting in constructing the Tiki Bridge and Access Road. The bridge will facilitate mobility and access over the Mzindlava River crossing between Ntabangulu and Inguza Hill Local Municipality. The bridge will enable connectivity to access essential services for communities of both OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo municipalities, such as school, healthcare, and essential services. Mr. President, the school children, women, and the elderly have been using drums to cross the river. The construction is expected to be completed by end of November 2025. On rural youth development, in the 2023-2024, a total of 2,842 youth from rural areas were trained through the NARISEG program in our quest to address youth development skills. In the 2025-2026, 570 youth from high poverty and social vulnerable deep rural wards were identified based on information from Stats SA. The youth are currently completing their vocational artisan training and various colleges and with facilitated into committed exit opportunities, namely jobs and running their own businesses. This program is implemented in partnership with several other departments to be cost effective. On land restitution, this financial year, in our commitment to addressing land restitution, we have settled a total of 79 claims. The settlement of these claims have resulted in the award of 1,562 hectares of land and at a cost of 23,906,000.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired. Thank you. The next member to the podium will be the Honourable Mogai.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. President, members of the House and fellow South Africans. Mr. President, let me start my debate with the famous quote by Benjamin Franklin about crime prevention, and I quote, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure," close quote. In this code, he emphasizes that preventing crime is easier than dealing with the consequences of criminality. It is important that we strive to prevent criminal activities before they even occur. Crime prevention is a shared responsibility which includes community building, activities that strengthen the sense of community, such as support groups and community safety programs, police forums, and neighborhood watches. Early intervention is also important. Intervening early in a person's life to prevent them from becoming involved in crime. And lastly, public education, raising awareness about crime and the attitudes toward it. Visible policing, which plays a huge role in ensuring communities feel and are safe through various operations such as stop, search and seizure, patrols, and detecting and deterring criminal activities. This is severely compromised if there are no sufficient and operational vehicles. It becomes difficult to enforce visible policing when your fleet is crippled as a result of a flawed centralized procurement system. The DA is especially concerned about stations located in rural remote areas such as the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga, amongst others. Vehicles are either standing on bricks at stations or have been in the SAPS garage for more than 30 days awaiting parts, maintenance, or repairs that can only be done once the service provider in Pretoria sends down the necessary parts. Stations such as Roodepan in the Northern Cape, the province that I proudly represent in the NCOP, are currently only utilizing 9 SAPS vehicles, while 20 are awaiting repairs and maintenance. The Kimberley station is no different, with 23 vehicles awaiting services and repairs. The Cape Town Flying Squad here in the Western Cape has also close to half of its fleet in the SAPS garage. At the Postmasburg SAPS station, there are only 4 out of 8 vehicles currently mobile. Staff at the station have also expressed their frustration at the lengthy turnaround time of supply chain management processes that continue to negatively hamper their fight against crime. Compounded by lengthy administrative processes and the completion of multiple forms just to procure a single part for a vehicle part, residents will continue to bear the brunt of delayed response times to crime and emergencies by the SAPS in the province. While we welcome the recent handover of new police vehicles to police stations across the province, the new vehicles should bolster the shortage of operational police vehicles to enhance policing in the province and at each station. Mr. President, the situation is untenable. The centralization of procurement to Pretoria must be urgently addressed to allow provinces, and particularly police stations, to procure parts and repair their vehicles in the shortest of time and to their earliest convenience. The lengthy administrative processes to procure just a single part for the SAPS vehicle is more threatening to the safety of residents than it is following due protocol. And to this end, I've already written to the Minister of Police to review this inefficient process that hampers and frustrates our women and men in blue to carry out their responsibilities. Securing parts for vehicles needs to be a swift and a seamless process to ensure all vehicles are up and running within 30 days, whereby they are returned to the SAPS stations so that policing can commence unhindered and without delays. We know that our SAPS officers across the country, they are under-resourced, they are overstretched, and they lack the necessary resources to carry out their responsibilities. Let us adequately resource our officers. As I conclude, Chair, meneer President, dit is precies hoekom die DA aanhou aandring om die devolusie van polisiebevoegdhede na bevoegde provinsies. Die Weskaap het bewys dat wanneer provinsies self verantwoordelikheid neem vir misdaadbekaping, daar werklike resultate is. Die Law Enforcement Advancement Program het meer polisieering op die grond geplaas. Dwelmanhoudings verdubbel en teruggedruk teen die bedeende geweld van wat nasionale strategie vastgevang het en lang prosesse gevat om die misdaad in Suid-Afrika te veg. As ons ernstig is oor misdaadbekamping, kan ons nie vasklou aan mislukte eenvormige nasionale model nie. Provinsies moet die mag hê om hulle eie mense te beskerm. En ons in die DA sal nie ophou veg voordat 'n werklikheid word nie. Ridira boikuelo go wena mo president. Le tona ya sepodisi go tokafatsa seemo le serodumo sa tirelo ya sepodisi mo Afrika Borwa. A re gagamatseng ka thata gore baagi botlhe ba naga ya rona ba ne ba babalesegile ka dinako tsotlhe. Pabalesego ya baagi ba rona e botlhokwa thata. Ke a leboga. I thank you. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mohai. The next speaker was supposed to be from the UAT, but I've been informed that there was no name put forward, and there's no member from the UAT. So we'll move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Cuthbert. To the podium, please.
Thank you, House Chairperson. During the ANC's anniversary celebration last month, President Ramaphosa informed party supporters that establishing the government of national unity was a strategic decision to advance the national democratic revolution in light of last year's electoral setback. President Ramaphosa correctly pointed out that the ANC's electoral setback forced it to work with other parties. However, he mistakenly suggested that the GNU should be the vehicle to advance the NDR. It is precisely the policies and laws associated with the NDR that led voters to abandon the ANC, thereby paving the way for a multi-party government to enter the union buildings to deliver on the promise of growth and jobs. If we are being brutally honest, all partners in the GNU recognize that the policy direction taken by the government over the past 30 years did not work and that it was time for something new. Over the past 7 months, we have begun to see the benefits of working together in the interest of all South Africans. Investor confidence has risen, our currency has strengthened, and our growth outlook has improved. Most importantly, for the first time in many years, South Africans have a tangible sense of hope, a fact that we should not take for granted. We must capitalize on this opportunity to implement a comprehensive set of reforms. These reforms include pursuing an aggressive debt reduction strategy to ensure that we live within our means and restore macroeconomic stability, expediting the private sector's involvement in energy generation and transmission within 12 months to create a truly competitive energy market, finalizing port and rail concession agreements with private partners by the end of the year to enhance competitiveness and position ourselves as an export-oriented economy, reviewing existing duties and tariffs which hinder trade and make goods more expensive for South African consumers. And lastly, removing the extension of collective bargaining council wage agreements for SMMEs, which obstructs hiring and contributes towards our unemployment crisis. However, these reforms will be futile if the ANC continues to pursue its destructive NDR laws and policies, such as the National Health Insurance Act, the Expropriation Act, and the Transformation Fund. Whilst we welcome the removal of the NHI targets from the medium-term development plan, it is only the first step in ensuring that private healthcare is protected and universal healthcare coverage is realized. The NHI Act requires substantive legislative amendments to achieve universal healthcare coverage and prevent our fiscus from collapsing. The only way to realize universal healthcare coverage is by improving the governance of the public healthcare system and making it easier and more affordable for individuals to access private medical aid. Furthermore, the recent enactment of the Expropriation Act has wrought havoc both domestically and abroad. It has created significant uncertainty for both domestic and international investors, undermined property rights, and triggered a backlash from our long-standing and valued trading partner, the United States of America. This comes at a critical time when our continued participation in the America Growth and Opportunity Act and critical aid funding are under review. Understanding the grave risk this poses to the South African economy, the DA invoked Clause 19.3 of the Statement of Intent and will soon challenge the Expropriation Act in court to ensure that property rights, as enshrined in Section 25 of the Constitution, are protected. The most recent manifestation of the ANC's relentless approach to race-based legislation is the 100 billion rand Transformation Fund. Despite empirical evidence suggesting that these race-based policies have failed to uplift the vast majority of South Africans while only benefiting a politically connected elite. Instead, South Africa needs means-based redress that targets poverty as a proxy for disadvantage as opposed to race. This ensures that we address the historical injustices of the past while encouraging investment and job creation. Mr. President, the DA will not be a party to laws and policies which seek to entrench the NDR at the expense of growth and jobs. Make no mistake, we will use our position in government and in Parliament to block laws and policies that seek to destroy the South African economy and wreck our citizens' livelihoods. Mr. President, we joined the GNU to drive growth up and unemployment numbers down. However, we can only achieve this by implementing a fresh policy reform agenda at greater depth and greater speed. House Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker to the podium is the Honourable Premier of the Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me pass my greetings to the Chair of the NCOP. Greet His Excellency, the President of South Africa, His Excellency, the Deputy President, honorable members of the National Assembly and NCOP, dames en heren, ek dra groete van die Noord-Kaapse mense. Let me commend the President, His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, for delivering a forthright and forward-looking State of the Nation address. The SONA laid out a clear vision accompanied by pragmatic responses to grow the economy, create the much-needed job opportunities, re-industrialize the country, massive investment in infrastructure, and expanding our social wage wallet to cushion the poor and the working class. There is a vision and a plan, and that is leadership, Comrade President, and not turbocharged cheap populism by mouth Trump equivalents in here who never disappoint. Honorable Speaker, after the 2024 elections, the ANC played a pivotal and pioneering role in the establishment of the GNU. Since, I have attended 3 meetings of the GNU, and as the province, we hosted 4 ministers, 6 deputy ministers. All these activities left me with an emblematic impression that despite the enormous challenges in the operational aspects of the GNU, it will run its full term. It's not going to collapse. This is good for political stability in the country. We need to thank the participating parties in the GNU for their ability to shun politics of brinkmanship. Madam Speaker, a first-year student in geopolitics will tell you that the US is very nervous since the beginning of the 3rd decade of the 21st century, because there is a real strategic contender on the horizon for global leadership, which is China. What frustrates the North is that this contender is coming from the South, former third world country, and now a developing economy, bolstered by the BRICS outfit. This strategic contender is surging and not pulling back an inch. So we are trapped in a battle of giants. In this, we support the President in his brave assertion that we will not be bullied by a rogue superpower. I firmly believe that with our collective resolve and determination, as a people, we can handle anything thrown on us, even by this fading captain of imperialism. These ill-conceived White House executive orders are certainly going to spark and fuel racial tension in the country that still resides vivid memories of racial oppression, economic exploitation and exclusion of blacks. Black poverty and economic marginalization is a systemic function of the penetrative impact of apartheid colonialism in South Africa. A very big section of the white population in the country is disgusted and enraged by these executive orders. Honorable Speaker, just yesterday at the airport, I met a very enraged white middle-aged lady called Mandela. Mandela and her husband own 16 farms, and the hectareage of those farms combined is bigger than Kimberley. And she understands the need for expropriation of land. She inquired whether I was flying out to attend the SONA debate en toe het sy my baie mooi gevra om die boodskap aan al die leerders van parlement hier te bring. Dat sy Trump se moer en ook hulle se moer die wat Big Daddy Trump in ons land betrokke maak. That's the message from Mandela, who's a white middle-aged lady who owns about 16 farms in the country. Honorable Speaker, 2024 marked the last lap of the sixth administration and was a good year for the Northern Cape. In the first 3 quarters of 2024, the Northern Cape economy created 27,000 new jobs, and that put the Northern Cape on the second spot as the province with the lowest unemployment. This morning, as we are gathered here this morning, 331,000 people clocked at employment places in the Northern Cape. Highest ever figure of employment in the history of the province. Our GDP, Honorable Speaker, per region in 2024 was 152 billion rand, which marked a 35 billion rand increase from the 117 billion rand in 2019. The major contributing factors to this growth were mining, renewable energy, and government spending in infrastructure. Last year, Honorable Speaker, we recorded a 5 years cumulative expenditure of about 25 billion rand investment in infrastructure. This accounts for 19 modern schools, state-of-the-art schools that we built, 11 clinics, road, libraries, water, and eradication of bucket projects. The Namakwa Special Economic Zone was designated by Minister Ibrahim Patel. I would love this House to give the Minister in his absence a nice round of applause. We launched our first phase, 1 billion rand housing project, and contractors are on site building houses for the people of the Northern Cape. In 2024, SANRAL commenced with the implementation of the 14 billion rand road maintenance project. I'm certain those of you who are using our roads can bear testimony that there is significant and visible improvement in the quality of the roads in the Northern Cape. With former Minister Mkhunu, we launched the completed 1.7 billion rand first phase of the Valga-Magara water project in John Taolo-Gaetsewe region. Comrade President, with the massive infrastructure investment, we must include the 10 billion rand second phase of this project that will see more than 200 villages having improved access to clean water. In 2024, the 2.5 billion rand BFI-funded project commenced in Solplaatje municipality, aimed at repairs to bulk water supply infrastructure. We also recorded a decrease in 15 of the 17 priority crimes. Northern Cape is now the safest province in the country. In 2024, 8 clean audits, which marked the highest ever in the history of the Northern Cape administration. The pass rate for 2024 was considerably increased with 8.4%, which is the best improved province in the country, from 75.8% to 84.19%. Over the past 5 years, we have seen a steady growth of our matric pass rate from 66% to 84.9%. This represents 18% increase. Honorable Speaker, to build on this momentum, we are in a process of finalizing the Provincial Infrastructure Plan 2040 and Provincial Job Creation Strategy 2030. It is in this breath that we welcome the President's announcement of the national government's commitment to Buchu Bay Port and Rail Infrastructure Project and the intended government 940 billion rand investment on infrastructure. Implementation of the Buchu Bay Port and Rail Infrastructure will alleviate the port gridlock that we are currently confronted with as a country. And it will also change the socio-economic landscape in the province.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The next speaker to the podium will be the Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Honorable President, Deputy President, and members of the House, Premier sou sê vir Tannie Magda, ek stem saam met haar, sy ma se. Dankie. Mr. President, a lot is being said here about America today. I am not going to waste my time because Trump only deserves the middle finger. It is his constitutional right to be stupid. Let me turn to serious business. Mr. President, we welcome your commitment to the founding principles contained in the Government of National Unity and the Statement of Intent to reduce poverty, reduce the cost of living, and address the indignity in which many of our people live. However, we must acknowledge that regardless of all the noise, both locally and internationally, South Africa has constitutional and moral obligations to transform society, to narrow inequality, and create a nation in which all citizens have a stake. Section 27 of our Constitution guarantees the right to access to basic needs, including health care, food, water, and social security. It also places the onus on the state to take reasonable steps to ensure that these rights are met. And already we have got the Grootboom Constitutional Court judgment to this effect. The SRD grant has played a critical role in keeping millions afloat, but it remains insufficient to lift our people out of extreme poverty. The GNU needs to implement the safety net. We all agreed to reduce poverty in the Statement of Intent and implement the basic income grant. A properly structured basic income grant would not just be a welfare measure, it would be an economic stimulus, increasing consumer spending, supporting small businesses, and create demand-driven job opportunities. Honourable Deputy Speaker, on the tourism front, we have made great strides in the past year, and a key success has been our work with Operation Vulindlela and the Presidency the State Security Agency and the Department of Home Affairs on the visa regime. As stated by the President in SONA, that we will continue to enhance our visa system to make it easier for skilled people to invest in our country and grow tourism. The Department of Tourism will use the visa enablers, the electronic travel authorization, the trusted tour operator scheme, and the digital nomad to grow tourism targeting India and China. As the tourism sector, I want to commend and thank the Minister of Home Affairs and his team for the impressive gains made on the visa regime front. Tourism in India and China, they are very excited about this new initiative, and we cannot wait to reap the rewards of the progress in the coming months. As stated by President in SONA, that the diversity, the energy, the talent of the South African people is our greatest asset. And I must take this time to thank each and every person in the tourism sector for all their hard work and contributions to our growing sector. And I wish to thank them in advance for the work that we will continue to do. Another key development is on the 4th of December 2024, Cabinet approved the route development marketing strategy to be implemented from the 1st of April 2025.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time has expired. The next speaker to the podium will be the Honourable Chirwa.
Mabandla kamjuka nakandaba sizwe sikamthaniya Commander-in-Chief Julius Sello Malema, all the officials, commissars, selfless activists of the EFF, and all the progressive forces who stood up and spoke out when President Malema was once again under attack by Western imperialists who are provoked by our resolve to attain economic freedom in our lifetime. Revolutionary greetings. President Cyril Ramaphosa, we stand here today to respond to your State of the Nation address that didn't address the state of our nation. We respond to you on behalf of the women who have been waiting for parental justice in our maintenance courts for many years and received no justice because they didn't have enough in their pockets to bribe their way to justice. We respond to you on behalf of thousands and thousands of young men and women who recently completed their matric but are faced with the tormenting reality that their lives, like those before them, will amount to nothingness because their bachelor's degrees passes did not guarantee them a table in university. We respond on behalf of Kanyisile, who is a victim of bullying at Sutherland High School because she's a black girl in South Africa. She and many young black women are forced to learn that under your leadership, they are second-class citizens. Your presidency does nothing for us, Mr. President. It doesn't protect us, nor does it give us justice. Receive this response on behalf of 17-year-old Amahle, diagnosed at Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital in 2017 to being on the spectrum with special needs and has still not received her right to specialized vocational education to date. Her and thousands other children with disabilities and special needs are cursed with having you as the government of the day, as what is standing between them and their right to education is a government that has abandoned the responsibility of defending the most vulnerable in our society. Mam Rebecca Molefe, who has a common reality to that of my great-grandmother, Unomngwalisa Ngokazi. These black women and majority of black people in this country had their land stripped away from them by white supremacists. Mam Molefe's case is even more catastrophic, as her land was stolen 20 years into democracy after you became president. Petrol attendants, widows and orphans of Marikana, millions of unemployed youth who are bed-rotting and giving in to depression, grandmothers who are abused by their nyaupe and crystal-addicted grandsons and daughters, teachers who are threatened daily at their places of work by children who are victims of dysfunctional communities, business people who have to pay thugs protection fees or risk being killed, farm workers in Purifir in the Eastern Cape who are paid a carton of milk and a box of cigarettes after a week's worth of labor, the colored Danis in the Cape Flats who pray at night while we sleep, hoping to end the violence with spiritual intervention and waiting for Godot because the government has failed to protect them and the black people in this country who are dispossessed of their land. As much as you say that you will not be bullied, and we agree with you that you must not be bullied, the reality is that, Mr. President, you are being bullied. If you were not being bullied, you would have supported the amendment of Section 25 of our Constitution that was to see the justified expropriation of land without compensation, not the watered-down Expropriation Act that uses the language of revolution, but yet far away from true justice. The state, including Parliament, the executive and the judiciary, carry the obligation to redress imbalances of the past through the enactment of laws that will achieve redress and equitably redistribute all resources. If you were not being bullied, the South African government would pass legislation that all the food bought by government for public facilities should be sourced from small-scale farmers and food producers. This in itself will create sustainable economic activity and inspire many unemployed young people in the country to go into food production because there will be income and financial benefits to boost other economic activities out of it. We would increase state capacity and stop rendering the development of this nation to the greed of tenderpreneurs. We will always need cleaners, Mr. President, truck drivers, security guards, surveyors, healthcare workers, and engineers. There is no tangible reason to subject our nation to the mercy of the private sector through tenders for basic functions of the state. Build the capacity of the state you are in charge of. Do the actual work. Don't just talk about industrialization. Do it. We export almost everything in this country, and your government oversees the compromise of industries we used to dominate. What is the reason that we export Ivaslap Yogeza when we were once a nation that boasted dominance in the textile industry? It is because you are bullied. Initiate the establishment of a state-owned mining company, housing construction company, a state roads company, a state cementing company, because we can no longer tolerate what the party of convicts is doing in Johannesburg with the money that is meant to build our roads. Introduce vocational education in earlier grades. Decolonize the education curriculum. We want you to be exhausted of creating matriculants who have zero skills to show after 12 years of being in the education system. This while children as young as 9 years old are being taught robotics in China. You have been president for 7 years now. May this be the very last State of the Nation address where you hide the shame of your incompetency behind a vision board that never comes to fruition. You chose to lead with people.
Could you please take your seats? Honourable Member, on what point of order are you standing?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 53 of the Joint Rule of Parliament. The Honourable Member is making personal reflection on the integrity of the President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We are looking into that.
Mr. President, you chose to lead with people who want to maintain the status quo because you are bullied. You chose to lead with those who write letters to America and tell on you like you're a little child that requires supervision because you are bullied. You chose the people who don't have a history of ever choosing your own people because you are bullied. And so long as that is the hill that you are willing to build your legacy on, the economic freedom fighters can claim to not being bullied because despite your collaboration with Pravin Gordhan, Jacob Zuma, and the establishment to silence the generation of President Julius Malema, we continue to rally behind the radical call for expropriation of land of South Africans without compensation for equal redistribution and use, nationalization of mines, banks, and other strategic sectors of the economy without compensation, building state government capacity which will lead to the abolishment of tenders, free quality education, healthcare, housing and sanitation, massive protected industrial development to create millions of sustainable jobs, including the introduction of minimum wages in order to close the wage gap between the rich and the poor, close the apartheid wage gap and promote rapid career paths for Africans in the workplace, massive development of the African economy and advocating for a move from reconciliation to justice in the entire continent, open, accountable and corrupt-free government and society without fear of victimization by the State Defense Force, police and other agencies. We continue to call for economic freedom in our lifetime, economic freedom in our lifetime, economic freedom in our lifetime, economic freedom in our lifetime.
The progressive is in tatters.
The next member to the podium will be the Honourable Minister of Higher Education.
The progressive is finished.
Thank you, honourable members. Could you please take your seat and allow the next member on the podium? Thank you. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson. I will premise this debate by reflecting on what democratic and autocratic regimes contextualize education. My position is underpinned by priority number 4 of the ANC manifesto, which calls for investing in people, linked with
Honourable
the priority...
Minister, could you please speak into the microphone so that you can be clearly heard? Thank you.
I will premise this debate by reflecting on what democratic and autocratic regimes contextualize education. My position is underpinned by priority number 4 of the ANC manifesto, which calls for investing in people, linked with the priority of the GNU, a capable, ethical and developmental state. In the 1950s, Verwoerd said, I quote, "There is no place for the Bantu in the European community above the level of certain forms of labor. What is the use of teaching the Bantu child mathematics when it cannot use in practice? That is quite absurd. Education must train people in accordance with their opportunities in life, according to the spheres in which they live. That's why today we have a challenge of maths and science in our students in terms of performance. It's because of the white people in the 1950s. On the contrary, Nelson Mandela said, "It is not beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to good education. Those who do not believe this have small imaginations." We remember his words today, hence it marks 35 years of his release from prison. Ekuseni ngo-4 o'clock, sakhulula uMandela. In response to these divergent views, one of the leaders of the Progressive Liberation Movement, which is the African National Congress, the latter, and the colonial ruler, the former, 70 years ago, a profound promise was made in the Freedom Charter, a declaration that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. This year, we rise in our collective spirit to stand against bullies. As President Ramaphosa declared, we will not be bullied. We will not be bullied as we dismantle the structural barriers of inequality. We will not be bullied as we move decisively to implement the NHI, the Bella Bill, the Expropriation Act, ensuring that power, resources and opportunities serve the people, not the privileged elite. What we need to understand is that education can put us in a trajectory to rapidly respond to the economy of the future through cutting-edge research capabilities, empower our nation's people to claim the democratic freedom and build a more prosperous and just society. Today, we reaffirm this noble vision of our people. We understand the aspirations of the society and visioning an integrated approach of the government focus of all-round improvement on education system as a whole. An education system that has a consolidated programmatic vision, an education value chain with a focus on early childhood development, basic education, and post-school education and training, which is then going to transition into the world of work, thereby addressing access and success. During SONA, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa said, matric class of 2024 achieved the highest pass rate in our country's history for the first time in history of our country. Nearly half of these learners achieved a bachelor pass. Honorable Chair, through years of patience, deliberate interventions, and through years of policy reforms by the ANC-led government in the previous administration, the sector now is maturing and demonstrating incremental performance, which has resulted in the 87.3% pass rate in 2024. Honorable Speaker, we are now, as the African National Congress, reaping the fruits of these reforms introduced by the democratic government led by the African National Congress, together with measures implemented to drive support during COVID-19 period. Ultimately, in 2024, these measures proved to be effective as we witnessed a significant increase in matric results due to progressive decisions made to support the class of 2024 by the Sixth Administration. Recent reforms that have been introduced in the Sixth Administration is the Bella Bill, which was signed into law. It is a pivotal act for ensuring that education is accessible and inclusive, and it does not leave anyone behind. We will continue paying attention to the socio-economic relevance of these efforts by restructuring and reimagining NSFAS as well as SETAs to drive education and skills revolution as a catalyst for all-round socio-economic transformation. Honorable Member, the President has also responded to the financial barriers, introduced the comprehensive student funding model as the revised NSFAS model, which seeks to bridge the funding gap, particularly amongst those middle-income families. Today, millions of young South Africans have access to post-education and training system without the overwhelmed burden of financial exclusion. Honorable Member, TVET colleges are central to the African National Congress policy position and this government's effort to develop the skills pipeline essential for economic growth. To address youth unemployment, we are promoting centers of specialization across TVET colleges. By the year 2030, South Africa must achieve the National Development Plan targeting of producing 30,000 artisans annually, which is a crucial goal. Additional test centers have been established to certify artisans who can contribute to the construction, automotive, and manufacturing industries, ensuring a future-oriented workforce. Education is a catalyst for economic growth. Skills development is essential in our fight against poverty and inequality. The partnership between DHET and Allen Gray empowers TVET artisanal entrepreneurs by implementing student-focused entrepreneurship development programs in all our 50 TVET colleges in South Africa. Honorable Chair, we commend the ANC, the leader of government, for steering a united GNU where diversity thrives, where ideological differences is embraced, and the nation building takes center stage. Meanwhile, outside the GNU, it is colder than a Cape Town winter. The so-called Progressive Caucus collapsed faster than the EFF, switches from a red overall parliament to designer clothes after parliament. You will see them today. The camouflage toy soldiers, marching cycles, lost in a family legacy party where leadership is inherited, maybe a GNU boot camp is indeed needed so that they can learn how essentially unity is. Honorable members, when we speak of transformation today, we do so with the understanding that it is not merely an option, but a necessity. We cannot accelerate growth, tackle inequality, or reduce unemployment without fundamentally empowering our youth. South Africa and the entire continent must acknowledge that their biggest asset is not just natural resources, but also their youthful population. Utilizing this young population
Thank you very much,
crucial.
Honorable Minister. Your
Thank
time
you
has
so much.
expired.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker to the podium is Honorable Mikalakis.
Deputy Chairperson, The President gloated in his speech on Thursday that more than 28 million unemployed and vulnerable people receive social grants. And although it's commendable that the state is supporting the poor and vulnerable, as it should, this is half our population that cannot even buy a bread without relying on the state for help. And then you send here from the Northern Cape a Premier who last year said people in his province should make more babies so that he can get a bigger slice of the budget. You, Honourable Premier, should make more jobs and less or fewer ludicrous statements. South Africans do not want to be grovelling and begging at the feet of the government, and they certainly do not want to be told what to do by a government. And on that topic, Madam Speaker, the NHI, although the Minister of Health has not spoken today, I think he's said more than enough to last us all a lifetime. But the President did touch on this in his speech. I want to say to the Minister, the pioneer of the NHS in Britain was a Labour Party minister called Nye Bevan. Minister, you think you are another Nye Bevan, but you're only halfway there, because this idea is half-baked. This is why you lost 4% and more in the poll directly after you signed it into law, Mr. President. The South Africans want to be free to choose, free from government interference. Mr. President, yes, they want a basic standard of living, and the DA wants this to happen. But South Africans do not want to pay for it with their freedom, to become forever at the mercy of a big government. As far as Deputy Minister Zikalala is concerned, you tried so hard, but you came up short. Demotions to the rank of deputy are always painful, but it's been 6 months. Get over it, man. And see it as a learning curve. If you watch carefully what Minister McPherson is doing, you might one day be a good Minister of Public Works yourself. If I then turn to the opposition Deputy Chairperson, let me quote Honourable Malema, and I can't believe I'm being reduced to quoting the Honourable Malema, but stranger things have happened in this House. A quote from December 2024, Honourable Malema said, "To work with President Zuma is to stab yourself in the back because he is not honest." In this rare moment of enlightenment, the Honourable Member has stated clearly what we've been saying for years. Because listening to the MK speakers, I should think that it was hardly possible to state the opposite of the truth with more precision. Puppeteered by the very man who benefited from the arms deal and saw the initial decline of the Defence Force and presided over its gradual further decline, how hypocritical is it that you can come and pretend that you're on the side of our soldiers? The same man oversaw state capture and then appointed the first ever impeached judge with a history of poor judgment in law to come and preach justice for all. Irony is supposed to be funny. This is just vulgar hypocrisy.
Order. Honourable Member, could you please rise so I can see who it is? On what rule are you standing, Honourable Member?
Honourable Speaker, I rise on a point of order in terms of Rule 85 of the joint rules. The Honourable Sikaladis, he made some improper and defamatory statements against President Jacob Zuma, alleging the outcome of an arms deal.
Sorry, Honourable Member, Rule 85 is the wrong rule that you are standing on. Please take your seat. It's a wrong rule. Thank you. Continue, Honourable Member.
Which rule book are you looking at?
Rule 85.
Of which rule book?
The joint rules.
I'm just wondering. I'm referring to the National Assembly
No,
rules.
this is the joint rules that will apply. The joint rules.
Okay,
Please
thank
take your
you.
seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Nicholas, may continue.
And finally, we have the small parties who one by one came to tell us in a few minutes each how to govern, when the most they've done up to now is to destabilize every government they've ever been a part of, with not a single leadership election between the lot of them. Precious democracy there. Mr. President, we need to create jobs and growth. Our DA ministers have begun creating exactly this. That's why you could brag about mostly their achievements on Thursday. And good for you. Now, the rest of the cabinet must come on board, and urgently, so the entire government can take this country forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The next Honourable Member is Honourable Mokoena. Thank you, Honourable Members. Could you please give the Honourable Member an opportunity to speak and be heard? Thank you.
Thank you. Is it on? Madam Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, greetings to all South Africans. I would like to acknowledge the incomparable and charismatic president of the MK Party, the bold and the decisive leader of our era, His Excellency J.G. Zuma, as well as our esteemed party leader, Dr. M.J. Hlophe, a figure of resilience, distinction, tried and tested through times, who proudly holds the highest accolades in the 7th Parliament. I would like to remind some of the previous speakers who seemingly did not get the memo of why we are here. We are here to debate the SONA, not to debate the MK Party president. Because thanks to some of you, because of your devious and conniving actions.
Honourable Members, allow the Speaker to continue. Thank you.
Because of some of your devious and conniving actions, he is simply an esteemed guest today. Honourable Stinezen, you need to really heal. I mean, it's been years from now. Your continued obsession over President Zuma is now laughable. It has reached a sad level, and it hasn't changed the fact that you have joined this government out of desperation. Someone needs to tell the DA to focus their energy on the embarrassing City of Tshwane exclusion. Concentrate rather on begging Honourable Panyaza to finally give you a table at his seat. The MK Party should be the last of your worries. Deputy Minister Zigalala, you are not a very tall man, and your debate was also vertically challenged.
Order.
You simply missed the point. Your main problem is your less qualified minister who completely undermines you and bullies you, not us. Honourable Modise, the least I say about you, the better. Your speech was unfortunately not even worth the paper that it's written on. I'm not sure if you are working towards a promotion, but the cheap shots that were petty won't get you far up the ladder. Mr. Ramaphosa, what we witnessed at the State of the Nation address was nothing more than a calculated attempt to distract the nation from the shocking failures of your government. Failures that have quite frankly crippled the lives of millions of South Africans, crippled our health systems, our education system, and infrastructure, and even safety of our citizens. The false progress and transformation that you so boldly represent were quite misleading, for a lack of a better word. Nothing more than a mask covering the festering wounds of corruption, mismanagement, and neglect. It is no secret that your government has failed to deliver, yet you continue to spin the tale of progress while our people suffer. Instead, we see cadre deployment. Lesifo saka goke kuthiwa i-cadre deployment has now manifested itself to the other GNU parties and its heavily bloated cabinet. The MK Party, whether you like it or not, we are a government in waiting. We stand committed to exposing the truth. We stand committed to ensuring that the harsh realities of our people are not swept under the rug by empty promises and your well-crafted speech. And today we represent the truth that your government has failed our provinces, failed our people, you failed our future in this country. This is the harsh reality of our provinces. Let us start with Eastern Cape, a province that has become a symbol of systematic failure, a province where financial mismanagement has reached its staggering heights. Over 1 billion rands unauthorized spending. This can't be a minor mistake. It's a failure of governance. Out of the 39 municipalities in that province, nearly half of them are at the brink of collapse, with only a handful managing to achieve even the most basic standard of accountability. Take the tragic loss of 231 lives in the roads of Eastern Cape in 2024, due to the horrible state of the provincial roads, roads that were never maintained, roads that were left to decay while politicians turned a blind eye. Then we moved to KZN, our beautiful province of KZN, a province betrayed by this very GNU, a province that stole the votes of the people. We all know that the MK party won KZN fair and square. But through the manipulation of GNU, your government has abandoned its duty to protect its citizens. Unemployment in this province has soared to a high of 42%. This is not an economic success at all. But it doesn't stop there. 1,000 lives have been have no access to clean water. Sanitation projects that were promised remain unfinished. Free State, this promised land reform has proven to be nothing but empty words. Farmers, both new and old, are being abandoned. In Gauteng, let us turn our heads to Gauteng, where over 300,000 families remain on housing waiting lists. Meanwhile, informal settlements continue to mushroom. The streets of Johannesburg used to be quite beautiful, once a shining example of Africa's potential, now littered and neglected through the GNU. Mpumalanga, the center of South Africa's coal, not just from economic stagnation, but it's suffocating from the environmental decline. Despite your promises, sir, power outages are still a daily routine, still a daily reality in Mpumalanga. But that's not the only crisis. Mining activities have poisoned the rivers and water resources, leaving the communities to live with acid mine drainage. Limpopo, the future of our children is being sacrificed. Over 40% of 3-year-olds are not enrolled in any early childhood development programs. And nearly 13% of 4-year-olds have no access to education at all. And you call that progress. Let's get to the province of Northwest. Municipalities continue to fail, deliver basic services. Funds meant for service delivery are mismanaged every day. Then it's the Western Cape, where the DA carries on with a loud hailer, saying that it's boasting about economic growth. But the reality is far different. We see you. The progress they talk of only benefits the privileged few. You only need to land in Cape Town Airport to see the grim reality of what our people are facing. The housing backlog in the province exceeds 300,000. We as the MK party are led by a fearless and visionary leader whose strength and decisiveness define this era. We have been entrusted with a mandate by the people, people who refuse to accept a future dictated by lies and empty promises. The failures of the government of the GNU are not just an embarrassment, they are a betrayal of the people who put you in the trust. The time for real change is now. And to those who cling to hate, division, and racism in disguise, we see you. We urge you to take advantage of the opportunity opened up by Trump. The gates of America are open for you. You will not be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member to speak is Honourable Mahamapelo. Thank you, Honourable Members. Please allow the member on the podium to speak. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Order, Honourable Members.
Chairperson and the collective of the presiding officers, the President of the Republic, Deputy President, and the collective of the executive, and honorable members, honorable members, just before his blood and soul was about to be brutally extracted from his youthful and healthy body by the evil and forever thirsty apartheid vampires for black blood, Solomon Mahlangu said the following, and I quote, "Tell my people that I love them and they must continue the fight. My blood will nourish the tree that will water the tree of freedom," close quotation. President Ramaphosa, your State of the Nation address is in the context of what Solomon Mahlangu was saying. Because in that State of the Nation address, you demonstrated love for the people of South Africa. This you demonstrated by ensuring that the message is very clear to our people and the world that as South Africa, because we love peace and friendship, we are part of all the United Nations institutions of governance and all its other ancillary bodies. You indicated in your speech that the reason why we love our people, that is why we are part of multilateralism. You indicated in your speech that it is important for us not to allow imperialism to be unleashed on the people of South Africa. You indicated that the reason why we must continue to work with the African continent is because we are part of Africa and we must ensure that Africa succeeds in its quest to make sure that the economy grows and to make sure that we create jobs for the people of Africa. You said, President, in your speech, that you are continuing to engage both Russia and Ukraine to make sure that there is peace and friendship, as the Freedom Charter has said. This you are doing because you love our people. I just want to make an example of this love which flows from your organization, the African National Congress. There will be a lot of brouhaha to you if you are a leader at that level. But we know, President, that empirical evidence has demonstrated that here in South Africa, our foreign exchange reserves are hovering around 1.6 trillion. These foreign exchange reserves that we have are not happening because they fell like manna from heaven. It's happening because there's a deliberate program in the leadership that you are leading in government by the African National Congress to make sure that we invest in other nations and other nations also invest in South Africa. It has happened because the necessary investment conditions are created and continue to be strengthened to ensure that people and companies are able to come to South Africa to invest so that we can deal with poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Honorable Groenewald, I think you are being hypocritical and disingenuous. You take advantage of the prevailing circumstances because of voices that are coming from the US. You want to impress them by conflating the matters of expropriation of land with matters of common criminality. Because a matter of somebody who invades a farm illegally, that is criminality. And therefore you can't conflate it with an act that has been signed by the president. But I'm not surprised because we will know that here in South Africa, there was a man who was from the Afrikaner Weerstandbeweging. That man is Eugene Terreblanche. And one of the things he did, Eugene Terreblanche, as a scarecrow towards the first democratic elections in 1994, he called upon right-wing Afrikaners to store non-perishable food because there was going to be instability in South Africa. Terreblanche is no more,
And the food substances that were stored, they ran out of their shelf life. And he didn't have the opportunity to say to them that I misled you. I'm saying this because the right-wingers in the form of Solidarity and AfriForum are doing exactly the same thing. If you say that and you mislead people, if you say that in South Africa there's land grabs that are taking place, when you know the truth that there's no land grabs taking place in South Africa, there's a constitution that we are respecting, you are behaving exactly like Eugene Terreblanche behaved before the 1994 elections. Honorable Steenhuisen, I thought that there's a dilution of Steenhuisenism because you are now part of the GNU. Now, please make sure that you go and study the constitution of the country very well. You don't have ministers that you have appointed. In terms of the constitution of the republic, the ministers are appointed by the president. Now you cannot come here and claim ownership over ministers that you did not appoint. You are actually breaking the law because the ministers, as I say, are appointed by the president. There's no one else who can appoint the ministers. President, we want to commend you for ensuring that you did not respond openly to President Kagame in as far as the situation in the eastern part of the DRC is concerned. Because what you were doing is to respect the channel of diplomacy that I established as a leader. And what you were doing, you knew that he is your brother, he is your African brother, and an opportunity to engage with him will come, like it happened over the weekend. Kobo fellow President, nkwakomo mogala tshwara thata isere go utla sebodu wa khao. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, there was one point of order that was raised during the sitting. That point will be considered and a pronouncement will be made at the sitting tomorrow. That brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The debate will resume tomorrow. I will ask all honorable members to please remain standing until the procession leaves the chamber. That concludes the business of the day and the joint sitting is adjourned. Thank you, honorable members.